Hello, peoples, people, human people, beings of Earth. Hello, hello. Hi. Just starting up the stream. Here to wake up and chew bubblegum. And I'm all out of wake up and bubblegum. I have no bubblegum. I have a pack of pepperonis, though. Deliciously slow cooked original beef recipe. The best. Mert. Mert. Sorry, I'm not even really fully awake yet. My beard's still all wacky. Nope. Already been there. My brain is imbued. The only thing that's ever going to get me to believe things exist is things existing. I don't have, if there's a cosmic entity or something, if it wants my attention, it knows where I live. If it wants my belief, it knows how to get it. I think the atheists are right about that one. It's just, I just didn't buy into, the programming didn't stick. Well, I know, but I accept existence immediately upon presentation. That's my only standard. I don't accept existence beyond presentation. No, I have no reason to do that because I just don't buy into the reasons why I should. It's like you don't have to believe I exist, right? Like you didn't believe I existed, like say, like 5 years ago or whatever. There's no reason that you have to believe that I exist. It's not like your head's not going to explode. Your face doesn't melt. You just go your whole life not knowing about that person in Botswana, and then you die old age and you never believed in that guy from Botswana. I don't see the problem. Why do I gotta think about it? Like, what does it do? Does it hurt or something for God not to get my belief, and so he gets? No, it's silly pressure applied to you in your youth to keep you obedient. It's a coercive. Like you have to. Why? Is it insecure? It can't just be there, right? Like is it that insecure that it's all butthurt that I don't. I mean, dude, look, if I got butthurt that somebody didn't believe I existed, I would just manifest in front of them. That's all I would do. I would just be like right there. I'd be like, hi, like I'm doing right now. I'd just be like, hi. Well, if I cared that they were butthurt. You only believe because, it's just part of the pressure put on you by culture to convince you that you should. That happened to me. It just didn't land. So it's not going to land for anybody. I don't believe things exist unless they're manifest. That's, I don't, it doesn't hurt anything. I don't lose anything just sitting here not believing in stuff that don't exist. I don't get fatter or something. I don't have to do more exercise because I didn't believe in something's existence. I just, I just move on with life until I get a reason to believe in something's existence, and then I just immediately accept it upon presentation. So it's not like I'm sitting here trying to be a jerk, not believing your God thing exists. It's just I just don't, and I'm just stuck like that until it happens, that it manifests, and then I'm just gonna immediately be like, there it is. What do you mean the position on the like? You're not going to convince me of the word. That's just a source material for sick fucks. That's all that is. Like, all you got to do is read it. You know, anybody who thinks it's anything more than a smut tome, like, just never read the book. Like, that's just, it's wild. So yeah, you ain't never convincing me that a cosmic entity like that one exists. That clearly doesn't exist. Yeah, I mean, I assume when you say the word, I mean, yeah, there's just some things you just can't convince me of without brain damage. I would need brain damage to believe some things, like Christianity, for example. I'm not saying you are. I'm just saying, you know, like the Abrahamics or any of the vitriolic gods or the gods that are petty and need a monkey to fucking worship it. Like, maybe I could get a railroad spike to the head and believe in naturalistic pantheism or something like that, but I just can't believe in. I couldn't believe like there's a squirrel living under my place. Like, unless I see a squirrel, I'm not going to believe there's a squirrel, and that's just a squirrel. I already believe in squirrels. I already have epistemic priors to squirrels, but believing one lives under my house is just not something I'm prepared to do unless I'm crawling around under there and, you know, I get, you know, yelled at by a squirrel. And then I'm going to be like, oh shit, there's a squirrel under here. I think that's how that works. And you guys are just impatient, I guess, for things to show up. So you just kind of go ahead and believe it. You know? I don't really know what else to... Yeah, but arguments don't prove stuff. That's why I keep telling words don't prove stuff's real. Stuff's real, and then we could use words to prove it. So you guys just got your operation backwards. You think you guys can, like, philosophy things into being or something. Like, it's just not how that works. And I'm never going to gas out not believing in things that aren't there. I'm going to keep not believing in things that, you know, they're just not there. Because it doesn't hurt. It doesn't take time to do that. And the only people that seem to get upset about it are, you know, religious people. I don't get upset not believing in a thing that ain't there. I'm not perfectly fine with, I'm made of molecules. I could see them. Everything you can see in the camera right now is a molecule. Yeah, I don't see neutrinos. So what's the point? I have to believe in neutrinos? You think I have to believe in neutrinos? Because there's things that I can't physically see, I have to believe in them? I don't care. I don't care about whether molecules exist. I don't give a shit. But I don't care, though. That's what I'm trying to say is, if it's there and I can detect it, I'll accept it. If it's not there and I can't detect it, I'm not going to accept it. So I don't detect neutrinos. So it's not like I'm sitting here believing in the existence of neutrinos. I'm not the one that posited neutrinos. Nerds say that shit. If you want to see a neutrino, you got to talk to. You don't come to me to talk about neutrinos. I can't see neutrinos, so by this standard, yeah, I don't believe they exist. It's just what the nerds say. I've always said that. I've 100% always said that in my life, that just because the nerds say it's true don't mean it's true. Now, they got really good fucking reasons, and if you want to go fight a nerd on neutrinos, you go ahead. But I'm not sitting here saying they're real. That way, if they ever get proven wrong, I don't have to adjust my belief. I'll tell you there are neutrinos, and if you ask me why I believe that, I'm going to blame nerds. If that's not good enough, then fine, don't believe in neutrinos. I don't care one way or the other about whether I believe in neutrinos. I'm not in the neutrino business. You know what I mean? I don't order neutrinos. I don't do shit with neutrinos, man. Like Again, this is not hard. Anything that you could say to me, hey, is this thing here and I can't see it? I'm going to be like, nah, it's not there. If I'm wrong about that, I don't care. My worldview does not hinge on whether I get neutrinos right or not. Yeah, helium. My worldview does not rely on whether I get helium right or not. Or carbon. My worldview does not rely. You not get the trend here? I'm a fallibilist. Hello. You're trying to say, what if you're wrong about, I am a fallibilist. Do you not get that? There is no belief that I hold that if I'm wrong about it, I got to believe in your God thing. So you're wasting your time pointing at things that I can't prove exist. I can prove those all exist, but I'll just say I can't prove any of those exist, and I still don't believe in your thing. Do you get that? Like, why do you think convincing me that I already believe in things that I can't prove exist is going to get me to your magic belief? Why? Is that how you've been trained? You've been convinced that this is a valid methodology? Just get me to believe that I believe something that isn't there, and then what? It opens up the door for the thing you believe that's not there? Is that how you think this is? Like, let's hear the other side. I've never heard the other side of this. Walk me through the rationalization. I would love to hear the rationalization of this one. Or are you not going to do that for me? You'll give me the wall of text of things that you think that I don't have evidence for and I believe anyway, but you won't walk me through the other side of that, will you? You just wanted me to be like, oh, hydrogen, I can't prove it, therefore you're God. Is that was your expectation? No, I'm asking what's the other side of that? How do you walk me through? Let's just say you said hydrogen, and then I went, oh shit, you're right. I have no evidence for hydrogen. How do I get to your God because of that? Why wouldn't I just stop believing in hydrogen? Do you not think that that's what I would do? That I would just stop believing in hydrogen? Like, I would love an answer to that. Did you expect that I would believe in your God because you would have proven hydrogen's not real, or that I have no reason to accept hydrogen? Did you not think that I would abandon the hydrogen belief? Or did you think that I would just keep believing in hydrogen and then pick up your God belief? Was that why you were pointing at things that I don't have evidence for? No, this is what's so frustrating, is that I hold up my end of the conversation. I answer questions, I engage, but you won't answer mine. So if you're not going to answer any of my questions, I'm not going to answer any of your questions. So have fun typing in side chat. I don't know what to tell you. This is why I can't deal with people, because you guys are so fucking rude, right? I use negative words and attitudes, but I don't lie and gaslight people and manipulate them like you do to me. You're doing that to me. So either answer, no, you're going to fucking answer my question before I offer you to come. I'm fucking pissed. Right, you're fucking with me. Answer my goddamn question, and then we can be back on par. If you're not going to answer my question, then you're a disingenuous piece of shit, and you could go fuck yourself. It's the point, man. Like, I can't engage with people who are going to be dishonest. No, you're going to answer my question before I offer you back up on stage. You wanted to fuck with me. This is the consequence. That's where I'm at now. That's where I'm at. You fucked with me. I asked you nicely to answer the question. I gave you 3 opportunities to answer that question when I was asking nicely, and you waited for me to get fucking pissed. Fuck you at that point. You answer my question or fuck you. I don't care about you anymore. I engaged you. Now engage with me. What did you expect? That I would stop believing in hydrogen and continue not believing in your God thing, or I would continue believing in hydrogen and then I would start believing in your God thing? What was your fucking MO here? That I would just what? That I would what? What would I do? Literally got to get fucking upset just to get a goddamn answer out of some people. It's ridiculous. See, you're not engaging. You're not engaging. Why would I bring you up to my and listen when you can't answer a simple question in side chat? Why would I listen? Why would I let you get in my brain and start tickling my fucking neurons if you're not going to answer? You wanted to type it all in side chat. You could type it, my answer, so I can see that you are engaged. I can't see that you're engaged. I've asked you several times to give me my answer, and you've typed 5 different answers. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different things that aren't answering my question. You got all the time in the world to type to not answer my question, and you got no time in the world to type to answer my question. So I want to know what you expected. When you said carbon, hydrogen, and all the other things that you think that I believe in existence, that I have no evidence for, did you think that I would just add yours to the list of things that exist that I don't have any, or things that I don't believe, have evidence for and I believe them anyway? Did you think I was just going to add one more, or did you think I was going to delete carbon, hydrogen, neutrinos? If you can prove to me that I have no foundation to believe in something, I stop believing in it. So what is your MO in pointing out all these things? That how does that get me to believing in a thing that I have no justification for? You don't want to answer this question. So I don't want to give you the time to infect my brain with whatever you want to spew. So when you answer the question, I will consider allowing you on my stage. When? And the longer you frustrate me, the less likely I'm to stick to that deal. I've asked you a simple, circumspect question, and I want a direct answer. A direct answer. If you can't give me a direct answer, leave me alone. Can't engage with you if you're not going to engage with me. You're just typing to spam at this point. So you either answer or we don't go forward in the conversation. I just get more and more frustrated. The more you type without giving me my fucking answer, the more I get frustrated. I'm trying to be fair with you, but you're just being a dick back to me. That's all you're doing. You're just being a jerk back to me, denying me my answer. I'm not going to answer a fucking question. I'm about to remove you from my goddamn platform. That's what I'm about to do. I'm about to remove your ass from trolling in my side chat. I don't care who you are. You're not going to troll. You either answer my question or shut the fuck up. Those are your options. Look, that's just where I'm at. Okay, so here, let's try this. Don't come back. I don't understand why people think like that. Why do you think that if I tell you I lack belief in the things that aren't manifest, and then you say, hey, what about neutrinos? And then you prove that neutrinos lack manifestation. Do you expect that I pick up your fucking religion? Or do you expect that I stick to my fucking standards and stop believing in neutrinos? Why do you think pointing out something that I don't believe exists, or that I believe exists and I can't prove it, is somehow going to get me to go, oh, okay, it's good to have shitty standards and then believe in your thing without evidence? Why would I do that? It's so condescending that you low-tier people think that that's what people should do. Well, you believe in shit you can't prove too. And so why would I not get rid of it and then ask you to get rid of yours? What I do is get rid of ideas that I don't have justification to believe. What I don't do is use that as a bludgeon on other people to get them to believe my shit because I find shit in their brain that they lack the ability to prove. It's just backwards. Did you think that I was going to start believing in more shit I can't prove because you proved one thing that I can't prove? It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Sit up here to answer your fucking questions, and then when I ask a question back, you're just going to fucking stonewall me and never answer my fucking question. Did you expect that I was just somehow going to flip and start believing in another thing that I can't prove exists after I literally tell you I don't believe in things exist unless I have evidence? Why would you think that I'm going to believe in your thing if you point out a thing I believe without evidence? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you expect me to just like, okay, well, I stopped believing in that one too? Right? Like, that's what you do. If you have a standard, you don't believe in things unless there's evidence, and you point out I don't have a thing as evidence, that don't mean I believe in your thing without evidence. That don't mean I get rid of the standard. That's the standard that I hold to. So when you hold me to the standard, I get rid of the belief without justification. That's what I do. It's fucking crazy. Anybody would do anything different. Like, stay out of my freaking airspace if that's how you're going to be. You just stay away. That's what you do. If you're going to fuck with me, stay away. I'm not here to fuck with you. I'm here to have conversations and be honest. If you want to come up on my live here, just let me know in side chat and I can invite you up if you don't have the button. Yeah, don't fuck with me, hello. I'll keep it permanent next time. If you can't answer my questions and you got me amped up like that, you just stop talking. That's what you do. You don't keep posting. Because if you keep posting and trolling and not answering my question and then gaslighting me, telling me that you did when I specifically said you didn't answer my question. You didn't even attempt to answer my fucking question. You keep gaslighting me and telling me that you did answer my question, we're fucking done. You didn't answer it. Well, I don't care if you intend to come off as dishonest. It's your mouth. Control it. Now, what I asked you was, this is the question. This is the fucking question. If I tell you my standard, this is a standard, that I do not believe in things that I do not have evidence for. If that is my standard, and then you indicate that this belief I have here has no evidence, this is the question. Do you expect me to abandon the belief by sticking to my standards? Or do you expect that I get rid of my standards and adopt your belief that I can't prove? That's the fucking question. This is a simple question. You should be able to answer this. It is a standard. So you should expect that I stop believing in the thing you proved I don't have justification for. So if that's carbon or hydrogen or anything like that, you should expect I would give up that belief and stick to my standard. You're not answering. I don't want to change your fucking view. I just want you to answer my question of what you expect me to do. Hold up to my standard and abandon the bad belief, or adopt what I think is your bad belief by abandoning my standard. Think about it. Of course I'm going to abandon my own belief and stick to my standard. I already know I believe things that I can't justify. That's my whole fucking philosophy, is about rooting in our own brains and getting rid of ideas that we can't justify by this standard. So pointing at things that I believe without justification will not get me to accept your belief without justification. It'll just get me to abandon the belief that I have without justification. You're stuck in a fucking loop on this one. You still won't fucking answer, so I'm done asking you. You're refusing to engage on that. You're just absolutely refusing. You will not acknowledge that is the reason. Thank you very much. That is a reasonable person's standard. That I would abandon my own belief to uphold my standard. That's why it's called a standard. My standard is more important to me than any of the beliefs I hold. It's more important to me. So I will never give up this standard. I will abandon my own fucking name if you can prove it to me. If you could prove to me that I don't have justification for my own fucking name, my place of birth, I will give those up for this higher order standard that keeps my brain clean. That if you cannot demonstrate these things to me, I do not believe them. That is a more important standard. And you people just got it in your brain that we should abandon this standard when that's why it's a fucking standard. Because I know I'm wrong about shit. And this standard helps me reveal that. Why do you think I'm walking around thinking I fucking have every truth in my brain, that everything that I believe is true? Why do you think that human beings do this? Like, most human beings don't do this. Narcissists and shit do that. I am well aware of my fallibility. I am well aware of the mistakes that I believe. I am well aware of the fundamental attribution error capacity that my brain does. I am well aware of this. So pointing out a flaw in my brain is not room for you to get in more incoherent shit. That's just you applying my standard to me and helping me get rid of bad beliefs. That's all that is. Just don't, I mean, I don't know how well this is going to go for you. I really don't.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So there's no lag. I understand your position and I admire it, and you're not wrong. I would just want to implore the logic of, is there a possibility? Could there be a possibility? And you're not giving that to no one. I
only deal with nomological possibility. I do not care about logical possibility at all.
Okay. And this is the thing is, like, I'm just watching, and I don't want to have the argument with you until I can get to the level of conversation you want.
No, so I'm not entirely. I also need to learn to control my shit on TikTok, so it's good for me to lose my shit so that I can get the experience to keeping track of my shit. But the point is I get exceedingly frustrated when I've asked direct questions and I don't get direct answers. I just wanted to know what's a reasonable position in your brain that you think that I should abandon my standard or I abandon my belief. What do you think I should do in the event that somebody tells me that I'm wrong about a belief that I have? And I have this standard that I should abandon beliefs that I don't have evidence for.
Yeah, I would have to regress to getting the full conscious definition of what a God is. Right?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about in a vacuum, bro. I don't care about specific beliefs. Let's talk about turkeys. Turkeys, man, chickens. Let's say I believe in the existence of chickens. Okay, I believe chickens are. Hang on and listen.
What's your name, brother? What's your name? Can I?
Agnostic one. Agnostic
one. Okay. Sorry.
What I'm trying to ask you here is, let's say I believe in chickens, and there's literally I'm wrong about chickens. But I also have a belief, the standard, that I should abandon beliefs I can't prove. And you show me I can't prove chickens. Do you think I should give up my standard or give up my belief in chickens?
I don't know what this God is, okay? So we have to get clear definition.
Chicken. I'm not talking about God. I'm trying to establish common ground with you, hello. That's why I'm talking about chickens.
Okay, we're talking about chickens.
So common ground. Do you think I should give up my belief on chickens after you thoroughly and rigorously take me everywhere on earth and show me there's no fucking chickens? Or do you think I should give up my standard that says I should abandon beliefs that I can't prove?
Well, if I show you the chicken in person as proof, as you can see with
that's not the hypothetical. The hypothetical is I believe in the existence of chickens and I have no good reason, and we scour all of Earth and can't find a single chicken. Should I abandon my chicken belief or should I abandon my standard?
I would lean to the position maybe there could be a possible chicken.
Can you please answer the fucking question? It's literally abandon the standard or abandon the belief. Those are the options. It's a hypothetical.
If I don't know, I can't.
I just said we scour the entire planet Earth. We find 0 chickens.
Who is we?
All right, dude. Square circles. Let's say I believe in the existence of dude, I swear to God, if you do this one more time with this goddamn analogy, I'm fucking removing you. So you either engage honestly or get the fuck out of here. So let's say I believe in square circles and you convince me, right? You go through all the logic. Should I abandon my belief in square circles or should I abandon my standard? This is the softball of all softballs. There's one logical answer. If you cannot provide common ground, we're done.
If I'm eating chicken, if I'm eating eggs...
Do you not fucking listen? I stopped using chickens because your brain can't process chicken.
No, I'm just saying,
we're on square circle, square circle, square circle, square circle. Yeah, we're on square circle. We're on...
Eating eggs...
eggs and chickens are not square circles. We're moving to square circles because of your dishonesty. If I believe square circles are real and you walk me through the logic that square circles are impossible, should I abandon my belief in square circles, or should I abandon my belief in my standard that I shouldn't believe things unless I can prove them? What do you think I should do? Last, I promise you, I'm not going to unban you either. This is the softball of all softballs. If you cannot answer this question, you will never answer a question. And I am not going to waste a single more fucking second of my life on someone that can't answer this neutral softball question. Anyone from any faith, anywhere on planet Earth can answer this fucking question, except for a dishonest, lying sack of shit. So what are you? Answer the question. You can unmute. Answer it. This is your fucking last chance, bro. This is it. This is the deadline right here. You either give me the fair answer that the only option that I've made available, or you get the fuck out of here. Not putting up with your shit no more, dude.
Can I give you an explanation on the answer?
I have a specific fucking scenario for you. If you cannot establish common ground on this, leave. This is it. This is it. This is the microcosm you forced us into.
Can I give you an explanation?
No, you can't. You can answer my fucking question, hello. That's what you can do. I understand that you're worried about how I'm going to use this, and that's exactly why I'm using it, to flesh out dishonest people that are wasting my fucking time. You can't even establish this, dude. This is the softball of all softball questions. This question can't get easier, bro. There's literally no logical way out. No logical way out. It is impossible. Square circles are impossible. You wanted to bring up logical possibility. Here's the logical possibility. Square circles. I've made it so easy for you to establish common ground with me. Yeah, you think logic is loaded. You're afraid of logic. You think using logic loads an argument. That's what you're doing right now. You think I'm loading my question by putting logic in it. It's a loaded question for you. We can't communicate. We're not on the same terms. Wordy, you got to be 18 to be up here.
Hey, how's it going?
Is that how old you are? How's it going is how old you are?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
How, are you 18?
47.
Okay, great. Thanks.
47. Yeah. No, I just liked your prompt. It sounds interesting, so I thought I'd hop up.
Wait, which one?
And Igtheism is the only valid position to take on the on the God thing. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know anything about Igtheism, so I'm kind of curious.
Well, as do most. That's why I'm up here, try to get people to understand Igtheism. What the hell was that?
I'm willing to learn if you're willing to facilitate some learning here.
Yeah, so it's an epistemic model that deals with how to build epistemic models. That there's like three modes here that we would discuss, and that would be semantics, epistemics, and ontology. And that's backwards: semantics, epistemic, and ontology. So in order for us to build a proper epistemic model, we need an epistemic bridge. So that's something to bridge our epistemics to an ontology, and that's what's going to be a relationship there when we have an experience. So we have an experience of the ontology, and that allows us to ground our semantic references. So our semantic realm, like I said, there are three things: semantics. Our semantics are near infinite. We can invent words to describe stuff as we observe them. If we observe a new thing, we can make a new word to describe it. So we have a near infinite capacity for semantic representation, but we have an extremely limited capacity for epistemic representation. So with epistemics, I don't get to use any word that I want to describe this epistemically. Semantically, I could describe this as an elephant. I don't have any rules. I'd be wrong. You'd be like, well, that's not an elephant, but you'd be giving me epistemic pushback if you said it's not an elephant. Semantically, it's wrong. And so there's a lot of feedback coming. It's like you're going over a road or something.
Oh, sorry. Let me fix that.
So Yeah. All right. So semantically, you can represent damn near anything within your semantic set, which is, like I said, near infinite as far as I can tell. So when we're describing ontology, we use experience to build an epistemic model, and then we draw upon our semantics to represent the epistemic model. And it is the epistemics that we're going to be arguing about. We're not going to be arguing about semantics only to the point of asking, why did you choose this particular word to represent this particular experience? And if I'm not having the experience with you, if I don't share that experience, then it's, for me, entirely semantic, where for you, you would have semantic and epistemics. So the conversation is to build the epistemic model in our own brains on our own time while we observe and experience an ontology. And then we use that as a crayon in our crayon box for when we go draw pictures with each other, that we all bring the same information to the room and we discuss the information. But we don't bake in and bring in information that isn't justified through a semantic representation. So Igtheism is a philosophy, a linguistic philosophy, that says when we go to represent our epistemics, we need a methodology to draw upon the proper words. And the proper words that we would draw upon come by way of the experience of the ontology, so that we need epistemic priors in conversations. You can't shoehorn epistemic priors, because when you do that, you're relying entirely on semantics.
Okay. It's becoming a little clearer now. I think I'm following. Can you give an example of how, like a real world example of how this would work and how it would fall apart? Well, let's say this: how having a shared semantic or a shared epistemic, a shared experience would be our epistemology, right? And then we link that to a referent word or phrase that helps us kind of be grounded in, like, we're okay, we're talking about the same thing, and then how that can break down without the framework.
Right.
Does that make sense what I'm asking?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Yeah, it's close enough. And you're asking what's like a real world example of this?
Yeah.
So
I feel like I agree with you on this, because I get into these conversations sometimes where it seems like, especially when two people don't have the same experience, like I see the sun, you see the sun, okay, we both see the sun. We ground that experience in semantics.
Well, that's only in real time. Like, I don't have an experience of the sun right now beyond my knowledge that I'm in orbit of it, because I'm inside. I can't see it.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Now, right, you may be outside. You sound like you're driving, so you might be aware of it more than me. I could see it, like, coming through my blinders or whatever, but I can't see the sun right now. I have epistemic priors to the sun, so that when you say the sun, I don't need the evidence. I already have the evidence. I've seen the sun for the last 45 years.
Yeah. Okay, good. Yep. All right. I can roll with that. That's cool. Okay. And so then how does that link with talking about the God thing? How does that work?
Right. So in the God thing camp, you have the main distinction is atheism versus theism. Now, I'm sure you've heard the expression that you can neither prove nor disprove God. And I find this is a fundamental error in a philosophy. If you have a philosophy of mind or whatever that you're trying to address, and you're saying that you can neither prove nor disprove, that means the contents and the malcontents agree they can't prove their shit. Because you can't prove God is the theist burden, and they can't do that. You can't disprove God is the atheist burden, and they can't do that. So that expression denotes that both camps can't do what they set out to do. With the atheist position, I can either prove a God or disprove a God. It just depends on which God that I'm referring to. But as an igtheist, I'm going to conclude at the end that though a thing may or may not exist, I don't know what made it God, beyond the fact that humans have a proclivity to point at stuff and consider them God. So the ontological status of the igtheist argument is us, the monkey's proclivity to believe in stuff. The ontological status of the atheist, theist, orbiting philosophies is the actual God thing itself. And so since I would argue that if I don't currently believe in the existence of your thing, the only thing that's going to get me there is an experience, an epistemic bridge, an experience of the ontology, because absent that experience, I'm not going to be able to fact check what you're saying. If you tell me it's tall, I don't know if that's true. It's a non sequitur. To say that unknown object X is tall doesn't logically follow from the observation I didn't make. So it would be a non sequitur that a thing is tall. But it would also be a non sequitur if I said a thing is not tall, because that's the same quality of statement that I would be making about it. So now I have a condition set, because I lack observation, that the object is both not tall and not tall. That's a contradiction. So the only way to rectify this contradiction would be the evidence of the observation and the quality check that we've used the proper word to describe it. I would say that if we can't rectify that, it's because we're not appealing to an experience, and we're only appealing to a semantic representation of an alleged condition about reality.
Okay. That's really not, too far off from where, and I have I hold a God belief. I couldn't ever imagine trying to expect anybody else to hold it, because of the way that I hold it. And I feel like on the epistemic end, we're in the same camp, because my conceptualization of God is unknowable in God's essence. So if it's unknowable, in a sense, you could say, what's the difference between something that exists and...
Well,
distinction?
Unknowable is a performative contradiction, or a contradiction. Unknowable, that's something you know about God, that it can't be known. So it's a self-contradiction.
Yeah, you're right.
That's my argument against agnosticism. Well, that prong of agnosticism.
Okay.
When the agnostic is saying that God is unknowable, well, that's not agnosticism. That's Gnosticism. You know something about its condition that makes it unknowable, like what happened before the cosmic microwave background radiation. Currently, that's unknowable. And we know it's unknowable because of specific parameters that make it, like, what's your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy's favorite color? It's unknowable. Doesn't mean he didn't have a favorite color. Doesn't mean he did have a favorite color. It just means it's unknowable. But we know through time that's why it's unknowable.
Yes.
So that's something you know about the system.
Yeah.
So if you define it as unknowable, I would define it as fundamentally incoherent. That's all that means, is that it's fundamentally incoherent, and you should abandon fundamentally incoherent propositions, because that's what they are. They're non-propositional.
Okay. So this is okay. So let me just, I guess maybe clarify. It's that the essence of God is what's unknowable, and I think the essence of many things is probably unknowable if we get into.
Well, that's ontology. Essence is ontology. Like, you're witness to my essence right now. You could see it.
Okay. So, but I don't know the totality. I know, I see.
Well, that's also ontology. Ontology exists that way.
Okay. Right. So, but I have a concept. I hold a concept in my mind that you
semantics
exist in a particular way. Right.
Well, hold on. There you have both. You have semantic representation and epistemic representation. So let me give you two different statements so that you can kind of see what I'm talking about. So the first statement is the dog is running up the street. The second statement is the dog is running up the street. Now, if you're asking how are those two different statements, because I'm offering one as pure semantics, meaning the imagination of a dog running up the street. That's not cognized information, right? I can't be wrong about that. That's just semantics. I'm imagining a dog running up the street. So how am I wrong about that? I'm imagining a square circle fart up the street. How is that wrong, right? You could say logically, but it's an imagination, so who gives a shit, right? Then in the other statement, the dog is running up the street. I'm talking about something I'm cognizing. I'm making an observation of an animal doing an activity on a street, right? That's an epistemic representation. And so those aren't the same qualities of comments, even though they're drawing upon the same semantics, the same exact semantics, and they technically represent the same thing. One would be an epistemic statement. The other would be a purely semantic statement. So when you're offering purely semantic statements, the problem is if I replace dog in an epistemic model with dragon or monkey, that's going to be wrong. You're going to observe an incompatibility here. But if I replace dog with dragon in the semantic representation, what's the pushback? It's imagination. I don't have to appeal to the ontology. There is no ontology. I'm only making it up. And since I can use the same linguistic setup, the same linguistic framework to talk about pure semantics and talk about epistemics, I have to be careful in differentiating my claims from, imagination and reality. That needs to be an ongoing thread that I can always pull from an epistemic prior every time I have a question. If there's an incompatibility in our discourse, we can flesh that out through the discourse, and you can remind me of epistemic priors I already have if I'm if I'm not keen to that. If you say you have a thing and I'm like, I don't believe in those things, and you're like, oh yeah, you do, here it is, I'll be like, oh shit, okay, and then allow you through to the next comment.
Right.
Because you can also imagine that conversations like this move forward presuppositionally until they give pushback to the presupposition. So I'll say, hey, I'm a monkey from Earth, and you won't care. You won't ask me for evidence. And I'll be like, and I wear glasses, and you'll do the same thing. You're not going to give a shit. And then I'm made out of gold,
Trivial. Yeah.
right? Yeah. And then when I say I'm made out of gold, you're going to be like, nah, and that's it's a presupposition, but you're giving pushback to the presupposition. And because of that feature that you gave pushback, if I want you to accept it, I can't use it as a presupposition anymore. I need to now argue and reason with you to get you to accept it. And then once I've done that, we can go back to presuppositions because we're on the same speed, on the same speed. So it's just
wow. Okay. Well, yeah. I'm not used to this universe of discourse. So I'm interested. I'm interested in continuing.
Yeah, because remember, it's not my burden to prove you wrong. It's only my burden to prove that you don't have the epistemic access. I don't know if you're right or wrong. You could be right. Just guessing could get you there. I have no idea, but this invalidates your epistemics. That's the problem for you. It invalidates your epistemic model. It shows that it's not an epistemic model, that it's pure semantic reasoning that came from what I would argue is the inculcative pathway of knowledge. I call it the inculcative pathway of knowledge, and I use an example of Chinese whispers or telephone. That's what's happening in our family unit. Our family unit acts as a telephone from one generation to the next, passing on this information that is allegedly about God. That's the prime thrust for the God movement, is the inculcative pathway of knowledge rather than the experiential pathway of knowledge, right? Or other pathways, right?
Let me try an analogy. I'm not sure if it works. It's just off the cuff. Let's say there's something, I'm in a room and there's a room next to my room. I can't go out of my room. I don't know what's in the other side of the wall. But maybe I hear some things, or maybe there's some cracks and I see some lights or some shadows, and but at no time do I really experience what this is. The sounds are incomprehensible. What I see is incomprehensible, but I have a sense that there's something beyond the wall. And so what I do then is I start to imagine what it could be. Right?
Hypothesize, yeah.
Right, I hypothesize. But somehow something with what I'm experiencing is connecting to maybe prior experiences, and so I kind of like come up with something. But every time I conceptualize what's on the other side of the wall, I'm wrong.
Wait, hold on.
But
No,
it doesn't. Right?
you've got data. You're getting data back. So you have your hypothesis or your hypothesis, but you're trying to get to a thesis, right? You're trying to turn your hypothesis into a thesis. And so you do that from data gathering. So you've given me data. You said there's a noise in the other room. So from that, you can infer there's something, and it interacts with what you can interact with. You can hear it beating on the wall. From that information, you can form a hypothesis. You could say it's, an object that's capable of interacting with matter. That's the best you got. If you can't garner more information, that's what your statement is. There's something on the other side of this wall. And then you would have the epistemic prior of all the noises that you baked into the conclusion. But because it was ambiguous, you don't know. That's what you would conclude. There's something, but you don't know.
Right. Yeah, maybe I imagine it's a ball. Maybe I imagine it's an electrical thing. Maybe I imagine it's some water, whatever. Like I just keep coming up with concepts, but every time I come up with a concept, I'm wrong, and there's no way to interact. So in this situation,
well, then you don't know you're wrong, though. I would push back there. You don't know that you're wrong. Okay. You just don't have justification.
True. Yeah, you're right. I just don't have justification that I'm right. Right. Yeah.
Or wrong. You don't have. That's going back to the crux. Like if we have unknown object S, this is a clear example I give people. If we set unknown object X, and then we say unknown object X is blue, notwithstanding that is a contradiction. Let's ignore the contradiction for a second because it's unknown object X, right? Blue. And now we're saying it's blue. Well, because of that contradiction, we know that it's a non sequitur that it's blue. It could be blue, but it's a non sequitur that it's blue, so it's not true, right? It's then if we say, okay, well, we've just discovered that it's not blue, so we could say that it's not blue, right? So the negation of it's blue, it's not blue, is also negated for the same exact reason. So you have a contradiction. Now you don't know if obviously one's true, right? One of them is true, but we have no idea which one of them is true because we lack the observation. All we need is the observation, and it will reveal itself. It'll be the ground by which we say it's blue. That's what's grounding the claim, is your experience of it, because what's going to be a thrust for you is that when I say, how do you know, you show it to me. You provide the same epistemic prior, and I go, oh, okay, that's how you know it's blue. That's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to give any epistemic pushback because I have the same blue semantic prior, right, the semantic representation that I could apply to any object blue. Like I could apply it to this. This is blue. Epistemically, I'm wrong. Semantically, you understand blue, but through the semantics, you know that's the improper label.
Got it. All right. Well, hey, thanks for having me up. I think I'm gonna, run along and do some research and study and learn more. And I appreciate you for your time.
If you got any questions, come back.
Will do. Yeah, I'll give you a follow.
All right, thanks. And Daniel, you've got to be at least 18 to be on stage. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
All right, cool. So,
yeah, I would agree that atheism and theism is a false dichotomy because both are ontological claims that there isn't. Both are ontological claims, or axioms that are arrived at through induction and inferences. So there's a gap between the epistemology and the ontology.
So you think there's a problem of you think there's a problem of induction?
I don't know that it's necessarily a problem. It's just that it's a game of inferences and semantics.
And do you think deduction solves this?
Well, if you accept the premise that there is no God or there is a God, then yeah, you can make from there you can engage in deduction.
That's a presupposition though.
Right. And those presuppositions are arrived at through inductive
No,
processes.
they're legitimized or justified. That's why I'm saying is you sound like you're hinting at the problem
That's
of
what I mean.
induction. But what about the problem
Right.
of deduction? Have you heard of the problem of deduction?
Right. Well, let's clear that up. I guess what I'm meaning is that um you're to arrive at the conclusion that there is a God or is not a God, then to arrive at that, it's a process of induction, isn't it?
Well, hold on. We need to have a meta conversation real quick, which is, have you heard of the problem of deduction? You know what the problem of deduction is?
It assumes the ontological claim is true,
Well,
or the premise or truth claim or axiom is
it's not
true.
that it assumes it's true. It's that deductive reasoning cannot derive a truth. It doesn't do that. It doesn't give you a premise.
I do understand that. Yes.
Right. So we use induction to come to a confidence that something is true. And when we're there, we plug that in as a deductive premise.
Exactly. So the arrival at the premise is through induction.
Right.
And then,
So there's no problem of induction and there's no problem of deduction. They synergize.
Yeah, I'm not pointing out that there's a problem necessarily, just that I view atheism and theism as a false dichotomy, because it's like he was pointing out, like what's going on in the other room. It's a game of inferences and semantics.
Yeah, but not always.
Yeah, no, not always. I'm just using that as an example. It seems to fit.
Because some gods exist. I just don't know what makes them a god other than the monkey pointed at it and called it.
That's the thing. There's a criteria problem. Like when you have an atheist arguing with a theist, right? It's like it's very rare to come across a conversation where it's like, okay, let's define what we mean by God and get into the criteria.
Well,
it usually just
that actually, I chastise atheists for doing this because they borrow from my worldview to lie and gaslight theists. What they do is an atheist will tell you it depends on what you mean by God, but they don't mean that. I mean that when I say it, but the atheist doesn't mean that, because the atheist has an idea of their in their head of God, that they don't care about your definition. They have a definition, and that's what they're atheists with respect to. When you offer them a different definition, and let's say that God exists, like the sun god, they tell you it's not a god. They don't tell you that God's not real. That's ontology. They're saying it's not real is ontology. But when they say that's not a god, that's epistemology. And if you're going to say that's not a god, then you're granting ontology as your epistemic pushback. You're saying my observations of God are inconsistent with that. That's epistemic pushback.
And that's intellectually dishonest. And you're right. A lot of atheists will bait Christians into that corner, or theists, I should say, into that corner. And so like when I ask in good faith. When I ask a theist or an atheist, well, what do you mean by God? Like, you're saying there is no God. What are you saying there is the absence of? What is the criteria? And asking a theist the same question, right? Like, what is your criteria? So it just seems like maybe I'm just not quite clear on when I say it's a false dichotomy. That's it's just because there's this ontological morass to pit one side against the other. It's like there's a lack of criteria to make it a valid dichotomy.
Well, I say there's actually,
because it's like, so, and I ask in good faith, like, well, what do you mean by God? You mean like the highest good? Or as an idealist personally, it's like, okay, what is most fundamental to reality? What are the ontological metaphysics here? And it's unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever, it's impossible to even engage in those conversations without at least one condition accepted a priori. Like there are assumptions built into the process of even talking about what is outside the scope of direct experience.
I don't really believe that there is anything a priori. I think it's just a lot of information you forgot because you learned it so long ago. Like in your because I think we could justify things along the way, right? Like any position that I hold, you could ask me about it, and I would be able to. It may not be evident in the conversation, but I think when you're baking assumptions in, those should always become what you talk about, so that they're not assumptions.
Exactly. And that's the problem with, a hardline theist and a hardline atheist having a conversation, is that those things generally aren't discussed. It's just one red herring after a red herring to defend the ontological position. But there's really no open questions being discussed. It's rare to come across that, is the point.
Yeah, and you should never
Right.
defend
So,
ontology. That should not be even a thing. I always tell people that ontology should be the most trivial aspect of the conversation, that the things existed should be established before you even
right.
begin
It's
talking
like,
about it.
here's what we know, and then the conversation can
No.
progress to
Here's what is,
how we
and then
know.
let's figure out what it is. Right? Here's what it is. That can't
That's
be
what I mean. But like,
can't be a question. There needs to be a thing first. Absent that, you don't have a conversation. That's what I'm
right.
arguing.
So
there.
I mean, I'm just clearing it up. So there's what is true, and then there's how we know it's true.
No. There is what is. It's not subject. It's what is not propositional. It's not a proposition. It's a thing.
It's non-propositional until you make a proposition.
Right. That would be epistemics. And we would fact check our epistemics through shared interrelated experience and semantics.
So in order to make an ontological claim, you have to engage in an epistemic conversation.
You should. That would
Or
be
process.
that would be the maxim there, that you should do that, but most people don't. They rely on pure semantic content as valid epistemic priors. That's their mistake.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's why I say
Yeah,
ontology
this-
should be the most trivial aspect of the conversation. No one should be giving ontological pushback. No one. No camp. That would be incoherent. To discuss something that someone is giving ontological pushback.
Right.
Epistemic
Well,
pushback is fine.
And especially in the context of a discussion between, happening regarding atheism and theism, because the ontology is built into the terms. So the discussion should be epistemic.
This is why people get confused with my expression of the absence of evidence is evidence of absence, because there should be no ontological pushback. There should be epistemic pushback, but there shouldn't be ontological pushback. Because if there's not a thing there, you're not discussing the thing. So the absence of the thing is evidence that the thing is not there. That's why ontology is the most critical aspect of the conversation. Absent the ontology, there's no reason. There's no discourse. You're not talking about anything, because it is the thing itself that is going to be the foundation for what grounds our experience and semantic representation. I only know which word to use in my near infinite capacity for words. I only know which words to use through that epistemic bridge. Absent that epistemic bridge, I have full unfettered semantic access, and I could just describe anything any way that I want, and there's no way to prove me wrong, other than to say that you don't have ontology, bro. Everything that you're saying is in imagination if I lack ontology. That's why you can't have a conversation absent ontology being there, and we can just constantly reference it so that we could fact check whether or not our semantics cohere to our epistemic model, and our epistemic model is what we're all sharing and interrelating our experience to. That's what we're trying. We're not trying to cohere semantics. We're trying to come to an understanding of epistemics, and we're only using semantics to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's coherent.
Thanks, George, and thanks for everybody, like supporting in the side chat, all the likes. I'm more about the likes. That's because that gets exposure and more people, and I'm all about spreading the memes. I appreciate any of the donations. They're not required. I'm going to do what I do anyway, whether you guys pay me or not. If you pay me, that's dope as fuck, but it's not expected. But I do expect the likes if you're in here and you hate me and I'm amping you up. If you're in here and you love me and I'm amping whatever, hit the like button, get more people, you get more stuff. My brain don't function unless it's got pushback. So
Can you elucidate on why atheism and theism is a false dichotomy? I want to hear it in your own
yeah,
words.
similar.
so
It's
that way-
similar to yours, but I take a different approach, like kind of the mirror image or whatever. Where when I look at theism, let's just start with theism. I see that the concept of God contains contradictions, and the only way to rectify that is to separate out the category that I think is a category to better categories that represent each category. And I think when you fix this problem in the God topic, there's a lot of background noise coming from your part. You can unmute whenever you're ready to speak, but I went ahead and muted you. But categories. So with the prime, I'll call it for now the prime category God is, I say, fundamentally incoherent because it entails contradictions within that set, and the only way to rectify it is two independent categories. Now, once you've done that, once you've done the fix for God, and you now have two contradictory categories that, they're fine independently, but now they're two, but now you don't have a dichotomy because now the opposition party here, we haven't even brought in the opposition, is atheism. So that's a third option here. So you could do A sub 1, A sub 2, or B. That's not a dichotomy. That's a false dichotomy. You could only do categories as dichotomous if the members of the set of the category are not internally contradictory, right? If the set contains a contradiction, you have to separate the set. And you didn't have to drop. You could have just unmuted. There was just a hot mic. Let me make sure I bring the other guy back up. Was it Peter? No, it wasn't Peter. Maybe he had an issue and he had to go. I'll bring you up. You got to be 18 to be on stage, Peter. Are you 18?
Yeah, I'm 29.
All right, cool.
Thanks for having me up.
Yeah, what's up? You got a problem with my memes, man?
With your what?
My memes, my props, my beliefs.
No, I like the beard. I have no problem with your beard. I don't believe in God either.
I don't say that. That's not a proposition from atheism.
Wait, is this for or not for God thing? Or is this...
Well, I'm
not an atheist either.
Yeah, I'm an Igtheist.
Okay. Yeah, I think God has a purpose, but it's not what people think it is. And I don't believe in God personally. I know he doesn't exist. I don't believe in it that he doesn't. Like, I know that God doesn't exist.
Are you just saying that God is a mimetic device that people use for coping or something like that?
Quite literally, yeah. I mean, it's in a Grigor also, but yeah, I think that's more accurate.
I don't necessarily disagree with that, but only if you remove the concept of God. I think part of the natural human condition is sort of an exploration of those kind of wandering thoughts. The what ifs, what's that about? I wonder what's over there, what's on the other side of the horizon. Questions like that. They promote curiosity and get us to go do stuff. And I do think our curiosity and our intelligence is tied and underpin the whole superstitious side of us being, we're a social animal with the big brain. And I think a byproduct of that is going to be superstition. That we look down and minimize superstitious abilities or the ability to be superstitious, but we shouldn't look down upon superstition. That's actually an insanely powerful feat of human cognition, is the ability to imagine and to speculate and draw upon answers that aren't there. We synthesize answers in our brain. So I can't really shit on the existence of superstition, but it's not a reliable tool, but it is part of the human experience. You can unmute, but like your mic went crazy.
Oh, my bad for the mic. Yeah, I more or less agree with you on that. I think I would say, like for me, there is no God. They're just other beings. And I know that humans aren't the only beings in this quantum bubble, if you will. And so people externalize their decision making, the power. They give it to something else, and I'm just like, no, thank you. I'm just gonna internalize it, and I'm not a god either. I don't fall into that category. So I don't know if I'm exactly an atheist, but that's where I stand on things.
Are you like an idealist or something?
There is no purpose to life but that which I give it. So I don't know if that's an idealist.
Yeah, that's like, it's a, man, that comes off as so narcissist, man. Can you say that in another way, like English composition, say that where it doesn't sound like you or why biology is real?
I am not why. Well, I'll repeat it, but then we can unpack that, because I think everyone here who says the same thing would have a better quality of life in general, which is there is no purpose to life, which would be nihilism. And then I add in.
Okay, so then say we. Don't say I. Say we. Then that's the problem with your statement. There is no meaning to biology.
That's not fair.
Yeah, that is totally fair, because you're a narcissist otherwise. Because listen,
the same thing.
Listen to the statement though. There is no purpose to something that existed before me, other than what I give it. We give it, bro. We're having a shared. We're in a society. We're not one organism. We're a shared organism. We are sharing memes, ideas, space. You smell me, I smell you. We're a shared organism. We live in colonies, groups, right? So yeah, it's we. All meaning is derived from human activity. We stand on the shoulders of giants, right? So it is we. I didn't make these glasses or these headphones or anything else. We say meaning exists, not I. I is ego. I define reality. That's, people are going to hate that expression. I hate it. That's why I got triggered. But now that I know what you're saying, I'm not triggered, right? Because I know you are saying the royal we, if you will, right? But yeah, you can speak on behalf of humans because you are a human, and you have every right and every voice and every bit of ability to speak in the same level of credibility as any other human being. It's just whether those other human beings accept and buy your shit, right? It's within the set of communication. Like, Kant is not a better human being and should be remembered more than any other human being. He was just right about some stuff, and he got written down, and people loved his shit and spread his information. But we are all obligated to share that experience, because that's how we've moved forward as a species. We didn't need writing to live in our own heads.
We didn't need writing to live in our own head. Right. So I guess the bigger purpose is, I would like to, and I think everyone else is capable, I know everyone else is capable of it, which is just internalizing their own sovereignty. Like, you get to make your own decisions instead of outsourcing it to a god, quote unquote.
Yeah, no, I track that thread. I just, I hate narcissism so bad. Like, I can come off as a narcissist sometime when I'm like trolling and shit like that, but I actually genuinely hate narcissism and narcissistic expressions and stuff like that, even though I'm a selfish person. I think we're all selfish. We're all selfish, but I'm collectively selfish. Like, you know, like John Rawls' theory of justice or something like that. That's, you know, I'm collectively selfish.
Right. I don't think I'm a narcissist, because it's like, I know everyone's an equal.
Yeah, I don't think you are either.
Same, but we're all equals. And like,
I'm giving linguistic pushback, bro.
Everybody. Gotcha.
The word I is going to trip people up, man. And have the weight and confidence to say, no, it's we. It ain't me, because that's where you get fucked up. It's we give meaning to things, because that happens up in here, inside the brain of a monkey.
Okay.
I think what happens is we get beat down by the philosophers, because so many of us when we're young, really bad at logic. And so we don't feel that we're confident to be like one of the big minds out there. But the big minds out there aren't 19 years old, 20 years old. They're all fucking like 60, right? They're all like 50, 60 years old. They're people who have lived a life to develop the mimetic constructs in the brain to think about these bigger thoughts. You know, if you listen to me 20 years ago, I was talking about vagina, the D word with, substances. That's what I was talking about. I was 20 years old, right? Living the life of a 20-year-old. I wasn't sitting here trying to think philosophy and nerd out on the internet like that. So we don't get that confidence built in us, because we are taught that we learn from this, or we stand upon the shoulders of giants, and that we're never, we're not one of the giants. And that's true. Most of us aren't. Most of the population of human beings are not giants. If you track intelligence as the ability to figure shit out, bro, you're talking about like 1% of all of humanity, and that's like a lot fewer people. Those are the great minds, Newton, Einstein, people like that. Those are, intelligent people. They figured things out. We just copy them. That's all most of us do, is just copy them. So it's a bad metric for intelligence, but if you calculated it with the ability to figure out things, the hubris of any one of us thinking that we figured anything out. We didn't figure out shit. Most of us just stole memes from other people, right? So that's why we need to be collectivists when it comes to memes. We need to share them. We need to pay our chat dues, right? We need to put the memes all in a thing and all discuss it and talk about it. Because when we try to live in our own heads, we don't ever gain the confidence to be a giant, because we're beat down by the giants. We're at least in that conceptualization that you have to be a great mind to come up with a great idea. You don't. Dumbasses can come up with great ideas. They just need to be heard, right? And the people that are heard get to spread the ideas, and then we think those are the people we should go to for ideas. They should be the people that we go to help form our own ideas, and that we should all start to endeavor to be able to come up with our own ideas through mimetic sharing and proper, linguistic frameworks and everything else. Like all the shit we're doing in society today, we've taken the public forum, which is some place you had to get up your ass, off your ass and go to giving the public forum, to every household in technically the world, but not the world yet. But technically everybody's got a voice. You got a phone, your voice is everywhere.
I think that's super interesting. Like, there's a bunch of things you're talking about, like coevolution, right? There's but the giants, when you're talking about that, unpacking it for a second, by saying like we don't need to reinvent the wheel. The wheel, I guess, the truth has always been existence, right? It's part of there's distortion, and then there's harmony. But giants, if they are maybe tapped into what the truth already exists, they didn't create it. So we're standing on things that tapped into the truth, but they didn't necessarily create it, right? And so we could tap into the same source. And I really genuinely believe that source is internal. Not that we're all the same, but the source is actually inside of us individually. It's about knowing yourself. And then I mean on the micro, the macro.
I think it's more about knowing the world. I think the more you expose yourself to the cultural anthropology, taking that class really opened up a lot of my perspective. I am an ethnocentrist. I think my culture is the best. But I learned cultural relativism in cultural anthropology, and I accept that cultural relativism is the more logical position, but I'm an emotional being and have an emotional attachment to my neighbors. So I'm a patriot or whatever. I'm an American nationalist or whatever. I promote my nation.
If you're emotional, you get hijacked. Sorry to cut you off. If you're an emotional being,
yeah,
you get hijacked.
I don't care. I'm a human, so I'm an emotional being. It's part of the human experience. I'm not ashamed of it.
It's part of the limbic system. There's a science behind it. There's nothing wrong with emotions. I would never say that. But it's also good to know that emotions without labeling is the ideal in returning to a baseline of regulated state. Emotional reactivity, if someone can gain that skill, that makes them just have a better quality of life in general, because they don't get hijacked by other people and power doesn't get bestowed.
The only reason we do anything is emotions. That's the only reason anybody ever does anything, is because they are emotive. If you want me to do a good thing, I emote. I get up and do a good thing, right? And for any reason that I ever do anything, it's because I'm in some emotional disposition.
I don't know. You can't. What about critical thinking, right? You're doing your taxes. It's fuck, I have to critically think and get math, right? Does that take emotion to do math?
Yeah, because I don't want to get my shit pushed in by the IRS. Yeah, takes that. Yeah,
I agree.
So everything I do is I'm motivated by emotions. Emotions were first, dude. Emotions beat logic. Logic was built upon some emotional pathways, right? For example, why do we hate? What is hate for? Hate is to protect the things we love. If you try to take the things we love, we use hate to protect it. Why would we do that? Well, because the things we love are the things that bring us safety and security, well-being, happiness, right? So the things we love are food, water, shelter, people, relationships, right? Those are the things we love. And so how do you keep the things you love? You protect them. You don't protect things with love. If somebody comes to your village to kill all your people, you're not going to love them out of warfare. You're just going to get your whole shit pushed in, and fucking there's your society. It's gone. It's dead.
I think that's super
village.
interesting. Super quick. Let's go back to the emotional thing. Do you need emotion to be content? Because being content is not being an emotional state.
Yeah,
it's
is
pretty regulated.
Content is an emotional state. It's a balance in your emotions. It's all emotion. It's a balance. It's a harmony of emotions that you're just as happy as you are pissed. You're like right there in the middle.
Well, so okay. Well, no, that's awesome. Let's just expand on that. So when you have oxytocin, which is love, or hate, which could be cortisol, those are overdoses of neurochemicals. Content, you're not overdosing on the neurochemicals. You can just, there's overdose and withdrawal cycles, but if you're content,
you can
you're not
overdose.
Withdrawing.
It's called reuptake inhibition. Inhibited.
Exactly.
Right.
That's
so
what
there's
emotions do to
reuptake
brains.
inhibitors, basically. No, but you can gas out. This is why people take SSRIs sometimes, or any of the other reuptake inhibitors. It affects the. So, do you know what a reuptake inhibitor does? Just
over a high level.
so, what a reuptake inhibitor, just for like the room or whatever. So you have what's called a synaptic cleft, and it's the connection gap between a neuron and its connection. And within that gap is where you get neurochemical exchange. So basically, the axon squirts some neurohormone across that cleft, and it on the other side it picks up on receptors. Those receptors do some things, and then release the chemical, and then the chemical travels back across the cleft and gets sucked back up. Right. So when we're content, you could say, is when you have the proper amount of neurohormones being exchanged across this cleft, and this, the neurons firing and producing the sensation of content. And when there's instability in that, like say your blood levels rise because your fucking kidneys start squirting shit, your adrenal glands start squirting shit, and you get amped up or whatever, this changes your neurochemistry to facilitate for that. So deficits in overstimulation can occur, but through reuptake, you balance back out. So it takes a time. So your emotions sway; they move around. They're not static modes that shift, right? So people take these SSRIs to block serotonin from being sucked back up after it's released. So it fires, goes across the cleft, and binds and gives them the feeling of contentness. Then that neuron releases it, and then instead of being reuptake, the drug blocks that, and it bounces back across the cleft. So they in effect are getting overstimulated through that, because they're affecting that neural transmission. And what happens is neurons can respond by modulating the amount of neurohormone that they're releasing during each squirt. And when you rapidly take away your SSRIs, that can plummet, and you can go into like serotonin storm or shock. I forget which one, but you could go into you have massive serotonin problems if you rapidly quit a drug like that. So you got to be real careful. But these are all things that motivate us for behaviors. That's what emotions are doing. They're prime. They're primal. They are the reasons that we even motivate ourselves to think and get up and go do shit. Beyond that, we just are, we're going to be well, we wouldn't function. We're humans. We need it, right? We would just die as a society, basically, if we all just became apathetic, morose people. We would never do anything, and we would all just fucking, society would crumble.
I don't know if I agree with a lot of what you said is like actually scientific and actually accurate. So yeah, the withdrawals and overdoses you explain a little more technical, but an emotional state, when someone's trying to get you angry, if someone let's say I gave you a gift and you don't accept it, whose gift is it?
It's mine.
No, you didn't accept it. So why would it, if I gave you a gift and
you
said,
relinquish,
"Oh, thank you,"
you relinquish, technically it's mine. Then you could take it back because I didn't claim it. You're just taking it back.
Okay,
now
so when it comes to
yours
anger,
again.
let's say I'm angry. So let's say I'm angry, and then I start MFing you, right? And then it's like, well, now are you going to get angry, or you don't have to? It's a gift, right? This emotional state I'm in,
It depends.
I'm trying to give to you.
It depends. If we're on the internet, I might get happy or something because I'm a troll. I might get angry myself because I'm a powder keg, right?
Right, exactly. But that's a gift that I'm giving you, and you have every right to say no, thank you, and not get hijacked emotionally. You can stay
No, I don't.
regulated. You don't have to emotionally react.
No.
It's a choice.
We have concepts like personal space, right? Like, and we have personal space because we are the most dangerous game. When I go out in society, I know I'm around the most alpha predators that they are. They're carrying weapons. They have guns. That's why I bring my gun whenever I go somewhere. It's because I know I'm walking amongst dangerous animals. You're not passive, nice people. Every single one of you is waiting for some bad shit to happen, and now I got to worry about, all my shit getting stolen and all my gasoline taken. I don't trust any of you people because I know what I am and I know what I'll do when the shit hits the fan and I need to go get stuff. I know exactly what you people are going to do too. So we're playing a game of society, but we've never domesticated. We just got so intelligent that we can agree to rules, but that's why we're all violent. Why do you think man is so violent? Because we're an emotional animal and we can't deny that. That is base and basal. So to act like I can just do this weird thing where I don't have my emotions modified by people around me, that's like sociopathy or something like that. That's a psychopathy or some kind of condition where you're not normal. A normal reaction is that if I poke you, you poke back. That's go try it with a crocodile, right? They're normal. They're not just running around like traumatized dicks. They're just animals. What do? You touch them a little lightly on the tail and their whole body freaks out. That's a normal stimuli to danger, right? You are dangerous animals, so you need to keep your distance in public like I keep mine. And if you invade that territory, you're a threat. You're a threat, unless I'm at a concert or something like that. Then that's agreed upon, right? Now we're going to be smushed up on each other. But in general public, it's 6 feet or something like that, 4 to 6 feet. You stay back, right? That changes. I have to be able to tolerate people getting closer if it's reasonable. But we are emotional animals because emotions either protect us from danger or motivate us to help others. If we didn't have emotions, we wouldn't do shit. We're primates. We don't work like that. You can't just take the emotion. If you take emotion out of the primate condition, you're taking away 50% of the neural mass. Okay, so it's a huge chunk of what we're doing as animals, man.
I'm following you. I am. And so there's 2 different points I hear. One, what you described with being strapped and prepared, to me sounds logical because you know what the outcome could be, the different variables, right? It doesn't sound emotional. It's just you're doing the logical thing.
That is emotional.
If this stand, well, it's not. It doesn't sound emotional. I mean, it could be a fear-based, but you're also there's
it is fear-based. It's just fear-based. Okay. I feel like I need to strap up walking around town, bro. That's fear-based. There's a freaking wild boar.
Which happens. So fear is mostly the unknown, right? It's if you know what you know, there's nothing to fear.
And the known. Like I said, there was a wild boar last night. I come home. There's a fucking wild boar running around the neighborhood, man. I don't know if they got it yet, but yeah, that's fear. That's rationalized fear. They could mess you up. It's got tusks and stuff. You got to be careful.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
yeah, so humans are more dangerous. Humans are far more dangerous than a wild boar. Dude, orders of magnitude. Dude, all of my neighbors have firearms, bro. Rifles, shotguns. Everybody. We all got firearms, bro. Humans are orders of magnitude more dangerous than wild. I could fuck that wild boar up, dude. That wild boar comes at me, it's dead. It's dead as shit, right? But it's a threat, bro. And it's a lesser threat than the humans I live with, right? And live with in the neighborhood. They all got guns, man. Yeah. Every single one of them. Just I could be walking my dog and it's just they're having a bad day and it's pow, and I'll never even know it. Be well, I'm not going to spoil it, but I'll never even know it.
Yeah, man, that's one way to live life. I would say to that, it's not about living in a utopia. It's about how do you carry yourself? What do you how do you energetically carry yourself? Are you minding your business? Are you handling your shit? Are you not fucking with other people in a bad way? It's that's sounds really loosely, but again, I run a company, right? And if I'm just always emotional, then I'm not going to get the results and grow the business the way I need to because I'm just in my feelings.
What do you mean? That is your emotion.
I need to be critically thinking.
Dude, why do you think stoic is not an emotion? You're saying stoic is not an emotion. Yes, it is. That is an emotion. It's called stoic. That's the name of the emotion. Stoic. It has a name. What do you think? It's like not an emotion? It's serotonin, oxytocin, vasopressin. Yeah, emotionally.
Yes, emotional regulation. If all humans had that, we'd be in a better world.
Well, that's, yeah, but you can't act like being emotionally regulated is not emotional. That is an emotion. It's a balance of emotions. Why are you looking at it like it's not an emotion? Dude, you are a human. You cannot take emotion out of the equation. It's impossible. You are an emotional animal, emotional being. Your essence is that of an emotional animal. It's like saying you're not a ground monkey. Yeah, you are. We're 100% a ground monkey, an emotional Homo sapiens sapien, primate, great ape, mammal, right? Vertebrate. That's
not right. That is a layer of it. It can go deeper than that, right? It's really just like bioelectrical.
It's not layers. I mean,
you can strip it down more.
You are entirely all those things. You are entirely a vertebrate. You are entirely a monkey. You are entirely an emotional animal, bro. You can't get out of it. It's your definition. It's like a car is entirely an automobile. It's what it is. You are an emotional animal. It's not something like you pick up at some point. You came out screaming, bro, because that shit sucked. You got squeezed through a tiny little tube, bro, and it hurt probably. You don't remember it hurting, but I bet you it did. I bet you that shit all, you know, your little soft bones and shit and nerves being stretched probably did hurt. I don't know. I don't remember. It seems like it hurts babies when they come out. They're all pissed off. None of them are happy. You ever seen a baby giggling when they come out?
No, not at all.
I've never seen that. It looks like it sucks.
No.
From both ends, right?
So, from exactly both ends. I've seen 3 births, and I totally don't remember mine, but that's, yep. I imagine they're all pretty much the same, very similar. Well, can we go back to knowing the world? My position on that is better to know yourself so you can know other people. If you don't know yourself, how do you know other people?
Well, other people program yourself. Like you're interacting, right? You're interacting with human beings and they become an aspect of yourself. That's your personality, right? Your parents are the prime. They're the ones there just dumping all their shit in your brain immediately before you have any defenses whatsoever. You have no cognitive pushback. They're just all of reality is whatever's coming out of their fucking mouths. They're the first things you learn to perceive. It's like we think it's faces. So it's like the first thing that we learn to perceive as visual beings, right? The faces of our parents. And we play the peekaboo game because it just trips the babies out, right? Because they don't got the object permanence yet. So we teleport into space-time. Just fucking with
right. So the parents programming, the adults, the programming conditioning from we're the child, the observer, and we're just observing, we're seeing the shit, and that's what we're the programming we're getting indoctrinated with 100%. But as an adult though, just because of that doesn't mean those narratives and scripts have to stay in place as an adult, because we're still, you and I, we're still the same observer as when we were like 4 or 7 or 13 or whatever.
And that's the key to my ethics and my why I argue Igtheism. That if you teach in the same modality you believe, I can't ethically blame you. Like if you're a Christian, Muslim, Jew, it doesn't matter. If you teach in the modality that you believe it. So if I believe on faith, I should teach on faith. It's when I believe on faith and I teach on absolute certainty. You don't need to be careful because I'll get pissed. You need to be careful because your child will get pissed. If you teach your child on absolute certainty and as an adult you've come to faith, what makes you think your child's not going to end up landing exactly where you landed? Right? What makes you think that? And when they start doing all the things that you did that made you get your faith, and you start realizing this, that, and the other thing weren't true as much as you thought it was, you're only undermining your own confidence score in your child's eyes because you've undermined your credibility there. You've gaslit them into believing something you know yourself is wrong. But if you believe it on faith and you taught it on faith and your kid grows up and believes something different, they're not going to look at you like you're a liar or that you misled them or manipulated or whatever, because it's consistent. They'll say, you know, mom or dad taught me this faith and they believe on faith and I understand that, and that's completely reasonable because we're spiritual animals, if you will. We're superstitious animals. And so through cultural proximity, we indoctrinate each other through inculcation. And so it's just a natural progress. But I'm saying if you want to do it ethically, teach it the way that you believe it, whatever it is. Just teach and be honest about it.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate this. It looks like I am destroying your live. It seems you have less viewers for this conversation.
Oh
Pretty
no,
honest,
I'm
and I
a
appreciate
small
this.
time content creator, dude. I get small. No, this is normal numbers for me.
Right on. Well, I
But
appreciate.
yeah, if you got to
your
go,
time.
man.
We can
Thanks
cover
for
more
the
stuff.
combo.
This was fun.
Yep, I'll be here again. Yeah, appreciate all the support there, guys, with the likes and stuff. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I got my own ethical takes. I don't try to get too much into ethics, I guess, in that realm on TikTok, because I'm a powder keg, and whenever I get into ethics and stuff, and I don't know, people disagreeing with my ethics like just trigger the fuck out of me. So they're not good conversations for me to have. No, I don't think I'm smart. I just think I'm wise because I've listened, and I'm 45 and I've listened a lot. So, and I've been able to, put this model together, but this has taken me a long time. I'm not very good at figuring things out. I'm very good at stealing memes, but I don't think I'm anywhere near that whole giant thing. No, fuck that. I know my limitations. I haven't figured really anything out in life, so I've just stolen memes from everybody else. I struggle at putting furniture together sometimes, so I can't sit here and say that anything that I said was smart. Everything that I said is just stuff that I learned going to school, paying attention, interacting with other people, and I just didn't have, I guess, certain biases keeping me stuck on certain things. That's not intelligence. That's just the inculcation failed or something like that. I don't know. I think most people can understand what I'm saying when I say it enough, and they pick up the jargon. When you get through the jargon and the technical terms and shit like that, it's I think a pretty simple linguistic philosophy. But don't get confused though, because like if I'm talking about science or anything like that, or biology or anthropology, that has nothing to do with Igtheism. It's not Igtheism. That's just me dumping memes, right? Because I love science and shit like that. So you give me an opportunity to start spewing memes and shit, my brain will just start doing that. I would have been one of those kids that was always asking, somebody questions, being annoying. I would have been one of those. Yeah, I mean, I love science and shit like that. When I was getting my nursing degree, I feel like I clept probably 80% of nursing. I felt like I didn't have to really study that hard for like most of it, because I did have to for like the ethics, the research side of it, drugs, math. Math, I just suck at holding on to math. I got to keep doing math or I suck at math. There was a lot of aspects I did have to study real fucking hard, but any of the like science shit, I got so kind of lucky. It's not luck, obviously. It's just exposure to science, but it just ran in tandem, right? Like, I don't know how else to say it, but I didn't actually clep any of the classes. I had to take the classes, but it just felt like because I've had a history of science that I already knew, like anatomy and physiology, biology, all that shit. I'd already known a lot of those systems, or at least had systems level exposure to it, to where conceptualization was a lot easier. So when I would read the material, it was just codifying a lot of the stuff that was already in there in the nursing model, right? Like how to be a nurse. That's what you got to learn, I guess, how to be a nurse is, just kind of knowing the orders of operations and stuff like that, what you're supposed to do. They got like handbooks and all kinds of diagnostic manuals and shit like that. They kind of make it easy for you. What are you guys talking about? God's meaning equal, or God equals meaningless is a problem for me, I guess. Why? What the category God, not individual gods. Like individual things referred to as God are not meaningless. God. It's like, what does John mean? It doesn't mean shit. It's meaningless, right? That's a meaningless, that's a name, but it doesn't mean shit. But sometimes it's not a name. Sometimes it's a noun. Like we take a dump in a John, right? That's a noun. It just means it's another semantic representation of a toilet, commode, loo, right? It's like trench, hole, bucket. All these things are, toilets, right? It's just a different semantic representation because toilets take on so many different meanings. And, well, one of the meanings is John, right? But John is also somebody that picks up a lady for money. That's also a John. So what does John mean? Doesn't mean shit. No one's trying to make a coherent category of all Johns. So we don't think of John as a contradiction or an incoherent proposition because it's not. We don't use it that way. We don't categorize John. Now we'll categorize Johns like all toilets are Johns, right? All holes you shit in are Johns, right? All people who go pick up ladies for money are Johns, all of them, right? All people named John are Johns. You can categorize these individual things because they have the same phonetic representations, right? That's all they have. They share phonetics, how the word sounds, right? John, John, and John. Those are three different words. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. I didn't repeat myself. Those are all distinct words. See what I'm saying? Like that's semantics, shared semantics, or independent semantics, shared phonetics. Buffalo is a phonetic. Buffalo is also another phonetic, or the same phonetic, but they're different semantics. So like a buffalo, like the animal, buffalo. So buffalo. From Buffalo, New York. So buffalo, buffalo. Okay? Buffalo, the animal buffalo from Buffalo. Buffalo, buffalo, buffalo. Right? They brush through things. They just bump into things. Like to buffalo is to like force your way through a crowd to buffalo. So buffalo, 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 right? It just keeps going, right? This is a representation of phonetic similarity and semantic difference. But it's phonetic. So God is a phonetic category. That's it. It's a phonetic, not a semantic category. Semantically, it's buffalo, 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 buffalo. That's it. That's a phonetic relationship. John, John, John is a phonetic relationship. They're not semantically related. And that's what the people are not getting about why God as a category is incoherent. It's like saying buffalo as a category is coherent when it's not. It's a phonetic category. But why would you reject the existence or accept the existence of a phonetic category? Because some buffaloes don't exist. Like the second buffalo doesn't exist in Buffalo. That's a place, right? The first buffalo exists because it's a buffalo. The second buffalo is just a place. You could say the place exists, but it's just a name of a place. So the place is not what the name doesn't exist, but the physical ground that we call Buffalo exists. And the buffalo is just the action that you do. You see what I'm saying? Like linguistics is complicating people, but humans have done their best to make it meaningful because it's a like super fucking dope tool that we use to communicate, do all kinds of cool stuff with. So we use the fuck out of it, even though it has a level of ambiguity that our monkey grunts are limited. There's like 40 different monkey grunts we can make. And that's why we get stuck on buffalo, 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 right? Like, that's why. So don't get confused with a category based on phonetic representation with a category that is incoherent based on, this category is incoherent as a category because they share no common uniting factors. There's no common traits in some categories. And so you break that up. And that's why we got like syntax and discourse and stuff. Like we're going to overlap the words. It's just how that works. We use the word, right? Word. So let's quit pretending that just because we have a phonetic relationship, that this is a valid category, a valid epistemic category, that we could say, yeah, I don't believe in any of those things have ontology. That's ridiculous. It's absurd for you to think that it's a proper category just because it has a phonetic relationship. That's what Igtheists are saying, is some gods exist, some gods don't exist. I just don't know what you mean by God other than the thing you're pointing at, because God is just a phonetic, it's a sound. God is a meaningless, incoherent sound people use to express their unwillingness to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. It's phonetics. That's what it is. Like, and to see so many people struggle at such a simple thing, it's just like, dude, this is gaslighting. It's not that I'm smarter. It's just that the Stockholm syndrome or something, you know, it's not Stockholm syndrome. It's just, it's like a variation of a kind of type of psychology or something, that people just get hung up on a proposition due to cultural familiarity. Like, even like you, I'm guilty of it. When I was working as a student nurse, and I was working on the the telemetry, which is just monitoring, it's not hard. You just monitor people, make sure they're breathing and stuff, and they're staying alive. It's pretty simple. But you talk to people, and some of those people are in difficult times and stuff. I was helping one lady, a Catholic lady, and she was super emotional, and she wanted me to get a priest for her. So I understand that a nurse's role is to make you comfortable, and if you believe in whatever, I'm going to help make you comfortable. And so I flagged down the priest and said, hey, do your thing, whatever happens, do it, and then we get on with our day. We're around emotional animals, we're emotional beings. You got to understand why people believe. We believe because of cultural proximity of belief. We're tribal animals. Like I said, I don't believe we ever domesticated. We never bred ourselves to be domesticated. We just got smarter and started making deals and agreeing and shit, right? But we didn't domesticate. If anything, we're promoting a warring species. Like, every time we go to war, violent people win, and the violent people breed and just keep passing the violent genes, right? And the smart people in the crowd try to rein us in, shit goes crazy, and we rinse and repeat. That's our history. History as a species. Constantly just doing bad shit to each other. Doing it because we promote it in our species, in our cultures, right? So to not see that people get misled into using pure semantic representations as epistemic priors, or that phonetic relationships count as proper categories of semantic relationships. Right? These are all things people learned from people who manipulated them to believe a falsehood, because it is false to think that you can make a proper epistemic category based purely on semantics that has no justifications, wherein the only relationship these members of this set have are a phonetic relationship. Like, if you can't see that as incoherent, like, I don't know, it sucks. It's, the programming is deep. It runs deep in some people. The longer you stay in a program, the harder it is to get unprogrammed. So this is why I'm trying to help people understand the atheist-theist false dichotomy, because we get more people on Igtheism, we could start freeing up brains to think about other shit. And, you only need Igtheism to make sure that whatever you're talking about is either semantic or epistemic. That's all Igtheism's for, really. It's being, I use it to pick on the theists and the atheists because they're just the best example, right? They're the ones, that are just like most egregious here. Oh shit! What is happening? The world is ending. Oh wait, no, it's not. We're good. We're still on. What the fuck was I saying? Yeah, we're all, I mean, it's just what we do. We just play cultural telephone with each other, and everybody thinks their family's right. My dad could beat up your dad. I mean, that's why, you look at nationalism or something like that. It's just, technically kind of the same thing. Everybody just gets convinced that, their culture is the best one. Not everybody, but that's the general theme, is kind of everybody gets a sense of, really, no matter how shitty your country is, kind of happens even if you have a bad country. A lot of people, I bet you a lot of people in like North Korea or something like that are happy. They're happy. Probably a lot are miserable. I would say the majority of them are probably miserable, but just to exemplify the point, they're an extreme, and I bet you even people are there, they love the condition because it's just, that's just what they have no problems worshiping, their dictator as a deity, right? I bet you a lot of them would never think that he poops, right? And that's just what you could get people to, it's actually pretty scary, what you can get people to believe. I mean, just look at Manson, right? Like what he got people with the Tates. Was it Tate or, yeah, it's Tates. Thanks for sharing the live, Wordy. Appreciate it. Just trying to spread those memes. Because look, at the end of the day, my philosophy isn't arguing that things do or don't exist. This is an epistemic model, right? Epistemic model to fact check epistemic models. If things exist, they exist. I don't give a shit, whatever it is. Doesn't matter to me. You show me a square circle, I guess they exist, right? Like, I guess we're wrong. Like, I don't know what to do, right? Like, it's right there. You're showing it to me. So I guess we'll just have to go back to the drawing board on logic, right? You show me a square circle. Now, I don't think they can exist. I actually think they're impossible. But again, I don't argue with reality. It's just, I let reality tell me what it is. I don't care what it is. Just, it is what it is. All I care about is, can my monkey brain make sense of it? Can I build a proper model that represents it? And then if I think I got one, can I represent it, right? It's one thing to say I have all these personal experiences about how Igtheism is true. I climbed this tree when I was a kid. I was climbing this tree, and the branch broke, and I fell down. I hit my head. I went unconscious, and when I woke up, I just knew it had been revealed to me that Igtheism is true. See? That's how that works.
Hey, all right. Well, now that I know you're a nurse, we could talk some little shop.
Well, I'm not that kind of nurse. I got my degree, but I didn't pursue it because my brain's broken.
Oh, okay. Well, you said you worked a little med-surg tele, right?
Yeah, well, I did a lot of different departments during, like, at the last semester. The last semester is like all working in the hospitals, and then throughout the nursing program, you interact in the hospital, so you get exposed to a lot of different outside of the hospital.
Okay.
Community nursing, all different. Yeah, during clinicals.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, I'm in transport right now, so I just move people around the hospital, inside the hospital, and I have to interact with the policy often, and orders. I gotta make sure everything's kind of lined up before I take the patient, somewhere, and I often think it would be great if nurses learned, epistemology, at least a very simple framework of hey, here's how you know something's true in your job, because I feel like there's so many things that are just I see so many insane things that people do, and I'm like, why would you do that? And they're like, well, so and so told me that's how we do it, and I'm like, well, but did you read the policy, and I feel like it kind of interacts with what you're talking about. There's just beliefs that we hold almost on a feeling that it's true. You never really verified that it was true, you know?
It's that's experience. I mean, the brain extrapolates. That's why I say it's when I'm telling people about Igtheism, I think the first thing you should do with this model is test yourself. Go at your own brain, see what happens.
Yeah. How do you do that?
You just ask yourself questions like next time you think you know some shit, ask yourself why you think you know it. Do you have an epistemic prior? Or was it just because, some dude told you? That's why I say, if somebody asks me, like, foundationally, what do I know? I just tell them, look, I know the shape of banana, and I'm pretty sure what's inside of a coconut. Beyond that, I'm just a ground monkey on a mud ball flying through space. Then there's nerd shit, whatever the fucking nerds are saying. I know a lot of what they're saying, but I don't know if it's true or not. But I can represent what they're saying. And, I think what they're saying is pretty cool. Is it true? I don't know. It's beyond my scope.
Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Well, if I name my child Square Circle, then there's a square circle, right?
Hey, look. Hold on. Look. Bam. Get wrecked, nerd.
Yeah. See? Yeah. That's cool. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, but I think I like what you're saying. Let's get beyond this age-old, argument about does God exist? What is God? Which one's true? Blah 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 blah, and go do something cool, help somebody with something, or solve a medical mystery, or something like that. What are we doing?
We're just being ground monkeys, man. It's just what ground monkeys do.
That's true. Yep. All right, man. Well, I sent a share to some of my friends, from my faith. I think they'll appreciate what you're saying, because we often get caught up in this kind of, So some of the people from my faith are like, well, I can't say I believe in a God, and others are like, yeah, I do, and it's weird, but we all get along, so it's kind of fun. I think having the conversation with you will be good. Hopefully they'll all be well behaved.
Look, man, I'm a powder keg. People need to understand that about me. So don't get too attached to me, because I'm not attached to anybody else. I've learned not to be. So, not out of trying to be personal. It's just barriers and boundaries, protect me.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're all clashing together. The internet, I think of it like this. If you had 10, barrels, filled with water, and you collapse the barriers between them all in the same direction towards each other. That's what's happening, You got people from all over the world clashing on the internet. I can talk to somebody from Sri Lanka right now, and there's like a millisecond delay, It's amazing. So we're all learning about each other. Like you said, we're all taking our telephone stories that go back, to ancient times, and those stories are all clashing together. And some people are getting upset. They don't want to let go of their personal telephone story. How can another person's telephone story be right when mine is right?
When we get it right.
Well, yeah.
When we get it right, So, we're getting it right. Take child, the age of marriage, age of consent. We're getting it right progressively. We're moving. Maybe it's too young, maybe it's too old, but we're moving forward to a more understood. Because really, what caused it was human growth and development. Classes like that, fields like that understand how it works is psychological priming. What it does to a brain if you prime it too early, or what it does to a brain if you prime it too late. Like linguistics, if you don't prime the brain as early as possible, it's a very, very difficult thing for your brain to actually grasp. The earlier you do it, the easier it is for you to excel at linguistics. And so it requires the proper exposure at the proper time along the development of the kids. And that's why we have K through 12. That's why we have curriculums. This is why we have nerds going in there and saying, you know, at 6th grade, they should be exposed to this shit. At 8th grade, they should be at this. At 9th grade, you know, it's memetics. It's structured memetic programming using these kinds of cognitive pathways to take a primitive. We're all born primitive. We're all born like we would have been 150,000 years ago, 300,000 years ago. And any one of us born today under these memetic constraints will basically develop through the K through 12 process and have the same aptitudes. But that's why we've come out with community colleges and universities, because we've had this higher and higher demand for a more sophisticated ground monkey. And so we have to culturally and memetically program the ground monkey to excel at its era, right? But that's the luxury of, you know, being hyper specific and specialized and stuff, is that the people who know how to make microchips don't know the first thing about building rockets. So
yeah, true. Have you ever looked into feral children?
Yeah.
Like the problem. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's horrible. That's why I can't be a nurse. Like, the only department I had any love or passion for was the emergency department, and the child abuse that goes through there is just not something I can tolerate. I can't handle that professionally. Like, I will lose my shit, and I realized this in kind of in the moment, and almost lost my shit. And then later on, I was talking to the nurse that was, you know, training me or whatever, and I just come to realize that it's too much of a risk. I almost, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's too much of a risk for a powder keg like myself to be in it. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be my own nurse, is basically what I realized. Is no matter how good I think I am, I would not want me to be my nurse. Fuck that. So I said, this is a huge mistake.
We see a lot of tragedy, yeah, and a lot of injustice. It's definitely tough.
You got to be emotionally stable for that shit. I'm not. I'm not.
oh yeah, or just completely disconnected. Yeah. I don't know if that makes emotional stability. I guess it does.
Yeah, it is.
Being completely disconnected. Yeah.
It's emotional maturity. No nurse becomes a psychopath. They just learn how to deal and process with the emotions, because they're emotionally stable and mature people, and I am emotionally immature and not unstable, because my health, my therapy, my coping mechanisms, the things that I do to keep me grounded and stuff, that I don't explode like, you know, in public or on people or something. I'm very level-headed there because I don't want violence, but I am very prone to anger. So I've had to have a lot of practice, anger management and shit like that.
Yeah, I hear you. I got a little famous for some of the things I said during COVID time, on different platforms, and that was the anger coming out, and I had to work through that. There's a level of acceptance, even if you think something's wrong. Like what I realized, I was fighting reality itself. Reality is what it is. People do this, people do that. I think it's right, I think it's wrong, whatever. It doesn't matter. It is what it is. And I was like, I had this belief that it should be different than it is. That actual reality should be different than it is. And I kept fighting against reality until I just accepted it. I didn't resign myself from what I didn't like. I just had to get back past that layer of acceptance, and then I go, okay, hey, guess what? Reality is what it is, and it really sucks, But now that I realize the reality sucks, I can do what I can to think, to do what I think makes it better, And it's just that layer. It's like it's a fine line between acceptance and resignation, and acceptance is good, and resignation's not. So at least in my worldview, but yeah. So I was able to just kind of flip the switch there, and then all of a sudden, all the encounters I had with the people that I thought were doing the wrong things, I didn't have any of that emotional feeling anymore. I was just like, all right, here we are, reality. We're here again. you know. And then you just move forward. And then you can really deeply connect with things easier that way. I don't know. But that's just my own personal experience, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
not that
I've
way for
become an ethical misanthrope because of my disdain for human behavior. I think we're an insanely unethical species, and the majority of things that we do are just toxic and vile. I know exactly what, the feelings you're processing there.
Yeah. Yeah. Trying to buy a car for my daughter right now. This guy has a car for listed for this price. You call? Oh, that was the down payment price. Well, hey man, that's the price, you know. Are you gonna sell me for that price or not? Are you false advertising or not? You know, and like 20 people I talk to, there's like 5 people who are actually honest. And go show up, see this guy, do the background check on the car, find out he's actually a dealer. He's curbsiding and and he's withholding information that the title shows that it's had structural damage. And I'm like, bro, like, and this was right after he said we have a gentleman's agreement. So, you always got to remember, even somebody trying to be a gentleman still just an irrational, biological being.
Yeah, but we got to stay rational, man. Just like we got to stay emotional. People want to try to delete emotion and replace it with logic, and that's just nonsense. It's just some stupid programming like Jordan Peterson tried to put in people's brains. It's just dumb. You can't turn off human to become human. It's stupid.
Yeah. All right. Nice to talk to you again. I got a busy day. I got to run. All right.
Be safe.
I guess not God bless you, but like awesomeness to you. How about that?
I don't believe in any kind of spell, so just be safe. That's what you can do.
Okay, cool. Be safe. Cheers.
Yep. Yeah, YouTube people. I've been focused elsewhere, so I don't read well, so don't be all hating on me because I miss your comments and shit. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to always be promoting off platform, but you can find me on 3 different platforms. Technically, kind of 2 right now. Yeah, I know there's a broken function in the Discord. Oh, wait, hold on, is it working? No, it's still fucked. Let's see, we got anybody in here wants to go at the memes? Got any malcontents here? Sorry, I'm distracted a little bit. Anybody want to disagree with some stuff? Get some things going with the stuff. Stuff and things. Stuff and things are like hand in hand. Thanks for the likes and follows or whatever there. Appreciate it. Or the little heart button. That one. That's the best one right there. The heart button. I'm here to discuss Igtheism. My goal is to brainwash several nerds to promote the philosophy so that I can listen to what they have to say. That would be basically what I'm trying to do. That's why I'm on here. I just need a big brain nerd who is also emotionally stable, and then we could just like take over like literally the entire universe or get like everything. It could all become ours. I mean, to really think about it, like Igtheism is like limitless potential. There's really nothing that follows from Igtheism that doesn't say we can't take over the entire universe. We could probably even theoretically make whole universes, let them evolve for a little while until people come about and they start believing that it's their universe. Then we can like go there and like be like, nah, this is our universe too, bitch. And then, you know, we just like there's limitless potential for total like interdimensional domination. It's totally consistent with Igtheism. So if you want to learn how to do all that, I could teach you. Yeah, but I need your brain. I need access to the inside of your brain. I need to get into the annals of your mind, dude. I can't do that just like one-sided. My brain just doesn't work like that. That's why I need a nerd. I need a nerd. I've recognized this, that I need a nerd to figure this shit out. Well, that's why we expand the annals of our mind, dude. Memes do that. Memes deck the halls with the memes of the annals of your mind. And you know, when they get sucked into the default mode network, you're in, dude. Like you could just synthesize all kinds of ideas and shit. You need to make stuff up, bow, you can just make stuff up. You need to be all factual and shit, bow, you can be all like factual and shit. It's limitless. There ain't nothing an atheist can do that I can't do better, right? Nothing. Everything an atheist says, I can do that with Igtheism, just better, more coherently, and without picking up burdens of proof I didn't want, you know, like ones that put like, you know, like my top thing there. Most atheists believe in the God of classical theism. That's true. It's totally true. I don't need that in my brain. I don't need that viral mimetic in my brain right there for Igtheism. I'd quarantine that motherfucker in my brain. Atheists, though, in order for them to be an atheist needs something like the God of classical theism in their brain to say, I don't believe in that. That's what they're doing. That's atheism. Atheism walks around with this God in their brain so that when people ask them a question, they're like, yeah, nah. I'm an atheist with respect to this idea that I carry around in my brain called the God of classical theism. And then you ask an atheist, like, well, where'd you get that God? You know, where'd that God come from? And it literally, they invented it, the philosophers and them, like, co-invented the God of classical theism. Because, like, if you go talk to anyone else, like, if you talk to, like, a Christian, a Hindu or something, or literally anyone, they generally don't believe in God, the God of classical theism. They don't. I know it sounds weird, but if you think about it, like think about the properties of Yahweh, yeah, that's not a God of classical theism. The only way that you can get to that Yahweh is a God of classical theism is if a like theist, like a Christian, believes that their God counts. That's what happens is the theist, like the Christian thinks to themselves, well, my God is not a God of classical theism, but it would sure be dope if it was as good as that God, the God of classical theism. Like that God's fucking awesome. So what I'm going to do as a Christian is I'm just going to pretend that my God has those properties. I'm going to say that my God has those properties. But the properties of the God of the classical theism is not the properties of Yahweh. Especially, it's not the property of Yahweh in the Bible. And it's more specifically not the properties of the character of Yahweh as it's evolved through, the Fertile Crescent over the millennium, the millenniums, right? How do you do millenniums? Millenniums is over the millenniums. The concept of the character Yahweh has evolved, right? Completely went from a henotheistic, polytheistic God that sat amongst members of equals on its pantheon, and it wasn't the top. Then it evolved to be the top, and now it's evolved to be the one true and only, right? And this is a testament of another evolution of the character of Yahweh, is that out of nowhere, out of literally nowhere, the character of Yahweh transmutated, literally reshaped itself into the God of classical theism by the theists who argue for it, because they just say, yeah, Yahweh fits that bill, and no, it doesn't, right? Yahweh does not fit that bill. It doesn't have the properties of the God of classical theism. So that's my problem with atheism, is that to be an atheist, there needs to be a God for me to reject. Otherwise, what am I rejecting? And then I'm saying like I'm a non-stamp collector. I'm just going around saying, you see those guys over there? Yeah, I see them. I'm not those guys. It's like, all right, well, good, right? Okay, right? What else do I say? You're not there. What are you? What, you want to tell me what you are, dude? Because I know you're not those guys. Like, what are you, though? And they'll do that. They'll tell you all these other things that they are, but it talks about God. It's like, well, yeah, with reference to God, yeah, I don't believe any of them exist. That's what they'll tell you. I don't believe in any of them existing. And then you'll be like outside, right? You'll be like outside. I'll be like putting on sunblock, right? And I'll be like, oh, yeah, yeah, There's no gods, huh? There's literally, there's no gods, really? There's no gods, not a single god. And I'm just smearing bullfrog like all over my hair, especially on my nose. I like put extra cakey layer of bullfrog on my nose while you're telling me no gods exist. I'm sitting here like caking down like God protection. Like one of the gods is just like beating the shit out of my ginger skin. So I'm like this to God the whole time that you're telling me like no gods exist. That's what you're saying. And you're a debate bro troll, aren't you? Yeah, nah, I'm good. So atheists just struggle at answering the question, why do I have to put on bullfrog while standing outside? Right? Explain this to me, atheist. If God's not real, then why have I spent hundreds of dollars in my life on bullfrog? Why? It clearly exists, or at least that one. That one clearly exists. Go ahead. Oh, wait, is this Compot? What is Compot? Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Talk more.
Sorry?
Say longer sentences.
What do you mean?
Say at least 10 words in a row.
Why?
Because my brain don't like you, that's why. I don't know why it doesn't like you, but it doesn't. I'm just going to go ahead and trust it. So if you can't say 10, no, get out of here. If you keep popping up on my shit, I'm going to block you from my stream, dude. No, you don't get to come up. You wouldn't answer me. You wouldn't engage, bro. I said say 10 words. You wouldn't start talking. So I'm not going to do that. That other wubby, I'm not bringing that dude up here. Ask him what he said on Discord. All the things that dude said. If it's the same guy, I'm not going to do it because he's got the same picture, the same stupid ass picture too. I'm bringing him up. Ridiculous. Yeah, small audience for a reason. I'm trying to fix it, and I don't care about your presence. You can go now. Thank you. Sorry you didn't get your limelight, bro. Did you know you can go live, man? It's free. Fucking debate bros coming here all mad. I don't get, dude. Not letting you on my stream debate, bro. I've tried to have a conversation with you for years, man, and you have been a toxic troll for years. You don't want to say 10 words so that I can map your voice patterns, then I don't know what to tell you. That's what I need you to do. You wouldn't do it. Because I'm pretty sure you were just on a sock account or whatever. You're on another account. That's all you were doing. You were just him. The guy with the debate bro. The toxic F word using debate bro. That's not getting on my stream, dude. You're not doing it. So I don't know what you think, but I know what I think. Yep. Absolutely confident that I made the right decision there. Oh, thanks for the roses there, Andre. Appreciate it. In the hearts. Thank you. Yeah. What do we got? Bay? Bay, you got a problem with my memes? Calling you out. You got questions? I might have answers. Is this Sean? Sean loves math. Why would you love math? I'm an atheist by definition. There are too many proposed definitions of the word God, so I have specified with each person before I engage. Yeah. You just got to specify which one before you engage, and then you've got to be, true and honest. You be true and honest. Oh shit. You just be sorry. That was my Discord, and he didn't say what you think he said. It's very close, but it starts with an M. And it's like the pants, like this. That's what he said. That's the guy's name. He's not in this chat right now, but he's a guy we know. He's just got a phonetically close name. Yeah, I think, like I always say about the atheists, they'll say, they'll borrow from the atheist worldview and say it depends on what you mean by God. If you're gonna say that to somebody, you got to stick to it. You got to say, like, if you say your concept of God depends on what they mean, then you got to treat their definition as the dependent variable to your conclusion. That's the agreement. If I ask you if you believe in God, and then you respond, it depends on what you mean by God, and then I give you a definition, you have to depend on that definition. That's the agreement. If you break the agreement, then you should say your definition of God is an independent definition to my rejection. That's what the atheist would have to say, right? If my definition of God being Jesus or my definition of God being the Son doesn't matter to you reaching a conclusion, then you're not talking about either of those gods. You have your own God that you're referencing. Then whose God do you reject? You would be saying all of them. Well, if it's all of them, and you're saying it depends on what you mean, well, unfortunately, atheist, the Son is one of them. So the only out that you have to maintain atheism is to say that your definitions are independent definitions, independent variables to my conclusion, that the dependent variable in my conclusion that God does not exist is for this example, the God of classical theism. That is the dependent definition the atheist would be using in the model where that's what they're rejecting. Like when an atheist tells you, well, my atheism is with respect to the God of classical theism. Okay? But that's your God. That's not Yahweh, right? That's not Vishnu. Like most gods aren't the God of classical theism. So do you reject those gods? Do you reject Zeus? I understand he's not a God of classical theism, but do you reject Zeus? So it's just linguistics. It's like you guys are tripping up that you have a phonetic representation. You have a phonetic category. You're categorically rejecting a phonetic relationship of Jeremy. You lack belief in the existence of Jeremy. That's what you're saying. That's the same kind of category. A phonetic category is names. It's fucking names, man. You're rejecting the existence of a name. Then what can be named God? Or Son. Son can be named God. So you either reject its ontology or you reject its epistemology. If you're rejecting epistemics, you're granting ontology. Because if you don't have ontology, you ain't discussing epistemics. If there's no ontology, there's no epistemics. The epistemics is of the ontology. So if you are talking about epistemics, you have granted ontology. So if you say, look, the Son isn't a God, you're granting that God's ontology. You're just saying epistemically, I disagree. But if you're granting that God's ontology, then you're not an atheist. You're a theist. You believe in the existence of that God. You just epistemically push back that this nerd's got the right representation of it. He doesn't. It's wrong about it. It's a giant ball of plasma. But it's the Son. You call it the Son, and phonetically he calls it God, right? And epistemically, or semantically, in this case, he would be wrong, right? That's because semantically, you represent your epistemic model semantically as a giant ball of plasma. I agree, it is a giant ball of plasma that is a God, because that monkey said it's a God. Because that's the rule. The rule is that monkeys point at stuff and call it God. It's not God is because it has this particular ontological set. No, it doesn't. It's just, you see the monkey? Yeah. You see the monkey? It's right there. You see it? Yeah. That's why that thing's a God, because the monkey pointed at it and called it God. Quit looking at the thing the monkey's pointing at. It's the monkey. Because it's a conceptual relationship. The monkey is convinced this thing has this sound association of phonetic God. It does that. It makes that sound when it points at it. It's God. And it's God because it is what it is. That's how anything that has a sound associated to it is what it is, right? A dog is a dog. That's a sound associated with a type of animal, and it is what it is because it's that type of animal. That's the answer. Some of these gods exist and some of these gods don't. It's not the ontology of God that, combines the God category. It's the brains of monkeys. Monkeys point at stuff and call it God. That stuff either exists or it doesn't. It's concrete or it's abstract. Those are the options. You can either point at a real thing or a fake thing. Right? If you're pointing at a fake thing, you're not actually pointing. Right? You're just conceptually indicating. You're conceptually indicating. But if it's real, you would be pointing. You'd be like, yeah, it's over there. Like, where's space? Well, it's like all around us, right? It's everywhere. You put your hands through it. What direction is it? Well, I mean, it's all the directions, right? You can point to it. People just get hung up because so many people in culture just kind of get in line and act like it's all right, but none of these people really thought it out. When you do, it's like, yeah, it's incoherent. It's not necessarily wrong. It's just that it's incoherent. You got to contextualize the God thing, and then you can, you could, defeat square circle man. I'll be right back. Go to the bathroom. Happening. All right, I have returned. Oh shit. Oh shit, wrong button. Don't read that one. It's a secret comic. Can't read it. Yeah, he hasn't. I don't think he's officially given me permission to like out him who did it, but it's one of the chatters made it. He comes and goes, but he made those, I guess. Pretty cool. Yeah, Square Circle Man. He shoots a beam and it deletes reality, so you really can't fuck with him. Like, you don't want to fuck with Square Circle Man. Like, he's undefeatable. Because he doesn't exist. That's the thing. It's like you literally can't do anything to him. Because he has none of the properties of existence. And like basically every known magical, psionic, physical attack only attacks the things that exist. There's no weapons that are designed to attack things that do not exist. So he's literally impervious to all forms of attack. And that's crazy. Like that's crazy in and of itself. That he is that indestructible. And then he's got a beam that like could delete reality. Jesus, like what do? You just can't even do anything. As soon as it fucking detonates and goes off, it's literally all of reality just gets deleted. So, and he don't care because he don't exist. So, you know, I mean, it's just, you know, what do you just, he's indestructible. You can't fuck with him. He's not made of anything. He is perfectly comfortable not having reality around because he's entirely undependent on it since he's Square Circle Man. I mean, you think Thanos is bad. Like, you don't even want one baby second of Square Circle Man beam to eject. And man, when he unleashes the beam, it's on cosmic scales. So, yeah. You think all powerful is powerful. Square Circle Man, living in a non-existent land, has infinite access to nothing and can draw upon nothing at a inversely proportionate energy relationship. So for every one nothing, it converts 100 somethings. So this is why the beam is so powerful. It transcends the Casimir effect on, you know, non-dimensional scales that invert human cognition back to primal instincts, you know, from, you know, chemoreceptors that allowed us to do chemotaxis and stuff. Like, we were protists, okay, at one point. And Square Circle Man, you know, I'm just telling you, like, you don't even fuck with Square Circle Man. Just don't do it. So the moment people start citing magic, I just start thinking about summoning, you know, Square Circle Man. And then at that point, it's just over. See, I could do it too. I could just say a bunch of incoherent bullshit that makes no fucking sense at all and pretend it's all, you know, that's an epistemic model, y'all. That was everything that I just said was an epistemic model. I understand that you don't have the personal experience of any of that being true. I get that, you know, because it happened in a time, space, location, and I can't demonstrate it this TikTok live, but just take my word for it real quick. Just once. Just take my word for it once, and then allow me to continue to use that as an epistemic prior. Because I'll just remind you. Remember where you let me say it here, right? Remember? I'll just keep reminding you that you gave in. You gassed out right there. That's where you gassed out right here, and that's where you let my presupposition count as you know, an axiom or a brute fact or something like that, and then or a sound logical explanation to some reasoned amount of data that concluded, to some like sigma 4 or something reasonable. And then from here, after the atheist gassed out and just let me use pure semantics as an epistemic prior, right here, see, psh, I got all that. You gave me all this, the whole rest of it. I'll just take it now. That's the power of don't give them that. Give them nothing. They don't get shit. Like, you see, like, they want their ontology, right? Bam, there's no ontology. That's ontology, no ontology. Ontology, and then once you have ontology, then it all begins. It's linear, like that. I don't know if you could see it, but I have my finger wiggling. I'm using like the screen as a deal. Yeah, it's sort of what like Lawrence Krauss was trying to say is how nothing, makes something, nothing being, quantum fluctuations, that you could borrow like an enormous amount of energy for a moment of time, as long as you give it all back or make an inversely proportionate relationship that it maintains the nothing status, that it's not energy there. When you got gravity, and then you got like energy and shit, and gravity's like negative energy. That's kind of what he's saying, Think about it, the quantum fluctuations give rise to like a big bang, and then it just like scatters, and that gravitational relationship sort of scatters out, but you still have that baryonic matter chilling, and it has to gravitationally like reset. And so as long as it resets, it's back to zero, and you didn't really do anything. There's like, you didn't invent anything. You did for like however many billions of years it was around, but you gave it all back, so it's zero. Like, there's nothing there. Question is, how does shit get all destabilized, and how does nothing get, quantum fluctuations? What are those things, right? There's still a lot of questions on that stuff, so who fucking knows? But there's cool ass ideas out there. Wait, why can't you use measurements in energy? Like, what's a Newton or a Pascal or some shit? What? That's what charge is, or magnetism. Like this is the fucking thing. Like magnets, right? It's energy. Look at that fucking thing. It's like stuck to it. It's fucking wild. This is fucking magic. Look at that shit. It's fucking magic. I don't understand how it's not magic. So, like, there's literally nothing that's connecting these two fucking things, man. Like, nothing. Look, they're completely separated. Look, they're not even, there's no string or nothing. They just, look at that. Like, there's literally, look at that. I could just, watch, I could just pull it off. It's like fucking magic, man. I have no idea how these things fucking work, man. Not a fucking clue. Nerds will tell you it's just like charged shit. It's like, just shut up, man. Shut the fuck up. You didn't even hear that nerd shit. Fucking magic. Like, you literally cannot prove to me it ain't magic. What would you do? What would you do to prove to me that ain't magical? That like, where's the string or glue? It's not sticky. Look, it doesn't stick. I gotta hold it. Because look, these things aren't sticky at all. They're like completely smooth. Like entirely smooth, bro. It's not like they're rough and they're like Velcroing. And like when you, like, I could feel like the magic. See, look, it just got sucked out of my hand. It's crazy. It's like there's a magic force or something. Look, I could feel it. It's right there. It's like a wall. It's an invisible force field. Look at that. I got stuck. It's like it don't want to. And then look. It's fucking magic, dude. And there's a big brain nerd that said it. Richard Feynman. He said these work on magic. So I just cite him. He's a pretty big brain nerd. He told me that I was too dumb. That he would explain it to me, but I'd be too dumb. And then he proved it. He like explained it to me, and I'm like, so magic. That's what you're saying. They just work. And then that would be the answer. Yeah, they just do, I guess. Because you're too dumb to understand how they work. I am. I don't know how they work. I heard it's about charge, right? I heard that shit, but like that don't help me at all. It's just, okay, it's force. Why is it invisible? Why don't I feel it? I don't fucking feel it, right? This is all, they tell you, well, it's about the way it's flowing and the ions are lined up and they do the force, right? Like, that's why. It's like, okay, dude, whatever. I don't see it. I don't fucking see it, man. I ain't never seen it. You could show the magic lines too. You could show the magic ley lines or whatever they're called. The way lines or something. You could show the magic lines. You can like you could cast this cool ass spell with these things. You put it like down on a piece of like something, and you put like iron filings around it, and it'll reveal the magic lines that cast the spell. It's pretty cool. Well, no. Life is energy. It's mass, bro. It's like it's mass. It's baryonic matter. That's energy, man. It's energy in a form, taking form, right? Like this. Like this. Look. This is a mass. The nerds will tell you it has something to do with like the conservation of angular momentum or some fucking shit or something. They say something about it. I don't know I can't remember what they said. So my brain keeps deleting it because all I can perceive is magic. They just keep telling me it's not magic, and then they give this endless spiel of nerd shit that makes no fucking sense and never actually show me how it's not magic. They never disproved it's magic at me at one time. All they did was provide this like stack of fucking squiggles and what looks to, you guys ever seen what like spells look like in physics? Google chromodynamics and hit images. If you want to see how to cast like chicken, there's a spell in Nerd, and you look at it. It's chromo-electrodynamics or something like that. Just Google that, hit images, and that's the spell to cast like anything. You can cast chicken, earth, reality. You could cast literally anything. You could summon it with that spell. That's a summoning spell. So I mean, nerds know how to do it, apparently. We just, our brains aren't big enough. We don't have enough energy. We got to make more energy. Got like heaps of it. Gotta go find it. It's uphill. You go get it, like you just kick it over the edge and then use it. Funnel it like in this little tiny hole. But yeah, man, like energy is in flux. Everything is made out of energy. There's no such thing as static objects, bro, as far as we can tell. Unless you're referring to the block. But again, that would be in like a hyper-dimensional fucking bullshit or other. Like there's literally nothing that is sitting still. Nothing. It's all moving. You know, like one way to look at it, it's like an analogy. But like if you want to understand like a particle, like what a particle is in energy, okay? In energy, you have to think about concepts like boundary conditions. And so one way a monkey's brain can understand a boundary condition inside of a substrate with no boundaries is a vortex. So if you've ever seen a vortex in a river, a vortex would be a good model of what an atom is, right? A vortex is a better conceptualization of what they call a physical thing, right? Like an atom or whatnot, quarks and shit, is you could think about it as bits of energy in space-time spinning and kind of weaving in and around itself so fast that it generates a boundary condition within its own substrate, the fields. And so the fields basically are vibrating and contorting and twisting on itself. The field is itself, and that's an excitation of the quantum fields, is that the energy is flowing through that field in such a way that it's stimulating and twisting and contorting space-time and wrapping itself up in a way that it's like a vortex in an ocean. You know, that's like, what's the difference between the edge of the vortex and the outside? It's nothing. It's just a configuration of the water. And that's the boundary condition between inside and outside of the vortex. And it's similar with atoms or whatnot, that there are ways that energy contorts space-time, the fabrics, right? The fields, and how those fields like manifest when they loop and interact in on themselves, when they get all contorted. And those interactions, you know, would be how strings interact with membranes. And when membranes get all like twisted or something, they generate macroscopic objects. So this is why there's a mass energy conversion, because when you put enough energy in space-time and twist it up like that, it interacts with other fields like the Higgs field, that interacts to act as sort of like something to slow down mass motions and stuff, so you get inertia within these fields. The inertia is a relationship that the graviton has with the membranes, right? So it's just a way to kind of visualize what things are. You don't think that atoms are made up of a substance. They're a boundary condition established by high energy and low energy states. That when you have a high energy system next to a low energy system, it's hard for a low energy system to participate in a high energy system. It needs to smoothly get in there, right? If you like take a water jet. If you're standing next to a water hose and it's at full blast like a fire hydrant, and you try to stick your hand in it, it hurts like fuck. But if you run at the same speed, or maybe a better analogy would be like in a speedboat, right? If you're parked, just not moving in the boat, the water feels nice and soft. But when you get up to speed, that water gets hard. And it's hard to push your hand into that water because of the boundary condition established by your relative speed now. Whereas before, where you were slow, the boundary condition didn't exist. You could just push your hand right in it. But at speed, there's a new boundary condition. So if you could twist and contort space-time super fast, you'll have a boundary condition between inside and outside that little contortion and that little twisted up little knot. Same thing. Your boundary condition. Walter, if you're a troll, I'm just going to be like, we're moving. You got to be at least 18 years old.
Yo, I'm genuinely just asking because I've never heard of this. What is Igtheism?
Oh, it's a linguistic philosophy that deals with proper epistemic models. So like how to construct and determine whether somebody's epistemology is an epistemology versus semantic representation. So it's how we use semantics to represent our epistemology.
I'm gonna pretend I know any fucking word you just said. Goddamn.
Do you know what semantics are? The meaning of words?
I thought that was definition. Definition is the meaning of words.
Yeah,
No?
that's what semantics deals with, what words mean. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So definitions would be the structure of that. Yeah. And so you have multiple definitions, and that is the semantic relationship that a word has.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And you have the phonetic relationship a word has, which is just the sound it has. So water, John, it's just a sound, right?
Okay.
So there's categories of sounds, categories of meanings, categories of contexts, right? Categories of syntax. Like what's a noun, right? It's a category. It's a category of word.
So what interests me then is, what does that have to do with atheism and theism?
Because they're not valid epistemic models.
So what's epistemic?
Epistemic is a model of understanding that you have of ontology. So
okay.
Ontology is what is. Epistemics is what you think you know of what is. Semantics is the particular set of words we would draw upon to represent our epistemic model. So it's the word we give to the thing. So we have this object here. Can you tell me what this object is?
That is a bottle cap.
And you did that because I provided ontology, you build an epistemic model in your brain, and then you drew upon our shared interrelated lexicon and said bottle cap. Now, if you had said donkey, right? Imagine you say, well, I would say, well, no, this is not a mammal, it's not a vertebrate, right? It's not a quadruped. It lacks the semantics, the knowledge set of what we know about the epistemics of a donkey. So this, you would give epistemic pushback to this being a donkey. Epistemic pushback. You're not giving ontological pushback because it's right here, and its ontology is why you're giving epistemic pushback to it being a donkey. Like if I said it was a donkey, you would say, no, that thing that has ontology is a bottle cap. So you're granting ontology to disagree that it's a donkey. You're pushing back semantically because you're saying my epistemics are broken, that it's not a donkey, it's a bottle cap. So you're using the word bottle cap to get my epistemology to be more accurate. Bottle cap can be used on different things. Like, for example, how we draw, like, so I have an object, I'm going to show it to you. It's in my hand, it's right under the camera. Can you semantically describe it?
No, because I can't see it. A watch.
A watch. It's immediate. Upon presentation, your brain was just like, it's a watch. Whereas you had the semantic representation of a watch. You didn't learn about watches. You already knew about watches. but you couldn't describe it because you lacked the experience of the thing to describe. But as soon as you had it, you described it, because what you did is immediately built a relationship with ontology, an epistemic understanding, and then all you did was drew at that point. You didn't learn anything there. You just drew upon what you already knew, which is the word watch, and applied it to this scenario so that everyone who's watching can see that it's a watch. And now I'm saying everybody that's watching can see that it's a watch. There's another way to use watch, right? Because you could be, due to how language works, not calling this the physical object watch. You could be referring to it as the action of looking at something. It's watch, right? There's a watch. That's the phonetic word watch. So watch is in two categories here, phonetically and semantically. And
It's
my
wrist
my
clock.
my model is asking, how do we pick the right words? How do we ground our semantic relationship on an epistemic model? And that would be by accessing through an epistemic bridge some ontology. And it would be the ontology and the experience that allow us to make claims like it's a watch. When we already know what watches are, we can't describe objects that we've never encountered, even though we already know what those objects are. We can't describe them.
Okay, I think I understand. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Be safe. So yeah, it's an epistemic standard. Well, you can apply it as an epistemic standard for other epistemologies to ask yourself, is this an epistemology, or is this just some semantic representation that may or may not apply to a thing that may or may not have ontology? It's just baking semantics in as epistemics. So Igtheism is saying that both atheists and theists are guilty of this. Primarily atheists or theists, but atheists say to the theists that you've made enough sense for me to disagree with you. And I think that's giving theists too much credit. They have not made enough sense to disagree with them. They have basically made no sense, and they need to fix that shit before we start agreeing and disagreeing with stuff. That's not atheism, because if that's the case, then some of the things that they refer to are going to exist, and atheism wouldn't be the answer for that. Epistemic pushback would be the answer for that, but not atheism. Is there anything without energy? Depends on what you mean. Like, does negative energy count as energy? Because if it doesn't, then yeah, there's plenty of things that don't have energy. Well, yeah, gravity. Gravity is negative energy. And see, I would say that negative energy does count as energy too. But if you say it doesn't count as energy, then gravity. It acts as it. It definitely acts as negative energy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to quibble over that, but I mean, for the construct of this guy's question, I think it fucking works. Gravity can act as a force to pull. That's what it does. It reverses energy. Like energy, what goes up comes down, because it acts to counter energy. Yeah, but the relationship that you have with the gravity well is what I'm referring to. Yes, you increase your body's potential energy by going uphill. But what I'm saying is gravity is why there is that energy cost, because it is a negative value that you're fighting against in that relationship. It tapers off with the distance, the square of the distance or whatever. But Songbird, you got to be 18. Are you at least 18?
I'm sorry, you have to be what? I didn't hear what you said.
At least 18? Are you 18?
Oh, yeah, I'm 57.
All right, dope.
I just wanted to ask you a little bit about Igtheism. I'm interested in different ideas. Like, I don't want to be closed-minded. I am an agnostic atheist at this point, but can you share a little bit about what message you're trying to, or what ideas you're trying to convey?
Well, I mean, if you see my prime meme is atheism and theism are a false dichotomy.
Sure.
So I don't see either one of them as valid options. Like if, for example, if people just stopped collecting stamps, that would not make everybody anti or non-stamp collectors. There's just not stamp collecting anymore, I guess, right?
Right.
So Igtheism is an alternative to this false dichotomy to sort of rectify that problem for, well, both camps, but it could be used primarily for atheists to recognize that by rejecting all gods, like if you try to conceptualize God as a solid, sound category, you would run into contradictions because there are extant objects that are referred to as gods. So those gods exist. It's just the atheist is taking an epistemic pushback rather than an ontological pushback. And so they flip to epistemics and start arguing that things like the sun are not what they mean by God. But why would they mean anything by God when they reject God's ontology? A thing that does not have ontology doesn't have properties. So they've conceptualized properties of a thing in order to have something consistent to reject, because they've seen the inconsistencies of the theist arguments, that they recognize that they can't categorically reject what the Igtheist is adamant at pointing out. And all I'm pointing out is that the atheists have only created one more God concept. They haven't limited any God concepts. They've added a God of classical theism to their brain so that they can make a consistent denial of a thing. So they're using their model of God to reject the epistemic representation of the sun being God. So they can maintain rejection of ontology. So they're just basically saying the sun doesn't count in my consideration.
Okay.
Which is irrational. The sun should count because the sun is as rightfully a God as the Pope's declaration that Jesus is God. They're on one-to-one relationships.
Okay. So you would say that agency isn't necessarily a property of God?
Necessarily of the properties of the gods that I'm aware of? No, it's not necessarily a property.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's naturalistic pantheism. God doesn't even have to be alive for that particular idea.
God is just reality in that model.
Yeah. So when I say that I'm agnostic atheist, what that means to me is that I don't know. I don't have total knowledge, so I don't have knowledge of whether there's a God or not.
Wait, hold on. That's a false standard. You don't have total knowledge of anything.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I
that's
agree.
That's a false starter. You should just delete that from your description.
Okay. So I guess agnosticism is like a lack of knowledge.
And I think you have knowledge. Like the sun is a god. You have knowledge of that. I don't know why you would say you don't have knowledge of that. I just told you.
Well, because I don't believe that the sun is a god.
Right, because you're giving epistemic pushback to what the nature of God is, and you don't have an ability to give epistemic.
No, I'm just sticking to the definitions of words.
I am too. I am too.
So the God of classical theism, the sun would not fit within that category.
Dude, I literally articulated that error before you made the error. I've already said that. You made the error that I said. You are an atheist. Which God is in your model? Just is.
Which God is possible?
No, is.
I don't believe any gods are.
So why are you telling me what God is?
Because there's a definition for that concept.
We're not asking about concepts. We're talking about extant reality. A thing is.
Yes.
That's ontology.
Yes, and I'm telling you that this world, this universe, could be a natural state of affairs with no God involved.
Yeah, that's what the naturalistic pantheists call God. That God exists, bro. You're just giving epistemic pushback.
They may call it a God, but can they prove that it's
real?
God?
No, they're proving it's real. That's what atheism addresses. Whether it's real is what atheism is talking about. Not whether God is awesome or a dickhead, tall or skinny. It's not about those properties. It's only about one property, whether it exists or not. And if you frame shift from ontology to epistemology, you have granted ontology. You have granted it, and you're giving epistemic pushback.
Sure.
So how is an atheist granting God's ontology to then, you're granting the ontology to the God of classical theism. That's what you're doing. You're saying, by my account of what God is, i.e., the God of classical theism, the Son fails to meet this higher standard. That's what your brain's doing here. And the God of classical theism is not an elevated God over the Son. They are on equal footing. Equal footing.
Okay, I don't believe, like, we have naturalistic explanations for what the sun is. We do not have that for the classical idea of God.
We have natural explanations for in naturalistic pantheism for God. It's called physics.
No, yes, that's correct.
Right.
We have the ability. We have the ability to study, to repeatedly do experiments. We have
With
predictive models regarding the natural state of affairs of the sun.
For God,
we don't have that. We don't have that with the classical theistic God.
I'm not concerned about the ones that we're only talking about the gods that exist right now. We're not talking about the ones that, I agree with the atheist about the gods that don't exist. I disagree with the atheist about the gods that do exist, like we have been discussing, the sun and all of reality.
Okay. So if it's the sun, if we recognize it as the sun, why would I drag it into the category of a god?
Because a monkey pointed at it and called it a god. That's the standard. You're elevating the God standard when you say, no, I need more. Like, did the Pope provide more than pointing at Jesus and calling Jesus God?
Well, I would say no, but that's because I'm an atheist.
Me too. Well, yeah, I say that because I'm an Igtheist. He didn't do more than what the Aztec did when they pointed at the sun and called it God. Did exactly the same thing, but you're letting one God in the door and you're denying access to other gods. Why are you doing that?
You understand that the breadth of knowledge that we have in modern days is much more than Aztecs or monkeys, right?
Yeah. That's what I'm using as the main thrust of Igtheism, is to inform you of gods you have not considered. And what do you do to consider them? You make a fallacious appeal. You're making multiple fallacious appeals to defend your atheism right here. I don't got to make any fallacious appeals to defend my Igtheism. I wouldn't make any of these mistakes at all. I would just grant that, hey, all gods are gods because a monkey pointed at a god. This monkey's pointing at the sun and calling it a god. And I'm just going to conclude that God exists. I just don't know what makes it a god other than that monkey pointed at it and called it God. That's the standard. You're giving an elevated standard when you sit there and door check and start looking at God ID. Yep, Jesus, you're allowed in. Come on. Well, remember the last time? And then the sun walks up and shows its ID, and you're like, nope, sorry, you're not a real God. You got to go away. And you're doing that as an atheist. All those people you let in the door, you think their gods are more credible than the ones you turned away at the door. And the problem for the atheist is the ones you're turning away at the door have ontology. They all have ontology. Your main complaint about all the ones that you let through the door, they lack ontology. And that's why your deceptive ass has let them through the door, because your epistemology can only reference the ones that don't exist. You don't know what to say about them other than give fallacious appeals. Atheism fixes that problem for you by getting you to recognize that God is whatever the monkey is pointing at and calling God. So when a Christian walks up to you with a big old head thinking that anything else other than their monkey ass pointing at Jesus and calling it God is a standard, and you hold them to that standard. hold them deep to that standard, that the reason that you think God is a God is because you were told God is a God by your family and your culture. But you're bigifying it when you deny access to gods. Wouldn't you rather have other gods in the door, gods of nature, things that are real, in that room with them, confusing the shit out of them? Hey, why did this thing that exists get allowed in here? It's just a pile of dog shit. And then you, the door bouncer, when they come to you, you'd be like, yeah, that pile of dog shit God looks just like the Jesus God, just looks like the sun God, because it's a monkey. You see that monkey over there? He's the one that pointed at this pile of dog shit and called it a God. So it's a God. Here's your standard. That's the standard.
But do you not think the monkey is a god too?
No, I think monkey is a monkey. We're ground monkeys, bro. We're just monkeys.
But the sun is a god. It's not a sun.
I don't know. That's what monkeys tell me. You're telling me it's not, but I don't know what your expertise is based on other than the God of classical theism that you invented. It's like you don't need that. I don't need that God to say that Yahweh is not real. Yahweh is not real by a simple external critique. You read the narrative, it's dog shit. You read anthropology, it's also dog shit.
Right. I think it's just a simple matter of a difference in definitions is what I'm getting.
No, it's epistemology. You are allowing theists to bake in pure semantic content as valid epistemic priors.
Yeah. Thanks so much for your time. I appreciate you sharing, and I hope you have a great day.
Yeah, you too. All right, Mr. Cortex, or be safe, Songbird, but Mr. Cortez, you got to be 18 to be on here. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am.
All right, cool.
I just wanted to ask the question of what is theism, or the way you would put it.
It's a linguistic philosophy. The philosophy deals with epistemic, so it's an epistemic standard, if you will. The argument talks about how do we properly represent epistemics with semantics. There's a proper way to build upon semantics, and there's an improper way to build upon semantics. And there's a lot of noise in your background, so.
So, yeah, my connection is really bad too, so I'll probably have to.
Well, just mute when you're not talking, so that it's just a background noise.
Okay, yeah, hold on, let me fix that really fast. So, okay, so are you basically saying that whenever we're like, whether we can make any epistemic proposition, or sorry, any epistemic justification to something that isn't clearly defined?
No, definitions are irrelevant, is what I'm saying. I don't care about definitions.
Okay. So semantics.
Not in this model. This model is not yet, look, because I already have all the semantics, right? And then I have the ability to make new semantics, right? So there's like 1 million words in English. I probably know like 100,000 of them, and I use maybe 20,000, right? I don't need more semantics. I got all the words I need for right now. If I ever feel like I have a word deficit because I have a big monkey brain, I'll just make a new word in situ. Right now, so I don't need words, and words are just what make definitions and stuff, and we'll get to that later is what I'm saying. What I'm saying now is I need something to draw upon my near infinite capacity for words. I need something to pick a word, right? Like I have the word donkey in my brain, and there's no donkeys around here, so my brain doesn't have a reason to use the word donkey. So there's nothing to explain as donkey, but my brain is holding on to battery charger, dog poop bags, knife, scissors, box of Q-tips, keyboard, coffee cup, right? I have all these semantics that I could draw upon when I start identifying things. Refrigerator, right? Stove. They're just sitting in my brain, but they have nothing to land on until I need them to land on something. And when I need them to land on something, it's because I'm trying to communicate with somebody. I don't need words to not communicate, right? They're nice for logical constructs in my brain and to think about stuff I think about in language, but I don't need to give you the word for something I'm thinking about in my head. The reason that I would need to give you a word for about something that's in my head is asking you, what is this? Like, what is this?
A cat.
Yeah, a cat. Did I give you words for you to know that this is a cat?
Nope.
No, you just experienced it. You had your own word, right? You didn't. Your delay, were you Googling it? Did you use a chatbot AI to scan this thing and figure out what it is and then it told you what it was, or did you just do that yourself?
Oh, I did that myself.
Right, that's cognization. I call that cognition. You just cognized what it was, and then you drew upon a semantic network because you needed to linguistically represent it to me. And so you said bottle cap or whatever. And that was correct. Due to my experience of the object and our shared interrelated experience, we both draw upon the same semantic reference. And now it could have differences. You could say bottle cap, screw cap, lid, pop cap, whatever, right? There's a lot of different ways to represent it, but we're all landing on the same coherent representation because we can represent it. And that's all we're doing is semantically. But what about this? How do you describe this? There's nothing to describe. So you could describe this as anything, a near infinite set of whatever I put in here. Now it's a fist. Now it's one finger. Now it's two fingers, right? Whatever goes in here is what we would call it. And it changes in real time. And so I'm saying...
So whenever we talk about...
Go ahead.
So whenever somebody mentions God, or we can't really use that term if there's nothing to even observe or epistemically justify.
Yeah, because then if we did proceed, then we would be using pure semantics as a valid epistemic model. And it may or may not be the case. Your statement may or may not be true, but I don't have the way to evaluate that. So everything you're saying about unknown object X is a non sequitur. Both the truth and the negation of any proposition about unknown object X is going to be a non sequitur, thus leading to contradictions. Because if all statements, true and false, don't logically follow, then that is a contradiction. If a thing is blue and not blue at the same time by its negation, so a thing is not blue and not blue, that's a contradiction. A thing can't be not blue and not blue.
Okay, yeah, I get you. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out what I did before.
And so it's our experience that is going to ground our labels, right? What are our labels cohering or being grounded to? And it's grounded on our relationship between our epistemics and our ontology. Our experience is what allows our cognitive faculties to formulate a base level understanding that could be packaged off to higher neocortical processes for logical representation, semantic usages, linguistic representation, all that stuff. Your cognition's not doing that, though. Your cognition is being built upon over time, so your cognitive abilities get more and more refined as you pick up better and better memes, and you study things, you get more familiar with it, you start learning logic, then your ability to cognize information gets more refined. But it's still down to your sensations of reality, your memories of those sensations, so that what you've cognized before inform your future cognitions, right? Like I am now giving the example that just yesterday, I had to update my epistemic model of my neighborhood to include wild boars, right? That changed yesterday. I used to believe that this neighborhood was absent wild boars. Well, yesterday that changed. I got a new epistemic prior, and now I know that wild boars are a threat. I didn't have that before. Somebody asked me, are there any wild boars in your area? I'd been like, I don't think so. No, I never seen one. But now I don't get to say that no more.
Okay, yeah, I understand it then. So for like the most part, if it's not part, like if we basically don't have any epistemic access to even use that term God, right?
Well, you do sometimes. That's my pushback to atheists is that, atheism's fine and dandy for when gods don't exist. But what happens when gods do exist? Atheists draw upon a completely different mode of disagreement to disagree with the gods that do exist, right? And then the problem is, if you're talking about gods that do exist, atheism's invalid. You're just giving epistemic pushback to some extant that's being called God. The question is, why is it being called God? Why? What is the property of God? It's almost a trick question. It's not a trick question. It's a trick question because I'm asking a different question than you think that I'm asking. because you've been trained differently to listen for that. Like when you think what the property is of God, aren't you thinking about this object out there, and you're thinking about what it is? That's the trick that's been done to you. When you think about what God is, you shouldn't be thinking about what some object is out there in space-time. You should be asking yourself, what does the monkey think it is? Right? That's where they come from. All gods have one property in common, and that's a monkey is pointing at it and calling it God. But that's not a property of the God. That's a property of the monkey's brains having a proclivity to point at stuff and call it God. That's what makes God's God, is us pointing at stuff and calling it God. I've never seen it happen differently. Every God I've ever become acquainted with, I became acquainted with that God by vicariously through a ground monkey. A ground monkey told me about it. It's not. I never went out there and found a thing, and then it's like, this must be a God, or what? Like, how would I do that? This new thing, I'd be like, what is this? I don't know what this is. Let me present this to the body of nerds and ask, right? Because I'm not a nerd. I don't know how to figure stuff out. So I just present it to people that can, let them tell me, and whatever it is, that's the name they gave it. But I don't deny its ontology. I would just be like, yeah, it's real. I just don't know what it is. So that's how I would treat anything. You propose the idea, and if I have an epistemic prior, let's continue. If I don't have an epistemic prior, I'm going to say, give me an epistemic prior.
All right. Well, I appreciate you explaining that to me.
Yep, I'll be around if you got any more questions. Learn how both atheism and theism are wrong.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna head out, man.
All right,
It was nice
later.
talking to you about that, though. Later.
Yep, be safe. You just got to be rigorous with your linguistic standards, right? You can't be lazy with them. You got to hold people to those standards. And thanks for all the likes, guys. Appreciate it. And in the the gifts and stuff, diamonds, whatnot. Appreciate that. That's what I'm saying. It's like atheists get confused, man. I say God exists, and they're like, yeah, but Jesus isn't real. That's just no way. It's like I didn't say that, man. I said there are some gods that exist, and they can't hear that. They just hear Jesus Christ of Nazareth, the ancient Judaic rabbi, a rabbinical Jew who invented Christianity. That's all they can hear sometimes. It's like, nah, bro. I'm screaming. I'm not talking about that God. But they're just so programmed to God means this specific thing. And it's like, why are you saying that, dude? Who, like, have you guys ever looked up the qualities of the God of classical theism? Good luck finding a God being worshipped that is the God of classical theism. It's not worship, because the only people who believe in the God of classical theism are fucking atheists who don't believe it exists. They just have this concept in their fucking brain. They invented a God conceptually to say, I just say me. I don't have this. This is not my. I don't have that kind of definition for God. I have a different one. It deals with monkey behavior, words, language. That's what God means. It's some language bullshit. It's a label. It's a name. It's a title. It's an honorific, right? That's what it is. It's an unearned category. You don't get to call John a category. It doesn't make sense. You're like making it seem more substantive than it is. You're like, yeah, you know the category John? And I'm like, yeah, I know a cat. No, I don't. I don't know that category either. You don't know it. I don't know it. It's a broken category. I know about John, and John. I know the 3 categories of John. There might be a 4th, but I know of at least 3 different, completely unrelated Johns. Unless, a John was a John and then went to the John. I guess there's a relationship there. But, tell that to an atheist, tell that to a theist, man, that they got a bad epistemic model. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit. because they have to pick something new, and it's scary. Picking up new things is just super scary. You know, it makes us really afraid. You know, we just want to break it. You know, because it's new. It makes us feel all wrong and icky. What if I was just saying you could be righter? Like you could be way righter. If I said it that way, does that help? That, hey, you're right now, but you could be like 17 times more right. What about that? You're okay with that, right? Like, thinking about it like this, and this isn't to denigrate, but like taking a poop. Like if you're like a half a year old, pooping your pants is like, that's what you do. You poop your pants, right? You did it. You pooped your pants. That's what you're supposed to do. You know, but by like 2 and 3, you start learning different stuff, because now the poop starts hanging. It's no longer a part of life. You know, there's a difference. You know, you start getting trained. You know, people start noticing it in different ways, and you change over time. You learn. It doesn't mean that now that you're an adult and you poop differently, it doesn't mean that you were wrong about pooping your pants. That was just part of your development. Okay, wearing the diapers, pooping your pants, having somebody clean it, learning how to do it yourself, still messing it up for the first few attempts, you know, and then figuring it out over time. And then, you know, what if I just told you there's like when the Europeans, right? The Europeans just make fun of us Americans for just using paper, right? They're like, look, why don't you just transcend? The argument for me not transcending to a bidet, right, isn't because bidets aren't better. It's because I'm a primitive. I'm a savage, right? That's how I do it. And I'm never going to believe that the way I've been doing it and will always do it is inferior to the way that the Europeans do it. I'm just going to say that, you know, the Europeans are doing too much. Like, you know what's a cleaner butt? Enemas. Every time you take a poop, an enema. Just give yourself an enema. What if I told you that's what I did? That's how I'd have a full-scale pressure washer and I enema my butt every single time I poop. Are you going to start doing that because that's technically cleaner? No. You're just going to be like, all right, well, I'm going to just keep pooping like a primitive and getting water particles on my butt or something like that, you know, flinging them on my balls. That's what my biggest fear is, like, hitting my balls. I don't know why it's a fear, but I wouldn't want that to happen. But anyway, you know, it's sort of like that. I'm not asking you to, like, think that the way you're doing it's wrong. I'm just trying to get you to accept that a bidet is better in the analogy. It is. But you got to stop, you know, feeling like you did wrong, right? I'm not saying you're wrong. The way you're doing it now is okay, but there's a better way to do it, you know? There's a better way. You think about it that way. It's just upgrading. What's up, Mr. Lost? Oh, that sucks, dude. Are you on leverage? Yeah. See what's going on in the YouTubes. Is there anything I can answer in the YouTubes? Say in mass, you can't square that circle. I don't know. I'm not a nerd, man. I keep telling people that. I can't figure stuff out. I'm not good at that part. I'm just good at regurgitating. And that's what's cool about memetics. Just learn memes, guys. That's it. That's all you got to do. Just learn memes. That's all I did. Just learn memes. Just learn stuff. It's just stuff just starts making sense the more you learn. It just fucking happens, right? Start looking at it differently. Start going from, like, you know what I mean? Pre-recorded. What's pre-recorded? You can come up if you want to come up. You want to come up? This ain't pre-recorded. The only AI I have are, you know, like the banner and shit. That's not. This is real. This is a real monkey right here. See that? Does an AI have a monkey paw? No, they don't. Do you disagree with my memes? Is there any cognitive damage you would like me to unfuck? I am an Igtheist, so I believe that both atheism and theism are DAF. That makes sense? They're dumb. They're not valid options. They're products of bad reasoning, poor epistemics. Atheism is a incoherent rejection of an even more fundamentally incoherent non-proposition. An utterance. Yeah, I could bring you up. I just don't have the button. You have to be, I think, you have to have a 1,000 followers to have the button, or I need 1,000 followers for my button to be there for people who don't have 1,000 followers. I think it's how that works. I think that's how I figured it out. Took like 3 days of TikToking. Damn, you suffered 200 minutes of my memes, bruh? Damn. Damn. Well, I know you. You've listened to a lot more than 200 minutes of my memes, bro. Maybe, dude, more than 2,000 hours, dude. For real. Well, I don't know about, yeah, maybe collectively a couple thousand hours. Yeah, come up. What don't you get about Igtheism? What do you know about Igtheism, man? You gotta be 18 to be on stage, though. You know about epistemics? You know about being 18? You 18?
Yeah, I'm 18.
All right. Do you know about epistemics and ontology?
Nah, I don't know anything, bro.
So ontology is about what is, epistemics is about what we can understand about what is, and semantics is how we represent what we think we know about what is.
Okay.
Right?
So, what is atheism like? Do you
It's
think God is not real?
depends on what you mean by God.
Mm.
What do you mean by God?
What do I mean by God? I think
You don't already know what you mean by God and you believe in it? Like, shouldn't you already know what you mean by God if you're at the I believe in it part?
it's kind of hard to explain. I mean,
It's not. It
what
should be
is
super
God?
easy to explain the thing that you believe exists. It should be dope, like super fucking easy. Unless, is it an amorphous blob that undulates and changes colors or something? Is that why it's difficult? Like, I'd get it if that's why. If this bottle cap undulated and changed form and shape and function all the time, it'd be difficult to do it. But it doesn't do that. Look at its axial symmetry. Look at that. Look at that. That's fucking dope as shit. That, like, no matter how I do this thing, all of the fundamental aspects of nature stay the same no matter what direction this thing is facing. Like, literally nothing is happening. It's still, right? It doesn't matter. Like, I could pick it up, drop it down. It's consistently the same thing every time. It's super easy to explain ontology. Unless
Yeah.
it's like an amorphous blob that constantly shifts. And is that what you see when you think God? Is that what you're observing? It's just this amorphous blob that you can't define because by the time you say what it is, it changes?
I mean, you can explain God as a history because
I don't
Everyone
explain
has
God.
believed.
We're asking you. The audience wants to know what you mean by God because they want to hear how Igtheism deals with your definition.
For me, I think God is something that exists because it's like people from the past have believed in it, you know?
Yeah,
And
multiple of them,
something
though.
that,
But I don't even know
huh?
what it is that you're saying. Like, I don't know if people in the past have believed in your definition of God because I still don't know what it is. You could be like squirrel farts. If you said squirrel farts on me because I'm depending on your definition, I'm going to be like, yeah, dude, I don't think people have ever believed in squirrel farts as God, bro. So I'm dependent on your definition, and you got to give me that definition to answer whether it exists or not. I don't know if it, what is it? Is it squirrel farts? Is it an amorphous blob? You said it was difficult to explain, so if that's all you got, I don't know if your shit exists or not. You just said it was difficult to explain. And I'm saying that's an indication that it doesn't exist because ontology should be simple to explain it. This should be easy. It should be the easy part. If this is already hard, think about how convoluted our epistemics are going to get.
I mean, like even in like back in like ancient times, it was hard to explain what God was or what he was.
Yeah, because you guys lack
But
ontology.
God still did a bunch of miracle stuff which has been recorded in
Allegedly.
Bibles and stuff.
Allegedly. That's all a non sequitur. Until I know what this thing is, I have no way to evaluate whether gods can do miracles or not. What is it? Is it a miracle maker? Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that? That it actually does miracles? Have you seen it happen? Like, have you seen the thing do the miracle? Or have you just seen something you think is miraculous and then just said, yeah, it's got to be this thing that I can't represent it? Listen, I'm asking you about ontology. I don't care about like miracles. That's something the ontology may or may not do. I don't know that. I'm asking you to bridge this gap for me. Get me to accepting that the thing is real and that it's real in a way where I go, hey, this thing does miracles. Do you believe that? And then you'd be like, dude, that's what I've been saying. I didn't want to make it biased. I was holding my tongue. I just wanted you to look at it and tell me that you saw miracles. And when you said miracles, dude, that was dope because I see miracles too. Right? That's how it works. Don't give me the answer. Don't load it. Don't say, hey, gods are blue. Right? Because then I'm going to be looking for blue things. And what if you don't know gods are blue? What if they're purple? Right? What if they're green? You don't know. If you don't know, don't tell me. Right? Because then you're just giving me a semantic representation. You're just saying blue. Blue can be applied to any blue object. Blue is not like a characteristic in reality. It's a label we give to things that we perceive as blue. We have to perceive them as blue. That's critical.
So you want to see God.
Well, I want to do what you did to build your valid epistemic model. What did you do? Did you draw entirely upon semantics or did you make an observation? It's one or the other. You either observed a thing and then you drew upon semantics, or you didn't observe things and you just drew upon semantics. If you didn't observe the thing and you drew upon semantics, then all I can tell you is that anything you say about it is going to be irrelevant. I don't know if it's true or not. It's just a story that you're telling me. And you've already conceded that you're only drawing upon semantics. You have no reason to use any of those words. You're just deciding you want to use them to describe a thing you don't even know is there. I don't know if you're right or wrong about it. I'm not an atheist. I'm not telling you you're wrong and it's not real. I'm telling you, you haven't fucking described anything. And until you do, I can't evaluate the thing's nature. And you want to discuss the thing's nature using semantics, which we can do after we've established the epistemic bridge.
I don't know.
I mean, I do. I'm using what I know to tell you. This is what I know. I know this to be true about epistemics. I know this to be a pedagogical barrier to our communications about epistemics, that if we cannot ground our epistemic models in the ontology or relate it to it through the epistemic bridge, we're not talking about anything. We're just imagining something and saying, hey, what if epistemically this was justified? Yeah, what if? What if? Like we need to establish that, because there's no way for your utterance to be a truth statement unless you're appealing to the state of affairs. So I could say there is a donkey. I could say that, but does that appeal to the state of affairs that there's a donkey that needs to be explained? I can say there's a dragon. Does that matter? Do you think there's dragons because I said there is a dragon? No, because you referenced that. Since you don't have an epistemic prior to dragons, you assume with validity that, and you know, you have, it's a strong assumption that I don't have a dragon, and that any way, if I say it's a black dragon and it's literally melting my neighbor's house with acid right now, you know, or at least have a good strong assumption that I'm just drawing upon semantics to build some explanation of a false narrative, that it's fiction. Right? That's not really a poodle getting ripped in half by that black dragon. Right? Oh, my, where's the knight? There's 16 knights out there fighting it right now. Oh, shit, there's 5. Oh, you see, I mean, I could keep doing it, but that doesn't mean I'm appealing to some state of affairs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get it. But
so am I
still-
right about the 8 knights that just got killed? Am I right about that, or am I wrong?
No.
It's not
No.
subject to right or
You're
wrong.
wrong.
It's imagination. You wouldn't say it's wrong, though, because it's imagination. How can I be wrong about what I imagined? As long as I tell you it's my imagination, you don't care if it's right or wrong. You're not appealing to the state of affairs. I'm saying it's imaginary. It's an imaginary dragon imaginarily ripping apart my neighbor's house, killing an imaginary poodle, and 16 imaginary knights. Right? You don't care
But-
for whether it's true or false.
But I don't think that God is an imagination, though.
I don't either, and that's why I needed this model, because I recognize the category errors that atheists are doing when they approach you, that your epistemology is imaginary. I know your epistemology is an alleged representation of the ontology. And so what I'm trying to tell you is the only way you could have ever built an epistemic model of your ontology is if you experienced it. And if you did not experience it, then you must admit to yourself and eventually other people that you were just relying purely on semantics to believe in something that you picked up from your culture. I don't know if you're right or wrong, but I know you did that.
I think I did pick some things up from my culture because I grew up in that kind of environment.
Yeah, me too.
But I think I have felt God's presence too. But
Yeah,
you
dude,
can say
that's
you
called
can-
constipation, man. There's words for it.
Okay, you're so funny.
I mean, you could fill it in with your own preferred emotion, but it's an emotion I had too. Everybody, it's a human emotion. It's not a God emotion. It's just whatever you felt. I guarantee every other human feels it in other ways, shapes, or forms. Right? Like when you graduate, when you land a great job, I bet you feel elated. You feel a sense of happiness and overwhelming joy when something really, really good goes your way. That's a human experience. That's not a God experience. Every human experiences all of these emotions and feelings and stuff, and dispositions, hatreds, bigotries. Every human goes through this because we're all from our own places. Like I guarantee you're a bigot towards like what is that fish that the Norwegians eat? Most people are bigots towards that shit. You're not allowed to eat that shit around people. Fuck that. We're intolerant towards it, right? You got to eat something less smelly. I mean, if you're going to eat that stuff, eat it outside on your own property, right? Or in an establishment where they like that shit, right? So we all have our, cultural tensions, culture shock. Culture shock is just things that other cultures do that are just crazy to you. Like, holy shit, I can't believe they do this. Like, they actually pay for healthcare? Really? They pay for their healthcare? Really? You just break a leg and they'll go fix it. Bullshit. It's culture shock, dude.
Okay, nice talking with you. I'm gonna follow you and come to your live more often.
All right, man. Thanks for coming up. Be safe.
Thank you.
So that's what I mean, man. It's like, I don't know what to tell people. It's a valid epistemic model. And unfortunately for people, this valid epistemic model helps people see what valid epistemic models look like. And you can utilize it against other people's epistemic models and get them to talk about whether or not it's just pure semantics, or is it, are you, it's not always bad bullshit, right? Sometimes it's good. You just got to make the observation. So like scientists do this all the time. They like see something and then they say some bullshit. They're like, it's a donkey, right? And then they get a mass chromatograph mass spectrometer or whatever and like scan the animal, right? They scan it and then the machine says donkey. And they're like, yep, I was right. I fucking nailed it. And now they got a thesis that it's a donkey. They went from a hypothesis to a thesis. And he did it by scanning with a donkey scanner. I mean, that's how it happens, man. It actually is simple if you could get through the inculcative noise, right? All these cognitive panaceas just clouding the absence of evidence isn't evidence of it. Yeah, the fuck it is. When it comes to ontology, yeah, it is. Because you can't say anything absent, evidence. So it's gone. It's not. Where is it? It's there. The where, right? Where is it? Right? Oh, it's right there. Okay. Well then I guess it's real, right? If they do that, that's the crazy part. Is like some people do provide things, right? I mean, it happened real quick in my evolution. It happened. I went from a deist to an atheist to a theological non-cognitivism in like 6 months, right? Because one thing that kept me away from atheism, even though there was a couple months I was, is this dude named Parabola, who was a naturalistic pantheist. And I didn't, I was like, well, but this God exists. I mean, this was real. And I was learning that, what atheism was. And I was like, yeah, for the most part, I agree. I agree with the atheists that these ones don't exist. But what about parabolas? I just don't know. I don't worship it. That was my only beef with it. I was like, I don't worship it like he does. People were calling it sexed up atheism and shit anyway. So I just, it didn't take too much to get me to accept that some gods are real, and I needed an epistemology that deals with real gods in a sound and rational way where I don't have to make a bunch of logical fallacies to articulate my argument. I learned real quick what one thing you can do that prevents you from making any logical fallacies in your model if you're dealing with atheists, if you're an atheist, is don't pick up any unnecessary burdens of proof. And you guys fuck that up when you pick the God of classical theism. That's a burden of proof you don't need. You don't need that. That's a theist burden of proof right there. So put it down. Just put it down. Let the philosophers have that. Walk away from it. Wash your hands. No, don't rub it in your eye. God damn it. Fucking atheists, man. Yes, exclamation point. Yeah, I need more engagement. One word question mark really isn't super engaging. Yo, what's up, Wit? Well, it's not going to help you. I'm telling you right now, you're going to Google it, and it's going to fuck your brain up. Whoever wrote the shit on Igtheism, they need to start explaining themselves. The shit on Google's just all fucked up. So good luck with that. There might be like other Igtheists who answer questions with more than one word questions or whatever. So it's a philosophy. Okay, let's start there. It's a philosophy. It has a burden of proof. It's a philosophy, therefore it has a burden of proof. And that's what's cool about the philosophy, is that it has a burden of proof. Unlike like atheism, where they don't have a burden of proof, and theism, where their burden of proof is just holy shit, dude. Like, I don't even know how to get a burden of proof from the incoherent mess that is theism. And that's kind of the state of affairs. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a mountain of incoherent nonsense that has literally no relationship with anything. It's just a big pile of random shit. And then you got a group of people who think that pile of random shit is one thing, and they say it's not real. So you got like 8 billion people believing in the random pile of incoherent shit, and then you got groups who say, well, that incoherent pile of shit is a coherent pile of one thing, and they don't believe that it exists. And then I'm like in the bleachers watching the show, and I'm running out of popcorn, because what the fuck is happening? Like, it literally is a shit show down there. It's crazy. So Igtheism is just recognizing the incoherency of the God, not God paradigm. You ever heard of a paradigm? Yeah, I know. Sometimes they do communicate with just a symbol, just the exclamation points in the question marks. You got this one too. Like, if it's a maybe, you could probably do this one. There you go. That means maybe, right? Maybe. Yeah, it's a thing. We just got to be careful about how we represent our epistemic models. And if you don't think you have to be careful, then you're probably dealing with just semantics. Because if you're not careful, what if you get it wrong? You know, people are going to freak out over that. I'm like, wait a damn minute. Thanks for the follows, also, everybody. If you ever like watch this back, I am appreciating the follows and stuff, because when I get to 1,000, that like at 1,000, I'm not going to ask for any more follows. That'll be enough. I'll be able to go live like fully. I'll be unhinged or unchained, and you know, if you hate following me and you only did it to help me get to there, and I get 100 or 1,001, feel free to unfollow. You know, thank you for your help. I appreciate it. Any of the follows are dope as fuck, because I need to get to that minimum 1,000. That's it. After that, I'll shut up about that whole thing. So, it's the only reason I'm asking. I need to start going in on theists more. It seems like there's a lot more like atheists and stuff on here, and I don't want to get confused with the theist, man. Like, I go ham on theists too. It's just you know, I like to not really fuck with, but a lot of my better memes work on atheists, right? Like the absence of evidence stuff, the problem of deductions, God of classical theism. Those are little jides at atheism to get the atheism's brains to start thinking Igtheism. So that's what that is. Yeah, if you could, that would be cool. Don't annoy your friends with my ugly mug, though. Caution. Caution. Be very careful with that. People see my face and they're like, "Oh shit, this guy," and I deserve it. So I'm not gonna hate on people for that. I just hate on people when they come here to like tell me shit I already know and like interrupt the flow. I think everybody knows I'm a powder keg. Which one? The atheism, theism? That one? Oh, the one on the bottom? Hold on. The other one. I got 3 of them. I got the problem of problem of deduction. You gotta tell me which one though. They're 3 individual prompts. Oh, this one. This is just like my memes. Is that blocking your guys' chat or something? Your chat don't go up over it? I wish I knew what it looked like so I knew what the hell you guys were talking about. It doesn't let me look at my own live, I don't think. Um, hmm. Oh wait, I think I can. Oh wait, no, I got the chat here. Hold on. No, it just shows me in the live chat. It don't show me like. Don't show me how you guys see it. Um, can you send me a screenshot somehow? Do you have Discord? Is it because it's too? Oh, are you talking about because of opacity and shit? What if it goes like that? Is that? Are you saying that makes it easier to see? Oh, I see. What about what about if I'm down in the way? Does that fuck shit up? Like my text being all up in like me? It's tolerable. What about that? You gotta be 18 to be on stage.
What's up, man?
Nothing. You're 18.
Oh, yeah. I was just coming up to give you some feedback on your background. Easier than having you guess
Yeah.
or type in chat. So your Igtheism is a little high because it's underneath, it's behind your name. There you go. That's perfect. And then you've got those 3 white lines of text. Yep. Bring them down. That one's too big now.
Yeah, I fucked up and grabbed it wrong.
Okay, there you go. You could make them, yeah. That one looks good. The rest pretty much fill up the whole side. Now, if you have guests more than one, it's gonna screw them all up. But
Yeah, true. What if I like give it some of that action?
that looks good right there. Yeah, it's easy enough to read.
I wish it just like gave you like the phone view or something. That'd be cool.
Usually, you just make another fake account and watch your own live.
I guess I could do that, huh?
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it. Cool.
Cool, thanks.
And you are dark enough that chat still comes through okay. So looking good.
All right, cool. Yeah, I don't think I ever get brighter than this. It's only going to get darker.
Right on. Hey, you have a great day.
Yeah, be safe, man. Thanks.
I appreciate it. Bye. No, let's see. I don't know how to drop out of here.
Oh, here,
there we go.
okay, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for the help. Give me a little headroom for the penis head. There we go. I got penis headroom. Yeah, no problem. Where does it say that though? That's what I want to know. Like that message is a pop-up, and I want to be able to find those messages later when I need to. I want to see them. I don't know where it pops up though. It just doesn't pop up. And yeah, and when I click on it, it just disappears. Hmm. That's because people who believe in gods are toxic as fuck sometimes, and they go do things that are bad for society. At least according to the opinions of the people that oppose them. So no one's going after your god monster. They're going after you for promoting your god monster. That's where you guys get confused. I get it. Like, the atheists are confusing. Like, they fuck that up for... I often have to point that out, how the atheists make that... Because they don't know how to handle you guys properly, and they let your heads get all big. They, like, let you in through the room of the ontology and let you talk about the epistemics. I don't do that. I don't talk epistemics with certain people. I just deal with ontology, and I know they don't have it. So I just have fun poking at them that they can't represent the ontology. It's super simple. It's like a cheat sheet or a hack or something, It's like it makes it easier. Well, I mean, the nerds already figured out you can't make stuff, so I don't know why you guys are still stuck on creators. Stuff just goes from over there to over there. That's all it happens. There's no new stuff. Stuff doesn't go anywhere. It just spreads out and becomes more diffuse and decays back into the vacuum fluctuations problem from whence they came. I don't know. Who knows where it goes, but none of it's magic. If you want to use magic, I'm just going to use magic. You know that, right? You know that, right? Like, I need to get prepared. Yeah, you want to come at me, bro? You want to come at me? Huh? You don't want to come at me, bro. I'll bring out Square Circle Man. I ain't afraid. This is what happens. People that mess with Igtheist right here. You don't know about my memes, dude. Bam. No, I'd say that probably, no, because it has systemic effects. Systemic effects. It's not believing in Igtheism. It's that being religious, right? And so I'm an anti-theist, not an atheist. I'm an anti-theist. I'm an anti-atheist too, because atheists make my job harder. They get in my way when I'm trying to be an anti-theist, right? I'm trying to get people to not be theists, but I'm also trying to get them to stop making atheists, right? If people had good models, right, they'll just stay what they are. They generally don't leave, right? Because that's just how it works. You know, when you learn that up is that way, you generally are stuck there, no matter the fact that my up might be different than your up. That's generally when people land on facts and stuff like that, they just accept them and move forward. You guys don't provide the atheists the facts they're looking for. You guys vote, right? You're a problem. Atheists are a problem for society, and they need to be addressed. This problem needs to be addressed. Like, we need to stop doing this to our species, inculcating them into vicious and toxic outgroups, right? Religions that outgroup people are bad for us, right? They are. They need to stop it. So I'm an anti-theist, but I'm an anti-atheist because atheists legitimize theism. That's what they do. They legitimize theism, and that aggravates me. I wish they would stop doing that. I wish atheists would stop legitimizing theism. If they would do that, then there'd probably be less theists on the planet. Because this is a better epistemic model. It's easier to unfuck brains and like convince people with this model when we don't have to deal with all the if I could just talk to people and not have to give them a fucking lecture first on linguistics, that'd be dope as fuck. But I do. I have to constantly, inform people of what it is. But that's just because like atheists stop at atheism instead of transcending to full, awesomeness and learning how to logic, without bounds and limitations put on you by your atheism indoctrination. Worshiping or with a belief in the God of classical theism. So I'm an anti-theist and I'm an anti-atheist because I'm an anti-theist. So what non-physical, why are you loading the question? That's a weird way to ask questions. What non-physical tacos do you eat, bro? I bet you can't name one non-physical taco that you've ever eaten in your life, dude. You're going to talk to me? You can't talk to me about non-physical tacos, bro? Come on, man. That's crazy. From my brain, the thing on camera is my head encased in it. In the skull is a closed container, and inside of it is my brain in my cerebrospinal fluid, and other tissues and shit. It'd be the ground monkey. Ground monkey is the origin of Igtheism. Wait, your brain has no morals. My brain has morals. I don't know about your brain. My brain morals the fuck out of some shit, dude. So many morals in my brain, you don't even know. I got morals in my brain, I don't even know. Like, for example, I'm a human supremacist. I really don't care about aliens, like extraterrestrials. But I gotta say, dude, if I'm like walking down the street and I look down an alley and I see like a little extraterrestrial getting roughed up by like 4 or 5 ground monkeys, I don't know what I'd do. I might help that extraterrestrial. I might. Just depends on like what the extraterrestrial did. If that extraterrestrial started like they were beating the shit out of it because like it was probing somebody, like some guy in that alley, the alien was probing it. Yeah, fuck that, beat the shit out of that thing, right? But if it was just minding its own business, right, just checking out Earth, and 4 ground monkeys went and just started roughhousing it and stuff, and it was like, Erkly glapla clickler backer. And I was just like, I'd be like, why don't you guys leave it alone? But I would do that with like a badger, right? If a badger was walking down that alley, or like 4 ground monkeys were like bullying, I'd be like, yeah, it's a dick move. I hope that badger gets you, right? And so if the alien was all like herky clock and flurkalakala, whatever it was saying, and then like the ground monkeys were abusing it, just pulled out like a phaser and just pop, 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 and it just dust piles, I wouldn't care. I mean, I'm a human supremacist, but I don't like all humans, right? I'm an ethical misanthrope, and those are reasons. Those 4 people that turned into dust clouds, those are reasons why I don't want aliens to come here, because it's embarrassing. I don't want aliens to see our stage right now. It's embarrassing, right? We still poop out of our butts. It's gross, right? Like we're it's just embarrassing. Like we stink, right? We smell bad. Why would you want people to come to Earth right now? We'd have to clean up and shit. They'd be telling us, yeah, we were going to land in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, but we couldn't because there's a giant trash pile there. It's embarrassing. So, oh man, I got all kinds of morals inside this monkey brain, dude. I don't know what you're doing with your brain, but I know what I'm doing with my brain. If you want to, you could come up and you could talk to me why your monkey brain doesn't have morals in it if you want. Would you like to do that? Would you like to come up and tell everybody on the world, planet Earth, and then, anything within like 93 parsecs, why it is the case that your particular monkey brain does not have morals in it? Would you like to do that? I mean, I'll let you. Are you like a psychopath or something? I'm not trying to shit on you. As long as you're not like dangerous to society, it's fine. Like, cope right. And you could be a crazy. There's lots of people out there with problems that, they cope. They get through life. So like if you're struggling with feeling morality inside your monkey brain, there's help groups and stuff. I can only tell you what I do, and I just kind of here. Let me show you. I didn't want to I don't want to all right. You want to see how I get morals? I'm going to show you. All right, here we go. Watch. Check this out. You see this? You know what that is? This is concentrated thought right here. This is thought. Well, almost. It's almost thought. Hold on. Wait for that. So if you want to know where I get my morals from, It's shit like this. I get it from here. Watch. Okay, I'm ready. Now I'm going to use the sugar that I just ate, that little sugar bomb. I'm going to turn that sugar into a adenosine triphosphate, basically. Energy. I'm going to turn it into energy. It's a very complicating thing that's going to happen. Krebs cycle and shit. It's very complicating. But it's happening right now. It immediately started happening in my mouth because of salivary amylase. The brain is such a greedy asshole for sugar that it don't want to wait for digestion. So it just does it in the mouth. And it immediately turns it into a liquid, which is the liquidy goo of your bolus. And then that goes into the stomach and like immediately like diffuses into the stomach juices and starts getting absorbed. And that sugar, you know, it doesn't take it long to get into the small intestine, and it just gets taken straight to my brain, where like the majority of like the oxygen and all that stuff goes. And then I just start thinking stuff, right? Based on the sugar that I just ate. So, I mean, if you want to know where I get my morals from, it's from all the food that I shove in my mouth that facilitates neural activity. That's where morals come from. That's why we're eating, man. Like, what the fuck are you eating for, dude? Like, what are you doing? You just eating the poop, dude? That's weird. Why are you eating the poop, dude? Yeah, I did. I told you. Oh, I thought you were talking. No, I don't have morals on science, bro. That's not how that works. I have monkey brain. My monkey brain does it. I don't get more. You think I go to like a nerd, like, and go into his little laboratory and what? I get morals? Like, how do what comic fucking book bullshit you think happens when people get morals, bro? Like, what do you think? You go to Barnes and Nobles to get morals, bro? Like, it literally happens right here. Right here. Look, this is where my morals are. Right here. You see it? Right behind, like about a half inch. Oh, well, maybe for me it's more like 3 inches. 3 inches right here, behind this. That's where it's at. That's where all my morals are. I keep them right there. That's what I'm saying, man. What do you do with your brain, man? Like, what are you doing with it? What do you think your brain is doing? What does it do for you, man? Honestly, what are you using, like this whole frontal section right here, and then the whole part that like wraps right? Like, what are you doing with yours? What? Yeah, it's like it don't moral. It's not the seat of reason, right? Like, what the fuck good is it? Is it just a thermoregulator and balance thing? Is it for motor control? Like, what does your brain do, bro? Where do you get your morals? Where do you get your ability to think from, man? Dude, look, grapes, okay? I'm going to get another one. Do you mind? I need more morals. Is that okay with you? To get my morals from my grapes? Or some bread? Maybe a bagel? Am I allowed to get some morals from a bagel, dude? Can I do that? Is that okay with you? You know, if you want to know where I get my brain, that would be from, like, mostly the meat that I eat. It's not mostly the sugar. The sugar is just, like, just energy. But You know, the other two macronutrients, though. You know, that's where I get my body and all this fat. That's where I get that from. I don't care where that grape is from, man. It's from a plant. I don't care if it's an AI grape at this point, man. I don't care about none of that shit no more, dude. That grape could have been like pureed plastic. That is totally in line with what I expect of my fellow ground monkey. To put pureed plastic wrapped in sheep foreskin or something around a fucking sugar package and call it a grape. Dude, this guy thinks that, like, are you ever going to explain anything, Neff, or are you just going to keep fucking asking questions? You know, that shit aggravates me, right? When you never answer questions and you just constantly spew what you believe, but you never engage. This isn't a platform for that shit, dude. Start answering questions if you don't want me to get triggered, man. You got to answer, like, minimum, like 1 out of 10 questions, man. You got to answer something, dude. Something. This is not a platform for you to just shit on other people's ideas, bro. This is a platform for you to share epistemics, reasonings, and stuff like that. Now, I understand that, you know, you text chatters have your own ethics or whatever, your own whatever the fuck you call it, rules of engagement. Yeah, but the problem is you're making a bunch of claims, and whenever anybody's asking you about your position, you don't answer questions. That's what I'm having issue with. You just want to put somebody else under an inquisition. That's the only thing you want to do. You're uncomfortable or whatever, insecure in your own position. And so you're trying to show that everybody else's position is just as bad as yours. So I don't even know why you guys even argue that modality when you know it undermines your own position. Like, it automatically undermines your own position when you have to constantly reference other people's philosophies about some proposition. Like this topic being morals. I asked you, do you believe that your brain does anything insofar as morals? I'm not sure what you're saying here. What do you think your brain does with reference to morality? Does it have any function at all? Is it doing anything for morality? Like, is it bad to, like, drive 35 miles an hour in an active school zone? And if it is, how the fuck did we figure that out? What'd we do? We just discovered that somewhere. We when we were digging a school zone, we found a little placard that said you're going to have to lower the speed limit and make sure you put up like a bunch of lights to get people's attention from little people with the big heads are walking through. Or do you think somebody was just like, yo, man, we got all these little people with big heads walking through here. You think we should slow down traffic? And then the other guy was like, yeah, we should probably do that. And then we did that. That's how it happened. They just figured it out. They were like, we're going to pretend that it's immoral to drive 35 miles an hour through an active school zone. We just decided that was not cool. You think they had school zones in ancient Judea? I don't think they did, man. I don't think the Bible says anything about it. What does the Bhagavad Gita or the Gitas say? Does it say anything about school zones? Because personally, I think you're fucked up, dude, if you drive 35 miles an hour in an active school zone. Like, you're an immoral person. But I don't know where I got that from. It feels like I pulled it out of my monkey butt. You know, like it just feels like I made it up. That it's just like, I don't really have any real good, like, external justification for why you shouldn't speed through a school zone. other than I might rage the fuck out, or somebody in society might rage the fuck out on you for driving that fast through a school zone. They might freak out and have some like road rage, get through the school zone, then follow you, right? Then, you know, like do some bad thing to you because you did what you did. And so we make this law that says when you're going through a school zone, don't be a dick, because that'll piss people off, and we'll have an even bigger problem. So, you know, just generally don't be a dick. But it's like you think that somebody went, faced east, prayed a bunch of times, and then found out that, you know, it was bad to speed through a school zone. I guess. Is that what you believe? That we ate like some spirit goo? And then all of a sudden, like we felt like it was messed up to speed through school zones? Is that how it works? We eat spirit goo, and then we just feel bad now? You see how ridiculous the opposition is? Like, if the brain is not figuring it out, then what is? What is doing? Is it the poop? Do you think it's the other end? Do you think it's that moral decisions are produced by, like, the rectal sphincter or something? The outer rectal sphincter? Like, what do you think happens? What about the colon? What do you think the colon does? Do you think the shape of your turd has anything to do with the shape of your colon? Like, what, you think there's any relationship there whatsoever? Like, it's you guys, like, I don't understand what you think bodies do. What do you think the body is doing? Is the body playing any role at all in reality, or... I don't understand what you mean the mind is non-physical. Why do we have drugs that do stuff to minds then? Why is there propofol? Why does propofol do what propofol does? I don't get it. If you're saying there's no mind, then why can you literally dial consciousness? Why is there a little knob that you can go like this? Whoop, whoop, and you can fuck with someone's consciousness. Why does that happen? You ever heard about propofol titration? You ever heard about that? You ever heard about general anesthesia? Any of this? Like mind deleters? You ever seen those things? Little knobs that delete minds? You ever seen those? You just go whoop. No one's got a mind, or someone's got no mind, and they whoop. Now they got a mind again. You ever seen that? Yeah, it's propofol. Yeah, the white shit. The white shit. What did I say? Propofol? Oh, I was saying propofol. Yeah, propofol. This shit's dial a heart rate and shit, man. That shit's crazy. You could play all kinds of stuff, with consciousness if you wanted to, I guess. Like, why does that happen? If the neural activity of the mind or the brain is not the mind, then what is the brain doing when it's active? What is that? What is brain activity? Can you walk me through what brain activity is? Is the brain activity doing anything? Is it correlated to anything else? Or is it just some you pick up from, what the brains just jiggle like that? We don't know what they're doing when they're jiggling like that, but that's just what they do. They jiggle. Is that what you think? That brains just jiggle? And thought is completely unrelated to brain jiggles? You guys are, man, come on, man. Come on. Would you come on with this shit? Can you do that? Can you come on? See, do we got Neptune Man? Yeah, you want to come up, Neptune Man? You got to be at least 18.
Yep, I'm 25.
All right.
All right. Can you hear me okay? My phone's on the charger.
Yeah, I can hear you. Now it's on the floor, huh?
Cool. So what's Igtheism?
It's a linguistic philosophy that deals with proper epistemics.
Proper epistemics. What's that mean?
Like how we draw upon our semantic framework, our language, to explain an epistemology. It's a methodology to use to ground your semantic references to your ontological claims, your epistemological claims.
So is this more like a Ludwig thing or an anti-Ludwig?
Well, I'm an anti-nerd, so I have no idea.
Oh, I mean Wittgenstein. You know Wittgenstein or not?
People accuse me of being like him all the time, and I've never read his shit.
Okay. So can you tell me a little more about your, like, how do you look at language? Do you think it's a tool, or do you think it represents things that are actually out there?
Both.
So sort of like the realm of forms?
No, it's just we use words to represent what we experience.
Okay.
The experience grounds our word choice. Like, how do you describe this? What semantic reference? There's an object right below my webcam. Give me the proper semantic representation of it real quick.
An unknown object, I would say.
No, but describe it specifically so that we could talk about it.
Oh, I don't think I have a basis to even know what you have in your hand. You could have anything in your hand.
Well, right, but it should be the case that we just semantically represent it, though, right? We could do that?
What do you mean by semantically represent that?
Like, try it.
Like display it? Like show it?
No,
Is that what you mean?
semantically represent.
Semantically represent.
Semantics.
Okay, you might need to.
You know what semantics is, right?
Up a little bit. Yeah, you define semantics for me real quick.
Word usage, like what words mean.
Uh-huh.
Right?
Yes.
The differences
So
in word usage. So what do you call this?
That's a cap. I'd call that a cap.
And I didn't tell you that, right?
No.
I didn't use any word.
Nope.
You did, though. You used the word.
Sure did.
Guess what word I use?
What word do you use?
Same one. Bottle cap.
No, bottle cap. Okay.
Same.
Cool.
Well, why? What happened that we were able to agree upon or ground bottle cap? Like, what did bottle cap stick to? Right? Because bottle cap is just like, because here and then here. This thing is still this thing when it's down here. Like, before I raised it up, like, this thing in my hand is still the thing that it is. It is what it is before I let you see it.
Yep.
But we're asking, why did we pick this word? Why that word? That particular word was the only word left in your brain after you saw it. It just, all the other words moved out of the way. Watch was the one. Bottle cap was the one. But
right.
how are we doing that? We're doing it through what's called an epistemic bridge. That we have access to the ontology by way of our experience. It's the experience. You have experience, and then from that experience, you draw upon a semantic framework to say to me, bottle cap.
Okay, that's interesting.
And if you say donkey, I will push back epistemically, because I already have an epistemic prior for donkeys. You do probably too. So that when I say this is a donkey, you're like, well, that's actually not a donkey, that's a bottle cap.
Okay. So I got a good interesting question for you then. Because I think you could probably have a good.
Can you ask it without beating the shit out of your microphone? That would be dope.
You're right. I was just clearing my desk. I apologize.
Yeah, that's cool.
So, where do you think early humans got the idea of like analog, like the analog eye?
Proto-linguistic representation of symbolic reasoning, like we do, but it would be proto-linguistic. So it would be derived more from emotional representation, right? The sense of I, it would have been drawn from the sense, the feeling of I, and we would have just had an early primitive form of representing, like or something like that. This might be how our first, I don't know what our first one, but it could have been this expression, right? It might be something of why we point at ourselves, right? Like, what is the point of pointing at ourselves? Because we use this as representation. And so when we represent ourselves, that's the only difference. And so at some point, we would have taken this proto-primitive linguistic representation of an emotion of I am me and given it linguistic form by I, or, or whatever it was. And I don't know what the first word for I was, bro.
Okay. So remind me again, what is Igtheism?
Igtheism is a linguistic philosophy that explains how we draw upon semantic references to represent our epistemics, as in we do it by way of the experience. And so absent the experience, anything that you're saying about the nature of an object is going to be a non sequitur. And its negation is going to be as equally likely and a non sequitur, leading to every claim that you make about it being a non sequitur and a contradiction. And so if you make a claim about a thing's nature absent that epistemic bridge, I can't form myself any epistemic prior to allow it in the conversation. So I need an epistemic prior to grant you that as be anything other than a presupposition.
Could you blame me if you lost me halfway?
No.
I'm glad we can be honest with each other.
Well, it's just I'm used to people not understanding me the first 3 or 5, 10 times.
Of course. So would you happen to have any means you can point me to better understand what you're saying? Just
right.
you?
Yeah.
Do you have any books?
Not on Igtheism or philosophy, no.
Oh, okay.
I just learned my philosophy from a philosophy 101 class and several ethics classes, and then 20 years talking to nerds about their philosophies.
Okay. So what is your take on the God thing?
Which one?
Do you think there's any... Well, just the main overall. Do you think there's a point in talking about it?
Are you talking about nature? The main overall one, nature? Because that's the main God that I would argue that has been worshipped most through humanity. We've been around for 300,000 years, and only in the last 10 to 8,000 years have they been anthropomorphized to be these space entities or whatever the fuck. For 290,000 years, they were aspects of nature. So do you mean that by virtue of the majority, or do you mean some other plurality or something that is more relevant to today and you would arbitrarily be rejecting other gods? Which one?
I think that's a complicated thing. Do you think that anthropomorphization came around the time of that analog I?
No, because I think we've been using language probably longer than Homo sapien sapien.
We've probably been using language because we would probably use quick claps here and there, or to notify other people where prey is or where there's a predator or certain things like that, and it got more advanced over time. But I'm just curious, because of course there would be nature, and before there was an analog, they probably just thought themselves as expressions of that nature, and as more useful they got, they probably, I don't know, developed more complex interpersonal. But you don't think that those aroused at the same time, the anthropomorphization and the separation of nature? Because I feel that
no, we have evidence. We have evidence of thousands, tens of thousands of years of animism.
Of what?
Animism is the oldest known spiritual or religious concepts. Is animism.
What's animism?
It's kind of hard to explain, but it's sort of like everything has a life essence, whatever it is that grants meaning to us and life and experience and stuff. Inanimate objects have that too. So it is sort of a sense of anthropomorphization, but not anthropic, right? It's not humanizing. It's sort of taking some of human essence and giving it to inanimate objects.
Okay.
It would be like pre-shaman. You heard of shamanism?
I've not heard of shamanism.
Well, so shamanism is the second oldest. Shamanism would have been an evolution of animism, where we're now giving the power of animistic installation to a shaman. that it goes through a shaman, that the shaman is projecting and channeling the power of nature, the essence of, whatever, right? It's very primitive. It's not, don't overcomplicate their beliefs with our modern concepts. We have no evidence that these were codified in that way. Shamanistic beliefs, early shamanistic beliefs, they were codified within the cultural tribal representations and stuff, but they're more just beliefs and practices that these people did ritualistically because they found meaning. And shamans became a vessel for that, experts, if you will, people who were, most in tune with it or whatever, people born of a bloodline or whatever, because, we had all different kinds of reasons that someone could be a shaman.
Okay. And how soon before the collapse of the Bronze Age would this be?
What, animism?
Yeah.
Fuck. When did Bronze Age end? Like 1500 or some shit?
Something like that. I have it written down somewhere.
I'll just look it up. Yeah, ended 1200 BCE, 3300 to 1200 BC. Like, the oldest known that I know of major, well, it's actually not the oldest known, but anyway, look up Göbekli Tepe. There's a bunch of things called tepes in southern Turkey, Syria area, but Göbekli Tepe is this, we don't even actually know yet, as far as I know, what they were doing, but they were, they're ancient remains of structures that humans built, and they built animal relics and stuff, animal statues. For whatever reason, they intentionally buried the site, and then we come back and build another one. And that's why they're so preserved, and we found them is because they preserved them. They buried them. We don't know, don't really have an answer yet, for as far as I know, for why we buried them, but we don't know if it was actually to preserve them or what they're why were they doing? We don't know. But yeah, they're just animals, right? They're, in my opinion, like if I had to guess, it would probably be a sign of the hunters and the people of the area realizing that the food is becoming more scarce, and these are probably summoning stones or something like that to ritualize the return and stuff, But this area had been changing from a very fertile area to a more sparse area with the changing climate patterns and stuff like that. So this area was that's why they call it the Fertile Crescent, because it used to be a completely different landscape and shit. It was deciduous forests and stuff. Now it's all fucking or I don't know about deciduous, but it used to be much more grass and rich. It's a desert now. It's been desertified.
Mm-hmm.
And that change is probably what pressed us into agriculture, which would have been one of the first human inventions, agriculture, that led us into society, basically. Like, we had writing and stuff, but only in the form of a primitive, proto-linguistic form, where it would be symbols and stuff that would be understood within the context of the society, not necessarily like full linguistics. That's what these statues likely would have represented, is concepts of the animal themselves, as some kind of summoning stone or something.
Right. Like sort of like idols or something.
Idols, yeah, but my belief is that it would be idols to summon the animals, right? To praise the animals because of their decline.
Okay. Could you think of any particular reason as to why we might be pushed into anthropomorphism?
Narcissism, ego, manifest destiny, becoming to learn that we are a powerful species. We're an intelligent species, and so we seek patterns, and we come from a hierarchy, a hierarchical mindset of dominance, things like that. This is just a natural progression of an intelligent mind that can extrapolate and synthesize, explanations from experience.
Okay. That's fair. Okay. Well, you've given me a lot to think about, man. I'll shoot you a follow, and maybe I'll join back in again another time.
Cool. Appreciate it. Come back. Be safe.
You as well.
Yeah, yeah. Superstition, yeah, is like it is like prediction error. It's a good way to do it because superstitions come from our pattern seeking and explanation giving abilities that we just apply uncorrelated causal relations to situations and believe that those are the explanations. And there's an analogy that I learned that I don't know what it's called. I just call it the loaf analogy. But a mother is teaching her daughter how to bake a loaf, and she gets all the ingredients and mixes them, and then she gets her pan out and she sets up the loaf and she prepares it, and she cuts off like the four corners of the loaf and then puts it in the pan, and the daughter's watching the whole time, and the daughter sees the mom like cut off the corners of the loaf and kind of wad it up and put it back in the bowl and starts baking the rest. And the daughter's like, she doesn't know why she's doing that, but she's learning the recipe from her. And the daughter says to the mom, she's like, why did you cut off the ends of the loaf like that? And she's like, well, that's just part of the recipe. That's what mom taught me this is how mom taught me to do. It's how grandma taught me to do this. And while she was given the explanation, she didn't feel comfortable in the explanation. And later on, she calls up her mom. So she calls grandma, and she's like, grandma, or mom, why did you teach me to cut off the corners of the loaf in the recipe for the loaf? And the grandma was like confused, and she was like, well, honey, that's just because my pan was too small and I couldn't fit the rest in there. And so the mom in this scenario learned the recipe from the grandma, but the grandma didn't really articulate the proper process. It was the case that the pan was too small, didn't have enough to put it in there, and she didn't explain that to the daughter. So the daughter had learned that that's just how you do it, and then it made sense to the daughter because the pan was full. The object permanence was fine. There wasn't anything flying in the face of the daughter. It made sense in the moment. But when the daughter then learned that step as part of the process, but then the mom was using a pan that was bigger, the daughter had seen this gap. Like, why didn't you just leave that loaf looked like just that loaf, right? There's plenty of room, so why'd you cut it off? And the daughter asked that question. It was because it was a different size pan. And so it teaches like this, that's what a fundamental attribution error is that the mom in this scenario just made a misattribution of the part of the recipe to cut off the extra bit of the loaf. And then she passed that on to someone where it didn't fly under the radar because there was a physical inconsistency, that the object permanence of the daughter was in play, and she saw the extra room available and didn't understand why mom cut that shit off, right? So, I mean, our lives are just chock full of fundamental attribution errors. And we really got to be more careful about it in first encounters, first meetings with people. First meetings with people play a huge role in personality development, relation development, all that stuff, right? If you have a bad first encounter with someone, it's so hard to get past that. But if you step back and you ask yourself, have you ever done that to someone else? Has anybody else had to tolerate that behavior in you? And you start realizing that you're not judging people in a fair light this way. That, oftentimes this is a behavior you do too, so you shouldn't be judging people under that critical light if you're not equally as judgmental towards your own shit. So What is yotai? I don't know what yotai means. Is that how you say "oh" with the? I'm American. They don't teach us oopsiladdles and enyas and shit like that. Or oops, what is it called? Oops. Is it an oopsiladdle? I don't know what it's called. The little dots. Oh, yote. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what yote means. But yeah, like your early life is just chock full with lies. You know, it's kind of a sensitive topic, but it deals with like psychological priming and stuff. Like in your early years, like when you start kind of coming into puberty is when you also start thinking more complex thoughts and stuff, and those kind of thoughts might come up. You know, you're more mature. You know, pubescent thoughts and stuff. You know, your hormones are raging and stuff. But for some people, they come up, you know, early. They enter it, and it may come up in discussion, you know, between a kid and their parent. And the parent is then tasked with kind of treading difficult territory, right? You're tasked here to kind of gaslight your child, to get your child to stop thinking about that and get back to, like, give them an answer that makes them forget about it, kind of deal, right? That's what you're trying to do. And so that's an effect of what I call a cognitive panacea, is that if your kid's asking you like a question that's a little bit too more advanced, you'll give them this dumbed down explanation to hopefully like stave off that realm of curiosity, at least for a little bit, because when they get to like 12, their brain would have developed and matured a little bit more. Top of that, their other emotions would have like caught up, and now they're into their pubescent years where these questions make more sense. And then as they develop, you know, if you're talking to your 25-year-old kid, you know, talking about boobies is not unheard of with, you know, a dad and their 25-year-old kid. Whereas a dad and their 5-year-old kid wouldn't be having the same conversations. And it's because during that stage of development, we want them to develop other tasks than those kinds of complex relations, right? Because the brain having to build a complex relationship network like that prevents proper brain growth and development. And so they think that hyper sexualizing, you know, the younger or whatever causes this kind of psychological trauma where it kind of locks them in at that age. And it's you know, it's bad or whatever. So, you know, there's an importance to this this idea that sometimes you want to be able to shut down certain thoughts in a person, and sometimes you want to foster thoughts, right? There's a stage, a time, and a place. You know, sometimes you want to drink alcohol and go wild, and there's, you know, time and place for that. So it's not always good to teach memes. You got to teach memes appropriately. You got to be responsible and teach the right memes at the right time to foster the right kind of development. Got to have good, ordered, structured, you know, processes. This is why I think it's so important that we have the class of in the field of human growth and development, because this breaks human life cycles up into stages that make it kind of easier for people to understand that what are the differences in the developmental ages and stuff. Like, you know, concepts around object permanence have a lot of importance in our younger formative years. That's really what we're contending with, is learning how to build memory bridges from one iteration of our sense of being to the next, because we go unconscious. You know, we go to sleep and wake up, go to sleep and wake up. We do all this compiling and stuff. When we sleep, we wake up, and every time we do this, we reset, and, you know, we're kind of coming back online with that history of your relationship with you know, the rest of reality. It's a learning process from start to finish. You got a microphone? You want to come up and talk about it? It's a linguistic philosophy. It deals with language, epistemology. It says that atheism and theism, they do too much. They do too much on the topic. That the topic of the God thing is an incoherent topic, and it needs to be rectified. Igtheism shows that both of them are valid epistemic models, or invalid epistemic models. That neither atheism nor theism can get past the hurdle that you can neither prove nor disprove God. With atheism, you can either prove God or disprove God. Atheism is the lack of belief or disbelief in the existence of God or gods, all of them. Problem is that the word God don't mean shit, right? Like a Blarzelstnaffer's type of fidget whistler, that, or a type of a shabloo is a type of Blarzelstnaffer that applies to distal end of a fidget whistler. Does that sound like fucking anything you understand? When people start explaining gods to me, it sounds like that to me. I've deprogrammed my brain from thinking that the word God actually means something, and I've easily been able to do this because I just learned, like, there's a lot of different kinds of God things out there. Why take one group of people's word over another group of people's word, right? Why would I do that? And when you do that, you realize that you have no burden to rationalize the broken category God. All you have a burden to do is say that it's a broken category, and then be able to articulate how it's a broken category. Yeah, but, you know, if we don't have ontology is what it is. This is an epistemic model that can be applied to see if somebody else's model is epistemic or semantic. So it doesn't matter whether if I'm talking about something to someone and it's God and it exists, it's fine. If I'm doing that and it doesn't exist, that's fine too. It doesn't matter to me whether a God exists or not, because I only care about the epistemic relationship our semantics have with the ontology. That's all I care about, is seeing if the semantics you're using, the language, the way you're linguistically describing, the symbolic way you're representing it, logically coheres to our epistemic understanding. That if you're not able to bridge that gap, then all you have is pure semantics, and that's just a trash epistemology. Is an entirely semantic construct is not an epistemic construct. Yeah, I don't care if a God exists or not. I just want to know what gods are. Yeah. If God exists, it exists. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't care. Some gods do exist. Some gods don't exist. I just don't know what makes gods gods, other than monkeys point at gods and call them gods. That's it. Monkeys point at stuff and call it a god. And sometimes they point at things that are real, and sometimes they point at things that aren't real. I'm not trying to sit here and tell people what gods are. So my only standard is, if you're going to try to demonstrate ontology, that you be able to indicate the manifestation. That's it. And then from there, we can discuss it. We can make whatever observations we can. We can interrelate our experiences and whatnot through semantics, and try to come to some model that best describes our individual epistemic understanding of the ontology. We understand whether or not we cohere or not with semantics, right? That we understand how to translate an epistemic model into a semantic model so that we can interrelate the descriptions, right? Because if I'm looking at a thing, you don't necessarily know that I see that thing as green until I say it's green, right? I might be colorblind, right? And I might still be able to see green. It might be that green that I can still see the green. But, you know, if you're going to say there is a thing and it's round, and I don't see a thing that has a shape, then I can't tell you if you're right or wrong. And if I believe you, then, I mean, that's just a shitty standard. I mean, if you tell me you could see a round thing, that's fine, whatever. I already have an epistemic prior to round things. So when you say you have a round thing, I don't need you to prove the existence of round things. I already have that, right? But if you tell me you see like a square circle, well, no, you don't, right? No, you don't. You're not looking at no fucking square circle. I don't know what the hell you think you're looking at, but it ain't a square circle. You can't be looking at it. Well, I will concern myself with the mental masturbation once I can form my own epistemic model of it. Because then it'll be the mental masturbation is the relationships that our epistemics has with the semantics. Are we able to properly represent it? Like, for example, the idea, like, I could have a box with a little thing in it, right? There could be like 6 or 7 of us sitting at a table. And you open the box, you look in the box and close it and pass it around the room. Then everybody gets out a sheet of paper and writes down what they saw in the box. Then you fold up the piece of paper. You put all, maybe you don't fold them up. You just, share out the piece of papers and see if everybody chose the same words. That's what you're looking for. You're looking for that, the epistemic weight, which is going to be the ground for the word that you're using. So, you may look in a box and see a round thing. And then the next guy puts down a oblique spheroid thing. And another guy puts in they're going to be describing it the way that they see it. And then we're all going to look at each other's descriptions and see what agrees and what disagrees, right? And then we're going to share conversation about that and refine our own individual epistemics, right? That's how I was able to update colors. Like, I understand that when I look at this thing, I do see green, but I do also understand that I have color. I'm red-green colorblind. Now, this is green enough for me to see the green, but I know that some greens, like the green in my Igtheism up there, the yellow, I don't know if that's bright green or yellow. I would, because it's so bright, I would say it's yellow. That's how I figure out what's yellow or green. If it looks duller to me, if my brain thinks dull, I say green. It's like a lime green. If it looks bright to me, I say it's yellow, because I can't tell the difference between that green and yellow. Now, when you guys look at it, you're seeing whatever color it is, right? If you're not colorblind, you're looking right at it and you're like, dude, is this guy's fucked up? Yeah, and I am fucked up. I got colorblindness, right? But I learned about colorblindness from people writing down different answers and then convincing me that, oh shit, my shit's fucked up. Even though I'm perceiving it, the collective is giving me compelling reason to think that my shit's fucked up. So I'll go with the herd on this one, right? But if you guys start saying, yeah, mine's a wizard, yeah, shut up, dude. You don't have a fucking wizard in there. Like, I'm not gonna listen to you tell me that your thing is a fucking wizard and it's doing things for you. Prove that. Prove wizards, man. You gotta prove wizards first. I'm not just gonna take your word for it that you saw a freaking wizard in the box, because that's not what I saw. I saw a round green yellow thing. Now, if you write down, when you say the definition of a wizard, if your definition of a wizard is a round green yellow thing, well then fuck. I fucked up. I shouldn't have been so jumpy on the gunny, right? I should have waited for you to define it, because now all you mean is the thing that I saw. I just called it a round green yellow thing. But I didn't know that you meant wizard was round green yellow thing, because I assumed like everybody was using, most people use wizard not that way. It's not that. That's typically not how people do it. But see, I jumped the gun. It doesn't matter if it's typically. That was their jargon, and I jumped the fucking gun and I made a mistake. That's what atheists are doing. Atheists heard God's Jesus and it hates them, wants them to like do things, horrible to people. And they're like, yeah, fuck that. God's not real. Okay, well, what about that one? That one's not anything like that one. That one's actually not even a dick. It's actually pretty dope. Yeah, I don't believe in that one either. Why not? Because it's not like Jesus. It's like, wow, dude, you got issues, man. You got issues. If that's your argument, you got issues, bro. Get a better argument. Get the Igtheist argument. I don't got to worry about navigating that territory. What do you mean, who's angry? Are you angry? You got problems? This ain't therapy. Well, yeah, of course it's still green, even if my perception is warped. That's the point. That together, through our shared interrelated experience, I am capable of learning more about reality than I would all by myself. I think that's a bonus. I think it's dope as fuck that I have learned that I'm colorblind, because now every time I go to like through intersections and shit, I'm a little bit extra careful, right? I make sure I don't have any problems with that because those colors are different enough. Sometimes those colors are all like by themselves, and red and green are hard for me to figure out. So I'm extra cautious. You got to learn how to navigate through your stuff, but knowing is half the battle. So it's through the shared interrelated experience that we really learn stuff. And if you can't share your experience, then I don't learn stuff. Because then you're just sharing me your semantic representation. I don't care about that. If you're saying a dragon is real, the only way I'm going to let you get away with that is when I'm there with you, that I believe dragons are real. You're not going to be the cause for me to believe in dragons are real. No one, you could use literally every word in every language, in any combination, and none of that is going to be sufficient to establishing the ontology. That's what I'm looking for. All I'm looking for is dragon the best word? Is that the best word we should be using? Is dragon? Is that it? Is that no other descriptor? Lizard didn't work? Nope, lizard's out. It's breathing fire. Right? That's that. I guess dragon. Right? It's got to be doing certain things and being certain things for me to say dragon. And if I don't know what a dragon is, then, well, I don't know what the fuck you got. Maybe a dragon. I don't know. Show it to me. Oh, you can't? Can't do that? That's super unfortunate, because I can't believe you can't show me dragon. Why? Because no one else has shown me dragon. I don't have an epistemic prior to dragons. Don't you think those are important epistemic priors? Because semantics is not epistemic. You have a semantic prior, if that means anything, which it doesn't. There's no such thing as a semantic prior. A semantic prior is the groundation for why you picked a color. Like, this thing is the groundation for why I have the word green in the sentence, this is green, right? So the semantic prior for this is the way this thing's manifesting with my relationship to it to see that it's green. So me and the relationship is the semantic prior. That's just saying that's, the thing is where I grounded the word green to. The thing, that it's green. That it's this color, right? This property. And we just give the word the label. It's the property, right? It's green. But green, that's not green. Green is lots of things are green, right? It's not like green came from that. That's just one of the member of sets of things that are green, which is an independent label we give to that wavelength of light. What does FYP mean? Oh, for you, Paige. Looking for a nerd who thinks I'm wrong about some shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know you could do that to put in the hashtags. I don't know shit about TikTok. What do you mean, like what? You got you want to come up? You got a problem with my memes, man? My prompts? I got prompts. You think there's a valid model on the topic of the God thing other than Igtheism? Think atheism, theism, false dichotomy? Think most atheists believe in God is classical theism? What about evidence? You think absence of evidence is evidence of absence? Yeah. I am an ichtheist, and it is a linguistic philosophy that deals with the topic of the God thing. How do we properly represent our epistemics, right? Every time you heard about somebody's epistemics, they use semantics. What gives? What's up with that? How come you don't just speak in epistemics at me? How come every one of your epistemic claims sounds exactly like a semantic claim? It's because we use semantics, linguistics, to describe everything, to communicate the world, everything, whether it's real or imaginary. We use language to describe stuff. Semantics would be the word choices that we're using, the definitions and meanings of the words. So when you try to describe the meaning of a beaver, what do you do? Do you just imagine some idea of a beaver, or is there another place that we get the meaning of a beaver so that we can understand beavers? Because I argue that it's the beaver. The meaning of a beaver is the beaver. It is the actual beaver and the experience of the beaver. You're having an experience of the beaver, and that's what a beaver means. And then if I want you to know what a beaver means, I got to use language to get you to know what beaver means. So I would say things like, the definition. I would give you the definition: a large rodent, right? Having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, right? All that stuff. A flat tail, right? I'd say all those things. But those are just semantic references to what I experienced. That it had a flat tail, is a big-ass beaver, or big-ass rodent. I'm just using these words to describe what I'm experiencing. So if words are used to describe what we're experiencing when it comes to epistemics, well, then we got to experience something to get those words, because that's what the words are doing. They're describing the thing. So absent the thing, there's nothing to describe. None of your words are going to stick. Like, if there's no thing, does the concept of a large rodent of the genus Castor does that matter? No, there's no thing. What do you describe? Could you describe nothing as that? Yeah, I guess you could linguistically spew a large rodent of the genus Castor. Yeah, you could just do that. Oh, I mean, I'm probably going to take a break here pretty soon. Maybe within like a half an hour or so, but then I'll be coming back later. Whatnot. I'm like wanting to get like podcast style like numbers here, not numbers and people, but like hours. I'm gonna be putting in lots of hours here, guys. Infecting the airwaves. That's what I got to do. So if you want to learn about Igtheism, I'm probably one of the few. I guess there's a guy on here named Igtheist Prime. I've never met him. I never really met an atheist that I didn't make, or they would cite it to me. I met a guy on here who said he was atheist but didn't sound like atheist I ever heard. So he's not in my club. My faction is actually at war with his faction. I don't know what else to say about that. He's a heretic, and I'm the real shit. But it might be the other way around, because honestly, I hijacked the word atheism because it's the closest one that's out there that represents my shit. So he may be right. I may be the offshoot. You know what I mean? I might be the heretic. I'm not sure. But I got Igtheism from my own brain. I didn't learn Igtheism from somebody else. I just learned it from discourse and word association and stuff like that. So I'm not trying to sit here and act like I went to Igtheist school and I got a degree in honorary. No, I don't got that shit. I just made up my own way through philosophy because I can't. The only way I learned philosophy mostly from my interactions with people online. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I've read some philosophy stuff, very, very little bit. But yeah, I'm not a philosopher. Not really. I'm more like a. Yeah, I'm just an anti-nerd, man. That's what I am. It's just a sound. It should don't. Those are not. That's not a suffix or a prefix. Neither one of those. There's no suffix or prefix in Igtheism, as far as I know. It's just a sound. It's just a word. Shablublu. Shablue is the only valid position to take on the topic of the God thing. Doesn't matter what you call atheism. I don't give a shit. You call it Igtheism, Balzacian doggyism, cherbungling pharmalaxing. There you go. Cherbungling pharmalaxing. Yeah, but I'm intentionally declaring that when I say ichtheist, I don't mean anything specific. It's just a sound. Doesn't need to. I have a philosophy with it. Philosophies don't need labels. I'll let you label. You label it any way you want if you don't like ichtheism. But yeah, there's no etymology as far as I know of ichtheism. If you find one, let me know. Well, no, I'm saying it doesn't have it. It doesn't mean theism when I use it. I know it sounds like it, but it doesn't. It's like, here, I'm not going to repeat myself. Buffalo, 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 buffalo. I did not repeat myself. It's because sounds don't have meanings. Now, letters don't have meanings either. They have symbolic representation. So you got I, G, T, H, E, I, S, M. Oh, and then I, S, T, H, E, A, N, E, right? Remember learning that in school? It was in different order, A, B, C, and you know, A, B, C, D, right? Like all that. Remember learning that? I remember learning it. Well, I didn't learn the A, B, C, D. I learned that moving here where I live. I never do that. I thought in Mexico they learned A, B, C, D, E, F. That's what I thought. I'm not even bullshitting. A grown-ass adult. I moved here, and I still had that idea. I would have thought that. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's A, B, C, D. But they're like, nah, it's A, B, C, D. I'm like, no, it's not. Dude, it's literally, look at it. It says A. And they're like, yeah, ah. And I'm like, no, dude, no. Ah is A-H. That's how you make the ah sound. It's not, it's A. It's you just call it A, B. And they're like, yeah, B. No, B. Did you B, E? And then, you know, a click. I started realizing what I was doing there, and I'm like, oh, shit. Fucking idiot, right? That's how that shit happens. Got the little squiggles and shit over the letters. You know those do stuff? Did you guys know that? I always thought those were letter decorations. They actually do things, man. It's weird. It's like, what do you mean you can't put two dots over an L? Who said that shit? Shit. I gotta play a dog game here. Pattern seeking activated. 4 minutes, 42 seconds to actuate. Proper dog angle, face, head, ears calibrated. Locking in and transcended. Activated. Return to normal function. System crash. Why do they have those? Like, what does that do? Is that like, if I didn't do it, like, it'd kick me off and fucking tell me I'm not cool anymore or something? I can't stream no more? Or is that just, I just hit restart and I can do it again? Probably for like if I fall asleep or something. I don't know. I think an endeavor to bridge the gaps of our cultures and enculturate each other should keep going. Like, we should come together under one banner for sure. And it should be the atheist banner, obviously, so that we can usher in the age of atheist Ragnarok. That really is the goal. Yeah, pretty much, Jake. It doesn't matter what you call the philosophy. Atheists just land on Igtheism or agnosticism. I always complained it would be better if it was Shablubluism, because people wouldn't confuse Shablubluism with atheism. I don't know how many times I've said, yeah, I'm an atheist, and people are like, oh, you're an atheist? And it's like, no, ig. Then I start sounding like an asshole, and it's not hard for me to sound like an asshole, so I'm just like, no, atheist. You're like, huh? So yeah, Shablubluism. There you go. Does that help? Just trying to make it easy, you know? Oblivious Reasons, thank you for the follow. And everybody else, thanks for the follows. Like, my minimum is 1,000 followers. Like, I'm gonna stop asking after that point, you know. But if I can get to 1,000, I'll get the button and people could just hop up. But right now I gotta invite people. If you got the button, you can hit it. You can hit the button. You gotta be 18 to come up, but you can hit the button. But I don't always have the button for people, but I can invite some people right now. I got 3 people I can invite. Yeah, and that's why I'm up here. Is I just got progressively more frustrated that, you know, no one ever heard of it. And so I just figured, you know, I'd start streaming. And I first started streaming with the YouTubes, and I was streaming from Discord. But I'm a powder keg, and, you know, dealing with people on Discord is just toxic as fuck. So it's a horrible environment. And then when I came here, TikTok's just a better environment. There's nicer people, I guess. You know, there's less trolls. It feels more genuine, if you will. So I've been really enjoying my time here. It's a good change. It sucks for my Discord channel, because, like, guys get pretty bored over in there, but they come over here. You know, to listen to me sometimes. They like hearing me rant and shit like that. Sometimes very, very rarely, I'll go on a rant about something. Well, have you thought about Eternal? User, you want to come up here and talk about it? Oh, you ain't even here no more, nerd. Wow. Gonna ask a question and then dip like that, dude? It's gotta be a bot. Oh, you're still here? I don't know. It shows you popping up off of my little invite thing here. You got 24 minutes left. Oh, to get off work, yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, I gotta go pick up my dog soon, and then, so I'm gonna eat, so I could produce more thoughts, and then I'll be back on. So don't be in a rush. You got time, because there's going to be at least an hour. Well, yeah, that's why I'd rather talk to you about it. It's not I don't think you thought your question out enough. You're offering me like eternal well-being, eternality, right? Have you ever seen that video Neil deGrasse Tyson explaining what is it, 52 factorial? One way to describe 52 factorial is if you were to imagine all the grains of sand on planet Earth, and then all the grains of sand on every planet in the entire cosmos. That's somewhere around 52 factorial. Now imagine 1 year of existence for each one of those, and then understand that eternal could incorporate not 52 factorial, 52 billion factorial. At some point, you just got to recognize that eternal forced existence is not what you want. I don't want that. I don't want either one of them, right? I want oblivion. If I have a chance at one option or another, it's just going to be oblivion. I don't want to be around for 52 factorial years. I'm already gassed out at 45 years, right? I gassed out at like 20. See what I'm saying? And I've been persistent another extra 20 years. So telling me, hey, do you want forever of this? No, I don't. I don't want forever of this. No fucking way do I want forever of this. But, this is just with my limited capacity to experience reality as a monkey. You're asking a question that has really nothing to do with my monkey form here. I don't know what shit happens, man. I don't know if there's an afterlife. I just believe that I'm a ground monkey on a mud ball, and I don't teleport to Magic Happy Land because I'm some kind of weird spirit monkey. I just don't think that's going to happen. I think I'm going to die, bloat, and smell like crap, and then somebody's going to do something to me. Like probably put me in a box or crematorium or something like that. It's typically what happens. Bro, I told you, I got bored. I was bored by like year 3, probably. Oh, sweet. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck am I going to be doing for 1,000,000 years, man? What? What am I going to be doing? Walk me through it. What am I doing after 957,245 years, dude? What am I doing? What's life like after that? What's life after like 76,000 years? What is it? What am I going to be doing? Am I still pooping? Do I still have to poop after 76,000 years? Still got to go through to spending like 0.3 of my day, 0.3 of my day percentage, like wiping my butt for an umpteen Googleplex years. Like, what am I going to be doing? Yeah, like planting tomatoes. Yeah, it's like, what? I don't want to do that, man. Like, there's nothing I want to do forever. I can't think about it. Even 1,000,000 years, man. Like, I don't think you think 1,000,000 years in the same way that I do. It's fucking misery. Life sucks a lot, man. And especially for like a lot of people. So, we all got our reasons for why life is awesome, but life ain't always awesome for people. A lot of people, can't really, but I mean, you're just like forced persistent existence is. There's no way for me to conceptualize that where I'm like, yeah, that's dope as fuck. Because think about it. Like, what if you said, okay, all right, forced persistent existence, but you could turn off whenever you want and back on when you're okay? Well, then there's no difference. I don't remember the time that I'm turned off, so I'm never off. Fuck that. It's not good. Like, there's no way to conceptualize this where it doesn't suck. I think the only way that could make it not suck as bad per se is like when the Hindus and stuff talk about reincarnation or something. I guess that model could kind of make sense. Like, you just perpetually live the life of something different, like a cockroach, a ground monkey, a wizard, whatever. Maybe that's a solution for some people, but yeah, I don't believe in no reincarnation or anything like that. I'm just a ground monkey. And my brain just synthesizes experience. I don't think that there's any reason to believe that I'm going to teleport to Magic Happy Land or give me a whole new body or something. Because how come, like, it's just like restart, right? Like, what's the point? Doesn't make it's still like there's no real point to that. But being a way for you to cope with being, forced persistent existence, right? That you keep hitting the delete reset or something. Like, that's your model to get out of it, is that you just said, fuck it. You live for 52 factorial years and you're just like, fuck it. I'm just going to, like, try interrupting it and just giving me, like, a monkey body, and then a cockroach body, and then a spider body. That's just Earth creatures. What about all the other, planets that may have aliens and shit on it? They live in those lives too? Is that what they, you know what I'm saying? It's, look, let's just chill on it, Let's just be ground monkeys, get our lives, and just delete. That's just how that works. You just poof, right? Just like when you go to sleep, same thing. Like, all those times you sleep and you don't dream? It's just kind of like you close your eyes for a second and then you wake back up. It's like that. You just don't wake back up. That's the only difference between sleep and death is, sleep, you just wake back up. Death, you just, it's like that period between, like the times you don't dream. It's like the period between being asleep and awake. It's like that. It's like, bam. Billion years, just like that. Billion years, 100 gajillion years, bam, just like that. Yeah, I don't do that. They can. I understand that there's subconscious and conscious. Conscious, like you could see a difference in like things like conscious sedation versus general anesthesia. There are different states and levels of consciousness is what they're trying to talk about. And people like that can never agree that those functions ever cease. They're trying to say that they never cease. And in a certain way, there's always because there's what's called the default mode. In some regions of the brain, there's what's called the default mode network, and it's kind of like where all of your words and memories and those kinds of associations are located, and they kind of just sit there running in their own loops, and then they get focused on and drawn up out of that default mode, and you can like think about it specifically. That's what it's like to go from no thought to thought, is you're just kind of drawing concepts from a resting state into an active state, and then the less you think about it, the more they kind of recede back to that resting state. And so that's sort of what the brain's doing, is bringing in these different concepts as you try to think about them and you synthesize ideas. So well, it's to be aware of life, to just be aware. I would say robot can be conscious to some degree. I would even say that like robots would be able to get better at consciousness than us. Maybe, I don't know. Why do we monkeys assume that monkeys are the best at consciousness? Maybe we're not. Maybe we're just like really dog shit at consciousness, and like birds are just like their consciousness makes our intelligence look like our intelligence to their intelligence. They're just like way better at consciousness. Some shit, who knows? Worms might be like the most consciously aware thing, dude. Like I don't know. I just know what consciousness like is for me, and I infer it for a lot of other people. I can't say I know what consciousness is like for every human, but I can infer that we're probably all pretty similar on that whole topic, right? We're all shooting in the same general vicinity on that one. Like all of us, as in like animals and shit. I think we're all basically doing the same thing with consciousness. I don't. I think like even like birds, lizards, snakes, and shit. They're all conscious to some level. I just don't give like the importance factor and like to consciousness. I don't think consciousness is all that. Let me put it that way. I think there's like sapience is all that, right? When people talk consciousness, I think to myself like, I mean, sapience is just much better, right? Fuck consciousness. Everybody's got fucking toads got consciousness. They don't have sapience. They don't have deep thought though. Toad's just kind of looking at the fucking world and waiting for shit to move so it can eat it. That's consciousness. Sapience is like, oh shit, I'm getting fat. I should go up and get exercise or something like that. Or I'm getting hungry. I should get more food or something. You know, sapience is recognizing these conditions, deep thinking about it, and just being like, fuck it. You know, I just want to grow my beard, right? Consciousness is the beard, and sapience is me being like, yeah, I'm too lazy to fucking shave it. So that's all that is. So I think consciousness is just like some ghetto shit that basically everybody does. It's like the herpes of cognition. Why not? Are you an atheist? Will, would you like to come up here and talk about your atheism? And I can ask you questions, and then you can see how you probably believe in the God of classical theism, and then I'll be right. And then you'll have the opportunity to be more right than you've ever been in your life. Well, it's unfortunate. But yeah, it's my contention that most atheists believe in the God of classical theism in order for them to say that God doesn't exist. Not that they believe in its existence. It's just that it's the God in their brain. When they say, I don't believe in God, they mean the God of classical theism. That's what they mean. They've conceptualized their own God to rationalize some objection. And the reason that they've done this is because they know that the wide variety of God availability really kind of fucks up the statement God exists or God doesn't exist. So what atheists did is they went to God identification school and they got certified at level 3 God identification, which allowed them to construct God of classical theism attributes, and based on their atheist expertise, used the God of classical theism to compare to other deities and see if those deities are gods or not. That's what atheists did with the God of classical theism. So like when I tell an atheist that like the Aztecs and the Egyptians and the Romans and the Greeks and it goes on, all believe the sun is God, what do the atheists do? The atheists say, well, that's not a God, because they don't want to push back ontologically. They agree the sun is real. They just, from their level 3 certification that they got at God identification school, they certify that the sun is clearly not a God because it lacks the necessary attributes that their God school of atheism has bestowed them with. This definitive objective knowledge of the nature of God's existence is clearly a specific set of parameters that their atheist brain thinks has any merit to me whatsoever. So that's why I'm saying it. The atheists believe in the God of classical theism because they need something to say I don't believe it. Well, that's just one of the definitions, though. It's like some people think like the definition of God is sort of like the magic 8-ball answer. You only get one answer at a time or something. I don't know what you guys think's happening here, but my magic 8-ball has about 8 billion answers on one side. When I ask it, what is God? It flips and there's literally like 8 billion fucking answers on that side, right? That side has like square gods, circle gods, one true and only square gods, one true and only circle gods, triangle gods that make all other shapes gods. It's ridiculous. Like, you read the list of gods and it's just like, dude, purple gods, green gods, one gods, happy gods, tall gods. It's like, dude, come on. Let's chill with the number of gods, humans, right? Because there's just too many. There's one gods, there's a multitude pantheistic gods, there's polytheism gods, it's deist god. It's like, fucking stop it. There's too many gods to make a category out of. Well, I understand that's what you believe. That's the God you worship, user. That's not what everybody worships, though. It's like, I don't know how, like, one true and only circle God and one true and only square God, I don't understand how you call that a category. Like, what are you doing? That's not a category. Well, why? Like, why do you believe a God thing can arm wrestle? Like, do you have any reason for me to believe that there is a thing that can arm wrestle? You talking about, like, the Devin Larrett guy? That guy? That dude's got fucking, you see them things, man? He's got fucking arms on him, dude. He's got some big old fucking gorilla arms. Well, that's if it's got ontology, and that's what you got to establish. I'm not going to grant you ontology because you threw a definition at me. Here's a definition. Nuh-uh. God is nuh-uh. There's a definition. My definition's better than yours, bro. You like my definition? Nuh-uh. You see how definitions work? Do you have a reason for me to accept your definition? Like, you don't have a reason to accept my nuh-uh, and you're rejecting my nuh-uh? See how you're just effortlessly taking my nuh-uh and saying, you know, the hell with this guy's nuh-uh. Well, I'm saying the hell with your yah-huh. I don't care about your yah-huh definition. That's a yah-huh definition. I mean, nice yah-huh definition, but I'm going to negate it with nuh-uh. Right? Nuh-uh? It's like... my nuh-uh statement invalidates. How does that feel? That I didn't actually have to think at all. I did that thinking a long time ago, and I came up with the standard that says whenever somebody offers you a yah-huh God, offer them a nuh-uh, right? Just give them a nuh-uh. That's what you do. I don't need to fucking overthink some shit when you're coming at me with nuh-uh or yah-huh. Just gonna nuh-uh your ass. Why do you think I'm obligated to, like, get up and go, like, do some peer review research, get a meta-analysis going on, come back with the 18-point fucking PowerPoint presentation? I don't need to do any of that. I'm just going to say, nuh-uh. Done. That's it. Now, if you got something more than yeah-huh, we can discuss it. But, like, an endless wall of yeah-huh is just you wasting your time on someone like me. Am I seeking? Well, I mean, depends on what God is. What is God? Am I seeking the sun? I mean, it's dope as fuck. We're in orbit around. I'm a ginger, so I got a bias, but without it, the planet would fucking be a terrible place. So that God, yeah, I mean, I'm not seeking it. I already know exactly where it is. I orbit it, right? Well, I already know what gods are. I've heard of gods. I probably already know the one you believe in. Right? Like, why are you playing coy? Huh? Why are you playing coy? You think we ain't heard of gods up in here, man? You think we got a God definition deficit up in here, bro? Listen to me, man. Listen to me. Let me get this close. I don't want anybody to know this, dude. But I have no God definition deficit. I have more God definitions than I know what to fucking do with, brother. I will sell you God definitions. Okay? 3 easy payments of $19.99. And I will send you a package of 15 different definitions of God. Don't tell anybody. That's between us. Yeah, I have more definitions. Thanks for the support, guys. I got more definitions for God than I know what to do with, man. Why do you think you're coming at me with like a new one? Is your God so obscure you don't think anybody's ever heard of it before? Is that what it is? Your God's so unheard of that no one's ever heard of this thing before? What is your completely brand new to earth God that I've never heard of? And I swear to fuck, if it's Jesus, it's on. Because the question to whether I'm seeking Jesus, no, Jesus is a magical entity. I'm not looking for Jesus any more than I'm looking for the tooth fairy, bro. If you have a magical being, I am thoroughly and totally uninterested in it until you cast a magic spell. Tell me how to cast magic and do one magic. And then I promise you, I will allow Jesus through the ontological door. I will start believing that Jesus was just like Alexander or something like that. Or one of the Caesars or something. Right? Well, yeah, but the problem is if, right? If not, what about if not? Run your operation if not. Do the logical inversion of that. Do a reductio. Try doing a reductio on your statement there. If a perfect good God exists, which is meaningless, and offers you eternal well-being, and then you answer yes or no, right? What if not? Did you ever consider if not? You guys love to what if it is, but what if not? You gotta entertain if not just as much as if. If you're not giving the same weight and credence to if not, then you don't have an if. That's a good indication that you do not have an if. So you should definitely be able to like look at it this way. What if I had coffee in this cup? I would be able to drink it. What if I didn't have coffee in this mason jar? Well, I wouldn't be able to drink it. So what if not, right? Does that change anything? What does God have to do with eternal well-being? Maybe we just get eternal well-being after everything sucks for a while and, say you die at 50. So you're in this shitbird fucking existence for 50 years and then, you die and you transcend and everything's fucking awesome. What does a God have to do with that? Like, where'd you come up with that? What if there is no thing like that? That's just how reality is, right? There's no extra thing. There's just your ass waking up when you die to, perfect well-being. What if that's, and we don't need a God or whatever this extra thing is. Like, you're just throwing that in there like we're supposed to see the connection. And I don't see the connection other than it's a semantic representation of your emotional disposition towards, being a normal ground monkey. Like, you want to be a magic spirit monkey and teleport to Happy Land when you die, and I understand that. Like, I used to want that too. Until I thought about it. Then I was like, yeah, but how long am I going to be there, though? Does it suck? Like, who's my company? Oh, shit, you mean I'm just staring at that guy forever? Fuck that. I don't want that. You know what I mean? That's like the Christian conception of heaven, right? You get this house. It's on wherever the fuck, somewhere. No one gives a shit because you got your house. And then you just basically spend all eternity staring at Jesus. Like, I don't know if you go to your house for anything, but apparently why would you go to your house? You're just, I guess, in a catatonic state staring at Jesus for like 10 to the 54 fucking years, right? I presume you don't get ass sores like bed sores and shit, decubitus ulcers and shit. I imagine everything's fine that way, but still, it's just weird, man. Like, what if you gotta pee? Right? And you've been there for You've been there for 10 to the 80 years, and you got to pee. What happens? You just pee yourself, or are you fine with peeing yourself because you're in the presence of Jesus and you're just super elated? Well, of course not, you'd say. Well, there's no pee. There's nothing to drink. Well, then why the fuck am I there? Like, that's boring. I'm just going to sit there and stare at this guy forever? That's free will, though, huh? All this free will down on Earth to get the great reward of being completely stripped of our free will, and we just get to stare at something for all eternity. Yay. Yay. I'm glad I made all the great and right decisions in life and didn't cause too much pain and suffering so that I could sit there and do this one thing forever and ever and ever. I mean, why, dude? Like, you know, there's so many concepts here. Like, what is well-being, you know? What is this? Like, well-being to me is like, I'm fed, sheltered, happy. Is that what I am? Am I fed in heaven? Do I got to eat? If I eat, do I got to poop? Or does the food just disappear? If the food just disappears, it's not that bad. Like, it gets into my small intestine and just disappears. So I feel that sense of full, right? But I never get the nutrients because I don't need it. I'm just an eternal being. But I can eat as much pizza as I want, and I you know, just pizza and cheeseburgers, you know? I don't think you guys really thought about any of this shit. What if you don't want to do monkey shit no more? What if you want to start doing giraffe shit? What if you get, like, you get dead, right? And you wake up and you're like, dude, I just don't even want to be a monkey no more. Do you get to pick a new species? Or it's like, is spirit monkey like an amorphous shape that could take any, like I could take any form as a spirit monkey? How does that work? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not an expert on spirit monkey identification and property ascertainment. I don't know how to do that. If anybody wants to teach me how to ascertain properties of spirits and gods, that would be dope. I've been wondering how to do that for a long time. It seems like you guys are just making it up, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're doing what I'm doing when I think of Square Circle Man. I mean, that's what I've always assumed, that I could do it too. I do it when I'm talking about Square Circle Man, but maybe you guys are doing something else. Is that possible? Maybe I fucked up and I'm not doing it right? Could be. Well, I look regardless. If my eyes are open, I'm looking at stuff, bro. So you're telling me to look, like, look where? At what? That's what I'm saying, dude. You said, like, you're being vague. Am I looking for a shape? Am I looking for, like, some kind of weird exchange of, you know, like a gas turning into a liquid? Am I looking for, you know, like a distortion in the, you know, like, is it distortion? Is it blue? I've always said things are blue a lot. I say things that I don't know what they are as blue a lot. Because blue is like a color. It's not my favorite color, but I get blue wrong less. Blue is like my best color. So. But yeah, I look anyway, but you're like, just look. And I'm like, I'm already looking. Am I not looking correctly? How do I do it? I'll look. This is what I do. This. I just do this. Is this wrong? Am I not doing this right? Do I do this? Oh shit, I see what you're talking about. There's like a whole nother universe, dude. There's a whole nother freaking reality. Holy shit. It's like, what do you do, man? What do you look? How about you look? See what I see? You look. Just look real hard. You won't see God. See it? You see? Look. Look right where any direction. Look any direction. You won't see it. You'll see what I see. Look, just look, bro. Just like sit there and say, I don't want to see it, and then look around, and you won't see it, bro. Just try that. Try my side. Try not wanting to see it. Okay? Just sit there and don't want to see it. And then you won't see it. That's what I do. That's how I know your God's not real, because I just say, hey, you see right here? There, it's not there. Look, you see how I did that? I just wanted it not to be there, and now it's not there. It's dope as fuck, isn't it? I'll teach you how to do it. Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Word to the left. Word to the left lane. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do it, guys. I don't know the trick. I have tried everything I know to cast spells. Well, I mean, I already looked, user. I've been looking for 54 or 45 years. I've been looking at stuff. I haven't stopped looking at stuff unless I go to sleep. So I'm already doing it, and it doesn't seem to be working, man. Been doing it for a long time now. Been looking at stuff. It's part of the reason why I don't think it's there. Because, like, I can't see it. It's just one of the, like, main reasons. Well, I guarantee that you'll find not God right now. Look, just look. You see it? It's right there. It's not God right there in your face. See it? Look all around you. You won't see it. All you got to do is think about it. No, you don't. No, you don't. All you got to do is look harder, and you won't see it. Just look harder, man. You're not looking. You're not using your eyeballs right. You got to look harder. I'm telling you, dude, if you use your eyeballs right, you'll see. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about, bro. You're just, it's probably like the way you blink. Some people, they have a condition that when they blink, it sends because of the rapid pace, they sort of like send a signal. It's like Morse code to the brain to like fuck up. And so maybe you're just not looking correctly. Try looking more correctly. And you'll see what I'm talking about, that it won't be there. Yeah, people yelled at me enough. One guy came up here and started using his perspective, that shared interrelated experience. See, now you're confirming the necessity for the shared interrelated experience, because I didn't know what the fuck I was looking at, right? And then this guy's like, hey, I'm having this experience. And enough people kept telling me my shit's all fucked up. It's in the wrong spot, but I didn't know where to put it, right? Because I didn't have that experience. I didn't have access to that epistemic regime. And so dude come up, and he's like, here, your shit's fucked up. Put it here. And then I put it there, and he's like, yeah, that's better. And then, all right, put it there, and then there, pow, 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 pow. It was like down the list. And then, I thanked him, and he went on and did his thing. And then you come in, and you having, the ontology of my screen here, seeing that it's different and it looks more better. And so you're able to come back at me and say it looks better. Igtheism. Igtheism. That's how it works. See how it wasn't even applied to religion. It's just how we update our models based on what we perceive. I went out on a limb and trusted him that my shit was all fucked up because like 6 or 7 people said, hey man, your shit's all fucked up. And I was confident. I was getting that sensation. I was like, dude, I can't perceive this. But there's enough people at this point where it's like, holy shit. If I ignore it, I'm a dumbass. And it just passed me over the threshold. Right? Now, completely unrelated people to the event coming in, affirming it. Now I know I'm not crazy. Right now. I don't know about the future. I might go crazy, but right now, it's learning, you know. You have this idea what shit looks like, make some fundamental attribution errors. You think your big brain gonna put stuff somewhere, don't know you're fucking it up, ruined everything. Hey, thanks for the follow. What's that? What was that? What did it say? I didn't see it. It's fucking last. It's gone. Dude, they don't make this shit for slow readers. I swear, man. Shit's so frustrating. Did it say something here? What did it say? God. Fuck's sake, man. Gotta go play it back and shit. Join from a post. What does that mean? You join from some, like, one of my videos? Some? It's crazy. Join from a post. Fucking Nick, dude. Why are you always trolling my chat, dude? Oh, hold on. Let's see if I can invite you. Oh, yeah, I can. You got to be at least 18. You at least 18?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I'm 18. Yeah, I have a question. Actually, not a question. I just wanted to actually give you like a confirmation. The confirmation is that I think I agree with you. Actually, atheism and theism is a false dichotomy, right there. But I actually do think that you can actually have a God such that the God is not going to be bounded towards existence and non-existence in the sense that it's beyond it. So you ever do you actually agree that atheism is usually defined as the disbelief in God's existence and theism is the belief in God's existence?
Very loosely, and the lack of belief or disbelief is for atheism.
Yeah, like lack of belief or disbelief in God's existence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you agree with that, then you could probably say that. I mean, just like how Buddhists do, in the traditional philosophies of Buddhism, they try to say
Well,
that.
I don't agree with it. I just
No, I
understand.
don't agree with.
No, I'm saying.
I don't agree with that. I just want to say like there's.
Well,
it's
yeah,
not a
but
true dichotomy.
I'm saying I don't agree with what you said. I just understand that's what they're saying, that it's a lack of belief or disbelief in the existence of God. But I disagree with that fundamentally. It's nonsense.
Okay, what's your definition of atheism then?
A lack of belief or disbelief in the existence of God or God. What the confusion over is the word God, not atheism.
Oh, well, yeah, no. That's not my problem.
That's my problem.
That's not the problem. No. Here's the problem. I'm saying atheism and theism is a false dichotomy because you can have a neither value, such that you're saying it's neither a belief in God, existence, or God's non-existence.
No, neither would affirm the atheist position.
No, that would be no. That wouldn't affirm the atheist position. You're saying you're neither believing in God's non-existence or existence.
No, we're talking about ontology here. On this channel, what we're talking
even on
about.
ontology.
No, in this channel, we're talking about. So the atheists and the theists, they share an ontology, and that's this extant being, this alleged extant being. There's some being in reference. What I'm referring to
That's not true.
is not what they're referring to. I'm referring to us. So the ontological status of Igtheism is human linguistics and epistemics.
Well, yeah, I would deny that, obviously. I don't believe that's actually true at all.
That's fine, but that's
that they're in one of the same sense.
I don't even know what you're disagreeing with. We would have to get into that. But what I'm trying to say, just if you understand, that I don't agree with atheism nor theism because neither one of them have a valid epistemic model.
Yeah, I don't believe their epistemic models are going to actually be the encouragement upon their view. One, I don't believe that they have to take those epistemic models. I don't see what's the argument for that.
Well, I'm not providing arguments for that. What I'm trying to tell you is that the atheists and the theists, since they lack the ontology.
That's a claim.
All right, you're a debate
That's
bro.
the claim. That's print.
Yeah, no, I don't deal with debate bros here. If you don't believe me, here's my rule set. Right here, you can see it. It's behind the shit. Hold on, let me bring it up. Here's my rules right here. No debate broing. We don't do that. This is not a debate bro session. This isn't a place for you to practice rhetoric or any of that shit. We don't do that. So take your debate bro self somewhere else. It's like I'm gonna take myself somewhere else because I gotta go somewhere else. Yeah, it's been 6 hours. I'll be back. I gotta go pick up my dog. I'll be back after a while. Yeah, there's no I don't debate, bro. So you were wasting your time with me. You can do whatever, say whatever you gotta go. Like I don't deal with debate bros, man. So I'll see you guys later. Thank you very much for the support. Check back in later.